All right, chat. I feel like I might as well start us off a little bit early. You can probably already hear my cat in the background. I know you can't see me just yet. Bear with me 2 more moments. We have a lot to talk about and considerably little time to go through all of it during. So, first of all, hello. I hope you are all having a wonderful day. Ruby, thank you for the resubscription. Jotun, thank you for the resubscription. I am doing great, Monolith. Better now by your presence. How is everyone? And we've got Lua in chat. Look at that. That's a rare treat nowadays. Although, in fairness, with the recent YouTube goal being met, I did promise that I would start calling her Lulu on stream, didn't I? Hi. I hope you guys like what you see. Those of you who have been with me for a while, you will have heard me a number of times say that I'm looking forward towards a re-debut. Obviously, that shit's expensive as fuck. I found a nice little, middle ground where I bought a pre-made VTuber that there are probably other people on Twitch that use, but many of you don't watch any other VTubers, so it doesn't really matter. And this one looks cool as fuck. So here I am. And, okay, I can't show you too much, but the twink allegations will hereby be foregone, okay? Look at that fucking chest. Look at them traps, the shoulders, the everything. The twink summer is over. Let's go. It's the goth femboy winter. Is that what this is? The goth femboy? There might be a few things that I still need to tweak with this avatar in terms of how it catches my face and how I puppeteer it. I've had a slight issue with how he always has his eyes sort of half closed, and then after tweaking it for about like 5 or 6 minutes, I went back to what it was at earlier because I kind of realized I kind of dig it, I quite like the way his eyes look. So I figured might as well show you guys off what we're working with now, and I hope you like what you see. Is this a free one or did you commission this? Neither, actually. I just bought a pre-made VTuber off of Etsy. And it cost like, I want to say, what is it going to be? Like 1/10 of the other model that I had earlier. And I like this one way more. So it's a bit rough out there, isn't it? Show feet. Oh, unfortunately, I can show you, although it's a little bit embarrassing. The reason why I got this one for a very, very good price is because this is actually a half model, as in, I have no feet. Technically speaking, I don't even have hands, but, you can't laugh because then that's like bullying an amputee, you know what I mean? And I'm a leftist streamer, so that shit is strictly off limit. But yeah, a lot of content to go through today, a lot to talk about. We've got Destiny crashing out, we've got Shadman crashing out, we've got the gamers crashing out because gayness is a thing in video games again. Connor from Counterpoint made a 53-minute video, and apparently it's very reactable, let's just say. Okay, fuck me. The reason why I keep hearing sounds in the background every 2 seconds is because I figured I want to play a game when I stream, but I want to play a game that doesn't make my computer explode, unlike fucking Wuthering Waves for some reason. And I love Souls-like games, so what I figured I'll go for is Neo 2. I've played that game on stream before, but I never actually got far in it, and I figured, you know what? It feels just right for like a background game that I can just, run around, hit things in, just have a half-decent time doing it. Now, hopefully, my system can handle all of that at once. If it looks like it cannot, which, it is possible, if it looks like it cannot, then we will default back to the regular React shit that we do. Neo 2 DLC is great. Well, I'd have to do the base game first. But what I can do is, give it a go, see how we feel, see how it's playing, and then we will go from there. Obviously, everything's going to be set to low quality, because I'm cool like that, you know how it is. And fingers crossed, my computer doth not explode. Hey Ray, hey Merit, hey Fish, yes, feast your eyes on this beautiful boy. Yeah, the big TLD, I'll probably be repeating this quite a lot today because I didn't prep anything for it because I don't want to consider it like a full re-debut because it kind of isn't. But yeah, the old Avatar I started disliking a while ago and I figured I want to lean in a slightly different direction and I found this one and I'm quite happy as of right now. Hey, Nactigal, how you doing, buddy? Is chat gonna hold toes? Look, eventually, okay, I need to lean you guys into it lightly, okay? Holding toesies is not something we just do right off the bat, okay? There are donation goals on the screen. Those have to be met. That's also how white I pictured you in real life. I am incredibly white in real life, like unironically, on God, for real, for real. Hey, it is what it is, okay? Me and Sun do not get along. All of that being said, though, let me just find some nice lo-fi for us in the background, and then we can jump into content, which we have a decent amount to go over. Hey, Jack, how you doing? How is life? How is everything? You are, Jack, one of the very few people who prefer my old avatar. I will cherish that, because I know how much that means. But I'm gonna be real with you. It grew old on me. Okay, it grew old, and it grew old in a way I dislike. So we'll see how this one goes. Okay, let's see. Jesus, that was a bit too loud, isn't it? Why can I not make it a little bit quieter? How's life is kind of a loaded question right now. Yeah, true, actually. When is it ever not, though, to be fair, you know? Okay, there we go. This should do us just fine. We've got a little bit of music. We'll put it at playback speed over 1.1 just to, you know, get past the cheeky little fucking automatic copyright thingamajig. Hey, Vantas, that's exactly what we want. All right, first on the docket, we've got Destiny crashing the fuck out over something that is both kind of remarkable, really stupid, and worthwhile to talk about because I have no fucking idea what he was thinking at any point of this. So Nicholas Diorio made a post where he highlighted some Hasanabi video and some Destiny video, which is to do with 2 nukes or whatever the fuck, and he captioned it with, "Imagine if these guys were anything other than spineless, pathetic cowards. Just share the links with each other so you guys can swap." There is a lawsuit, guys. You can't watch the video, the majority isn't about anything in the lawsuit. DGG replies blindly, defending their freak daddy are sickening, LMAO. And then he follows that up with saying, "Also, this goes without saying, I don't really care if you like my Hassan/Ethan coverage. If you think Destiny should still have a career as a respected political creator after what he did to Pixie, I invite you to unsubscribe, unfollow, so I don't have to go through the trouble of purging you myself. You are not welcome in my community." And obviously, Destiny had a very level-headed reaction to these tweets because, you know, he's going through a lawsuit right now. He's a serious adult. He decided that he's going to take the high road, and rather than responding in a way that sabotages him further in people's eyes, he had a very genuine, heartfelt conversation with Nicholas Diorio, and everyone went their own way, having been made better by that experience. It is what would have happened in a better timeline. But it was a shit show, obviously. And what Destiny did is quote tweet him and say, "I just want to say how absolutely fucking hilarious it is that you fat soy fucks were screeching and screaming about how horrible and evil cancel culture is, and the hashtag #MeToo shit was innocent until proven guilty, but you're super content to take a side on this because of where the popular support is when only one side has spoken. I'll respond with more substance when I can, but I'm being attacked by people who have literally nothing to lose and everything to gain by saying whatever insane shit they can publicly while trying to squeeze me, legally, privately, which puts me in the most annoying fucking spot imaginable when dealing with dipshits like you. If you really want to show your nuts, why not attack places like Kiwi Farms, where the content is literally still being hosted and blasted to the world? Oh, because that's a scarier party to go after, eh? Talk about cowards." There is a lot to sort of unpack here. It's you know, it's a very hinged tweet, obviously. I will maybe start at the bottom and work my way up. Just for starters, this spin to go after Kiwi Farms currently, because now they've done something that he doesn't like, is really interesting given his general attitude and takes towards Kiwi Farms, even as recently as the entire Keffels drama, which to be fair wasn't really that recently, but you get what I'm saying. Now, Kiwi Farms also responded to this. I don't know if I can dig up the tweet somewhere, but apparently they're genuinely legally protected because there's a paragraph in the law which states that, like, if they're just a website where that shit's posted, but they're not the ones, like, doing the hacking or whatever the fuck, then they're allowed to exist with that on there. I will not pretend to tell you that I understand the extent of how that law functions, but at the very least, it's interesting to go over. Oh, Chido is already on top of it. How are you doing, Chido? How is everything? I feel like you're in a good mood recently, and I like that very much. I hope I'm correct, and I hope that stays the way it is, if you are in a good mood. I think it's projecting all the people's ideas onto the Oreo, and the Oreo is the cancer in commentary. There is something sort of funny about what Destiny said, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Okay, yes, so the law puts liability for non-con intimate images on the person who released it. There are carve-outs for liability in matters of public interest, such as political figures, parenthesis, you. You are the only person who can be liable for what you did. And they quoted this, which is exceptions, an identifiable individual may not bring an action for relief under the section relating to an intimate image that is commercially pornographic content unless that content was produced by force, fraud, misrepresentation, or coercion of the depicted individual. B, a closure made in good faith. Actually, we don't really need any of this. And then at C, we've got a matter of public concern or public interest. I would have to think about where Pixie lands in all of this, but it is interesting to see that it looks like it's possible that Steven doesn't have any retort against Kiwi Farms, which is obviously why he's losing his mind. But also, the absolute peak about this entire part is that, look, if people were jumping on him because of Cherry, and only because of Cherry, then I would maybe understand what he's saying, right? Because Cherry has not produced any evidence. Cherry went straight to the police with this. As she should. Or at least that's what she told us, right? I have no reason not to believe her as of right now. However, Nicholas is pretty specifically talking about Pixie. Hey, Mary's little lamb, how are you doing? And Destiny admitted to having leaked those Pixie sex tapes without her consent. So this isn't a case of people are trying to cancel me for the Cherry thing. This is the people are trying to cancel me for the thing I admitted to having done and I know is fucked up. And I'm also being sued over. Me Too has fuck all to do with this. This is not an innocent until proven guilty. This is a... You know how people say he said, she said when they talk about basically hearsay? In this situation, he's done what she said that he said. Like this is he admitted to this. Explicitly so. Which is funny because he's... Someone pointed out, I think the problem is all the DMs where you admitted to sharing nudes without consent seems kind of guilty. To which he responded with, I didn't admit shit, but keep up the great framing. And he got community noted saying he did in fact admit it, with a link to Nicholas Diorio's profile again, where he points to the specific excerpts from the DMs, where Steven does appear to admit to what he's done. Yeah, I know, I looked into it for obvious reasons just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum, but I have no problem helping out or sending her money for anything as form of reparation. I just didn't want it to come off like, hey bitch, lol, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money, have fun. So he's done the thing. We know he's done the thing. We've been watching this drama pretty closely over the last couple of weeks, and I have no fucking idea why. This is also, by the way, so I had an argument with someone privately, who I'm not going to out for obvious reasons, because they're a cool dude, and we just happen to have a disagreement, and disagreements are fine. But basically, they were sort of criticizing me for how quickly I jumped on board with what the other victims were saying, even if they've produced no evidence. And one of my retorts was that I feel like if Destiny had counter-arguments to it, he would have provided us with those counter-arguments already. And then they told me that he cannot do that, and he would be stupid to do that, because his lawyers are telling him to shut the fuck up, which they probably are, and it probably would be true. Except this fucking retard can't help himself. If he had a smoking gun, we would have known by now. If there was something that absolves him of all the responsibility, we would have known. He can't help but take shots at these people. He can't help but to engage. He can't help but to tweet Kanye West, who's saying that he's being extorted, and say, that's me on God for real, for real. He cannot shut the fuck up. So if there was more, I feel like he would have already let it slip by now. Which is sort of, you know, works with the entire character of the person who also let slip all of the sex tapes that he was trusted with. Like an absolute pathetic scum of the earth that he is. It's just, I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know if he's thinking. I don't know if this is the pre-Vyvanse or the post-Vyvanse. I don't know where he's at with that. I know he tried blaming some of this shit on being like pre-Vyvanse phase, but there are also very conflicting statements that he himself has made. It's just stupid. All of this is just stupid. Destiny is stupid. And I hope that one day, when the lawsuit goes forward, Pixie's lawyer is going to be reading some of these bad boys out to point to everyone listening how much of a fucking imbecile this man is and how many times he's admitted to doing what he's doing and then go back on it. Destiny's tweet is an A+ sexual deviant response to all of this. You don't know my side. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's stupid. Is Destiny now denying what's been demonstrated? To some extent, yes, Mari. And people wonder why those of us who always avoided joining his cult look down on DGG as fucking cringe lords, one and all. To be fair, I mean, I'm still fine with... Well, that would be a lie. I was going to say I'm still fine with DGG as currently, probably not. Almost definitely not. Currently, I'd be like very... Well, that's a bit of a weird role model you've chosen there for yourself, buddy boy. If somebody wants to take the route that I've seen people take, to be like, hey, yeah, he's a piece of shit and I want nothing to do with him, but he does good political analysis, and like, I still don't like that. But I imagine going forward, I'll have a very similar take towards Destiny that I currently do towards Hassan, which is that, like, if you're a genuine Hassan fan, I'm not going to ban you. I'm not going to, like, be overly aggressive, but I don't quite understand how you could be. And there probably is something about that behavior that makes me think there's something wrong with you. Can't quite put my finger on it, and we've got epistemic bubbles and all that other shit, and you know, you being in here increases the odds if you're throwing some money at me, so I can't really go too hard. It's, you know, it's just the regular streamer shit. At this point, I wouldn't believe any smoking gun he would have, since he would have already fired. Yeah, exactly, Monolith. That's exactly what I'm saying. Still interesting to talk about it ever so briefly. I was thinking about making a video about this. I might do it tomorrow, just because I kind of want to chronicle, like, the entire journey from my side of things about, like, this entire mess. And it might sort of... It will fit in, at the very least, to give more girth to some of the arguments that I have made in my video about Destiny. Well, then you're going to hate my commie ass. No, but that's what I'm saying, Jack. Like, it's a weird thing, because to me, Hassan is like a genuinely deplorable person, like an evil guy, right? And Destiny's... I was going to say Destiny's getting there, but it's not like he's getting there. He's currently, right now, probably think less of Destiny than I do of Hassan. It's just for different reasons, you know what I mean? Like, Destiny's political analysis is sound-ish, and he's a piece of shit on an individual level. Hassan's political analysis is dog shit, and he's a piece of shit at an individual level. But also, Hassan being a piece of shit hasn't done something that is like what Destiny has just done. It's like his degree of piece of shitness, if that's a word, is higher. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just weird shit. It's just a strange time to be alive, is all. You will still agree and enjoy his views. You may not call yourself a fan, but for the main people that is enough to identify themselves as Destiny fans. Yeah, but that's sort of the thing, right? Like, when you identify as someone's fan, then you sort of go beyond just like, yeah, I agree with what he says. I agree with what a lot of people say. I wouldn't say I'm their fan, right? Like, a fan implies more. It's a higher level, if you will. Anywho, whatever the case might be, I said in my video, I think, that we will know more when the trials commence. But no, we will know more probably on a sort of bi-daily basis, because this dumb fuck cannot shut the fuck up. And he keeps talking about this, and he probably will keep talking about this. And it looks like every time Nicholas Diorio is going to, you know, talk about this or mention anything about this or just laugh at Destiny, then Destiny's going to be right here with a response that makes no fucking sense. But it might be moderately interesting to talk about on stream. Hey Unix, how you doing? Hey Stepan, thank you. Oh shit, I forgot to turn the Twitch integrated throwing system mode on. I apologize. Yes, yes and yes. Let me fix that real quick. There were a few things I wanted to mention about my video on President Sunday. I don't know if I want to go into it now, or maybe...
I'm making piss.
Quick sip. Wait, did that work? Did that generate the Monster Energy drink? Or did it not? Oh no, it did. Okay. Actually, hold on. No Twitch integrated throwing system on today. I forgot to tweak it for this new model, so it has to fuck off, unfortunately. I hope you enjoyed the Gotho, though. You look different. New skincare routine. True, my friend. True. Ben Shapiro and Jordan B. Peterson. Ultimate Nightmare Blunt rotation. Shapiro would be fine. Jordan Peterson, I would... You know that debate with Jordan Peterson where he's talking about the mythological dragon being like a real biological creature? Do you remember that? He was talking to that other fucking old dude, but the other old dude is cool. Someone for sure knows what I'm talking about. I'm having a moment here, but it's fucking difficult to listen to that debate. The Dragon of Chaos is coming for us here, God. Speaking of Dragons of Chaos, Shad M. Brooks, known to many of us as Shadiversity. Many of you who might be a little bit like me, who like medieval shit and swords and axes and spears and cool fantasy designs, might remember this dude from when you were probably a lot younger and used to watch his videos. He was sort of similar to people like Scalagrim at the time, where he would buy a new sword, he would make a video of the new sword, he'd cut into some tree trunk, and I was a very joyous little boy, right? Because I like that shit. And then he sort of took a very hard turn into talking about how LGBT bad and gays in games bad, and he has no money, and he wants to build a castle in his backyard, and he's very unhappy that he doesn't have the money for the castle, and also gays bad. Quite a bit of whiplash. Difficult sort of, a difficult transition. I was not a big fan, for obvious reasons. It's led to a...
Why are you average anime protagonist now? What happened, Chris? Two stare,
Hey,
Chris, two stare.
I don't know if it's an average one. But yeah, I wanted to lean into a different vibe that I think might help out in terms of how aggressive on the eyes very often my previous model was. And I leaned into this one because I quite like what I'm looking at. It's more simplistic, but it's simplistic in a way that I think lets it shine better. You know, the other model had issues with there being too much going on at once. And obviously that gets quite jarring. Were the gays preventing him from building the castle? I don't know, but I'm sure he might find a way to blame them for it. All that being said, though, he made a post on Twitter. Okay, here's another thing that you need to know about Shad. Ever since AI art became a thing, Shad has been a big fan of AI art. I'm sorry, Lua. Let me move the cursor off screen, okay? Hey, Shiva Bubble, how you doing? Uszanowanie. Shad loves AI art to a ridiculous degree. He is very, very aggressive against people who dislike AI art. And I think what he's ranting about here is providing IP protection for AI artists. I don't know. Let's read and let's see what we're thinking about, okay? Maybe he's going to raise a good point. Maybe he's going to say something that will make us all go like, well, do you know what, Shad? That's a bit fucking profound, bro. And I am now smarter thanks to you. Let's give it a go. You should try reading his shitty book. I am sort of comfortable blaming things in my life on ADHD now because I'm at the stage of not diagnosed but pretty sure. And I am not reading books, bro. Let's be real, okay? If you need a book to tell me something, I'd rather watch a movie. Or I can compromise, and if it's a big book, I can watch a series about it. Like reading a book, come on. Who does reading? My girlfriend does reading, to be fair, but that ain't gonna be me, okay? Miss me with that shit. This is what I've been saying for over a year now. Quote, there must be meaningful human creative input, end quote. And, quote, no new laws are needed right now to handle AI copyright issues, end quote. Here is my next prediction. Copyright protection for solely made AI works without human input will expand in the future to grant protections to those AI works. Because here is the thing. AI-made works of pre-existing intellectual property that is copyrighted, even if it had little human input, can only be made, parenthesis derivative works, and distributed by the intellectual property copyright owner. Let Let me say that again. Derivative works made of a pre-existing IP, including those works made solely with AI, can only be distributed, sold or published by the IP copyright owner. That is effectively full copyright protection. All you have to do is draw, design, or describe in writing the character you want to depict with AI before making any AI versions, and you then own the copyright to that character, and you then control all derivative works based on that character made after, including selling and publishing. Oh no, I've just realized what he's saying. Oh, bro, he is a fascinating human being. Do you know how sometimes you will bump into people on the internet who you wouldn't be friends with, but you would like to take them out for dinner? Like, I can imagine that I would absolutely love a couple of days with this man where we can build his fucking castle. I'll help him with the mortar and laying bricks and shit, just so I can have an input into the mind that works here. What Shad is saying, and I'll catch up on chat in just a sec. What Shad is saying, basically, is that you tell the AI what kind of a character you want, then the AI spits that character out for you, and then anyone who uses that AI version of the character has to, in some way or another, either pay you homage, or they're not allowed to sell and publish it because you are the copyright owner. Except the problem is that his generated character from AI is most probably able to do that character because they learned on human art, had the copyright, and it didn't give a shit about it. It's I don't know what he wants. Oh, and you can sue anyone. Okay, now we know what he wants. He wants to sue people for laughing at his AI art effectively, I think. And you can sue anyone infringing on your intellectual property copyright, meaning they can't steal or distribute your derivative AI works. These images I uploaded below are all depicting characters I created. I own their IP, and significant human input was used in making each of these images, meaning I already have full copyright protection over all my AI-assisted artworks. Do you know what is the worst about AI art, I feel like? If you want to just, like, if you can't afford art, or you just want to fuck around with AI, or like you want to do porn in AI, I'm with you, bro. I feel that. I just, means to an end, you're, like, you can't afford the other option. You're not using it to, like, further your, like, online career or whatever the fuck. You're just using it for your own purposes. You like what you see. It's a fun new technology. You want to fuck with it. God bless. But, like, this shit looks so soulless. Like, look at this. In whose mind, how fucking removed from common fantasy experience would you have to be in order for you to think that, like, oh, I wonder what a female paladin looks like? And well, I think this might be a knight, actually. Whatever the fuck it is, right? We can't tell from just this image. And, like, this is what you get. And the worst part is that this AI slop was made, I think, based on the drawing that is on the left of it. That drawing is so much better than the AI slop. I'm confused. Why is he making a big thing out of it? It sounds insane. Because he is huge on AI art, Monolith. He uses it all the time for everything, everywhere. It became like his fucking, like, something switched in his brain when he saw the first AI art, and it hasn't unclicked since then. Are these characters from early D&D edition books? Maybe, Drimson. I have no idea, to be quite honest with you, buddy. I have a few D&D aficionados in here, so they might be able to tell. But for me personally, I wouldn't be able to tell you one way or another. I would, however, say that this is a... yeah, I don't know. Shaz's just a weird fella. Shaz's just like a genuinely weird fella. I also think he does AI art of himself now, which sort of, I feel like that's probably the most ethical shit he does with AI art, but I don't know. It's just, it feels so unnecessary. Okay, let me catch up on chat a little bit, because I feel like I've been ignoring you guys. Hold on. Let me just see what's what. Omnipotent Rift, Westside Tyler must love this guy. What is Tyler known for, like, AI art? Books were never my thing. Same here, Monolith. Same here. Many of the smartest people have said the same thing. Of course, Rift. I'm one of them, bro. Come on. I'm pure fucking... Bro, do you know that I've done an IQ test the other day, and the result was so fucking good I surprised myself with it? I don't remember what it was. I just remember that I was happy with the outcome. I've sent it to someone. Someone in my Discord has a screenshot of my IQ test. I just don't remember who it is. I think it might be Cooper. Bro, I smashed that shit. I went in and I just fucking decimated that test. It was just pattern recognition, though. So, I don't know. It's just... Pass the IQ test, true. And that also means that anyone who makes AI art that uses that input also owns the derivative work. No, Cardboard. No, no, no. You would be correct in like a logical sense, but you see the ownership ends with Shad. And it starts with Shad. The ownership is always Shad. 100 bits from
That shit
Stepan.
reminds me of fucking Quebblecop.
Oh god, Quebblecop. That is a name I have not heard in a while. Is he still alive? What is he up to nowadays? Quebblecop. Fucking hell. It's been a minute since I've heard anyone mention that name. Jesus, I feel like I'm having an old internet moment now. Bro took a pre-generated AI image and then made it worse through significant input. Yeah, that is exactly what you're looking at, Isen. He likes AI art because he uses it to delude himself into thinking that he's a talented artist. Maybe. And also, Salty, I think I saw you asking if this is the new VTube avatar. And for now, yes. I'll be sticking to this bad boy for a little bit. Didn't he say that the design should be done before? If the human input is used, but the output is extremely similar to the original design, well, that starts to be controversial in terms of copyright. For example, imagine if you make a design, then from that design, someone made an AI drawing. Who owns the final drawing now? Is the final drawing free of copyright? If I wanted to take the Giga Good Faith approach, I think there's something there that's worth digging into, Vantas. I've seen Shad use enough AI work that he's yoinked off of other people's work that I don't believe in this argumentation coming from him. Unless at some point he's also like denounced his own past behavior and I just haven't seen it. I have a feeling that he's trying to pull a sneaky one. Probably Cooper has been in an IQ test spree. Wait, has he really? I got a likely score on an autism test, so like me too, I think. I got one of those on an ADHD test. Lua sent me an ADHD test to do, and it told me that I might have 2 different kinds, so that was an interesting test to perform. That will soon own us all. Bro. Wait, are you sure, Cheeto? 2 of them? Okay, and now YouTube chat, because I have been ignoring you guys, and you deserve better, because you know you're my favorite chat. I don't think I could be convinced. AI is already trained off and takes from real art. We do not need stricter copyright laws, especially nothing to protect AI. That's sort of the concern that we all have, Ray. Yeah, it's the idea that he's trying to copyright shit that is stealing from other people. It's a fascinating thing to attempt. His castle is fiberboard and paint. Wait, is it really? If his castle was fiberboard and paint, why does he need so much money for it? I thought that shit's cheap over in the Americas. If you want to check his book, listen to Unresolved Textual Tension podcast about it. It makes it barely tolerable. I'll probably listen to a podcast. I might listen to an audiobook if I'm like on the way to work. It's just reading's not for me, man. I will read like arguments in Discord. That's fun. But that's because the things like keep appearing on screen all the time. You know what I mean? It's definitely insane. Yeah, it's a very strange thing of him to try and do. Don't quite understand the point of it. Hyperactive and inattentive. Do you know what? I'd have to find the exact tabs that I got. I don't know if Lua might remember. I sent her the results. I just don't remember what it was. Actually, it shouldn't take me that long to find it. Oh no, that is what it is. Maybe Lua already told you that I just didn't see. Inattentive ADHD and hyperactivity impulsivity ADHD. But again, it's based on one test, right? Which it might not might not be the case, right? But if it is the case, then I'm also taking that IQ test very seriously. And at that point, I'm smarter than all of you motherfuckers, okay? And that shit deserves flexing. In the US, it's not copyrightable. That makes sense to me. Should probably stay that way. Why are you laughing at me, Lua? What is that about? The delusion. It's not delusion. It told me that I should go to like the proper Mensa building and take a test. It's not because I was retarded, I swear. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking find that result now. Now you've done it, okay? Hold on. I already found it earlier, okay? I was just baiting you into it. I'm posting it in my Discord, right? I'm putting it in just chatting. You can never doubt me again. Never, chat. Never. America L. Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard has been confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence in the US. Why? Isn't Tulsi Gabbard like explicitly supported by Russia today? Americans, what are you doing, little bros? Why are you choosing all the Russian people in your government? What? Did something happen that made you like that? Fuck me. Do we want to, like, maybe look to something brighter and talk about gayness being bad? Because somebody made a video called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 goes fully gay and woke, and I believe that comes as a result of, like, a potential homosexual relationship. And not for nothing, you control the buttons, dickhead. If you don't want your character to be gay, maybe stop fucking other men. That's an option on the table for you. I played through all the Dragon Age games without ever entering a homosexual relationship until I met Iron Bull, and then I just rolled with it. I feel like if you dislike the wokeness and then you play a video game and you end up gay, there's probably some re-evaluating that you ought to do. You can just not have sex with Hans. Yeah, that's the thing, Jotun. That's the thing. You can just not have sex with the male character if you don't want to be gay. That's okay. And you also can have sex with the male character if you want to be gay. It's an RPG. You're supposed to be able to make decisions. It do be like that sometimes. Chris, are you aware of this guy? I am not, Red Radius. What am I getting into, my boy? And also, hey, how you doing? How is life? How is everything? Look at us, we didn't vote for this. Actually true, though. It is fucking depressing, though, isn't it? Did you see his debate with Actman? It's really bad. No. Am I in for some lore here? Is there a debate from Andy Pants Gaming that might be good to watch for us together? Wait, did you guys, Ison, did you guys really get the same result on that test? I'm gonna do it all night now until I get 134, and then I'm gonna postpone the result again, and you know what's gonna happen, okay? You know what I'm gonna do. It's incredible. Okay, here's my only concern is this. Let me just play the video for a little bit, because I was worried that somebody might have sent this to me as like an ironic bit. You know, like the title is Kingdom Come goes full gay and woke, but then it doesn't. And like the dude is criticizing obviously the, like, I don't know how to, like the gamer sentiment. I don't even know what to call it. I feel like a lot of gamers I know are kind of fine with gayness nowadays.
So in case you didn't hear the news yet, Henry has the option to be gay in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is a dramatic departure from the based...
Okay, it's not ironic. Let's fucking go. I did a real IQ test in real life and got the same score. I didn't do a real one in real life. I did them when I was a kid. I did a few when I was a kid, but I will be fucked if I remember any of the scores in those. He called Actman woke, then got blown the fuck out. Okay, that does sound kind of interesting. It's incredible. He's Giga... Oh, hold on. He's Giga Slop anti-woke content. Oh, we are in for a treat then, aren't we? And we can do that while I play a video game in the background, can't we? And that video game is going to be Neo. And I've been looking forward to playing this game because I've tried to complete it twice over now on stream. And there's always something that happens that makes me then not want, like, never actually complete the game, you know? Now we can do it. We can play the video game. and we can laugh at slop content. Bro, I am living the life. If the game is too loud or too quiet, just let me know. I have not played on a fucking gamepad in a hot minute. Jesus. Hey, Janice, how you doing?
Christian first game. There's a scene where you and your best friend Hans are hanging out, and you playing as Henry can choose to kiss him on the mouth and pursue a gay relationship now. Yuck. But it actually gets much worse, and there is a full-on gay sex scene between Henry and Hans.
Oh, there is a full-on gay scene. Oh no, they've gone full woke, guys. How many times? Okay, can we do a poll in chat or like do bets or something? How many times do you reckon this fucking like absolute creep jacked off to it? How many times do we reckon he's replayed that scene totally for the purpose of you know, just making a YouTube video about it? You know, it's just nothing else going on there. I recommend the tonfa for the first weapon or the spear. I'm kind of digging gloves though, you know, fists even. I feel like I can just batter the shit out of anyone who comes my way, you know, just punch them in the bollocks and shit. In the first game, I played with a spear and a katana combo, and in this one, I'm sort of digging fists, and I don't know what I want for my second weapon. You watched the gay scene? That's kind of gay. Chris, the scene is blurred the whole time. Wait, is it really? That's kind of shit. I suppose they have to, like, get the PG-13 or whatever the fuck rating. Also, in addition to being Red's idol, this guy's over 40 years old. No shot that the dude who just described being gay as yuck is actually over 40 years old, and this is what he does for a living. Bro, where do these people come from? Why are they so successful? Like, enough to actually make a living out of this, bro? I go to my 9 to 5 every fucking day. Like, what am I doing incorrectly? Is 40 wife with a wife and kid, according to him? Is he 41, according to him? Or is he with a wife and kid, according to him? He got a massive signal boost from us. Okay, yeah, that would explain it, wouldn't it? That would explain it.
I'm blurring it out. I'm not even going to show it here because it's freaking disgusting. So why is this a big deal? Characters have the option to be gay in RPGs all the time, right? Starfield, Mass Effect, Dragon Age. Why is this one different? Well, it's different because Henry has always been explicitly stated to be both a Christian man and a heterosexual man, not by the fans, but by...
Bro, well, no, if he's Christian, then he is definitely not gay, okay? We know that it is unheard of for Christians to be gay.
By the developer, Warhorse Studios. Warhorse Studios was asked this question directly in 2018. Will there be some kind of same-sex romance in KCD1? Warhorse responded, no, you will play as Henry, the son of a blacksmith, and he already does have a background story in which he is not bi or homosexual. The person asked again, so those players who are not straight will be forced to romance a woman? Warhorse responded, nobody will force you to do anything, but you will play as Henry, the son of a blacksmith, and yes, he is straight and white and male from Bohemia. In case you're not familiar with KCD1, it is a highly historical recreation of 1403 Bohemia, and it wouldn't make any sense at all for Henry to even have the option of being gay. So the developer wisely left it out.
I always wonder, I knew this argument's coming. I always wonder, do these people think that gayness like wasn't real back then? They do understand that even when you were explicitly not allowed to be homosexual, homosexual people did still, as a matter of fact, existed. And it is quite well documented that they both existed and managed to hide with it. And it is also quite well documented that they were also, relatively frequently, discovered and then punished for it. But they existed. They didn't just pop up. That they didn't fall out of a fucking coconut tree. I think I have that. What is it?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
True, Kamala, true. Fucking preach. Okay, what do we think for the secondary weapon, though, chat? Are we going with the katana, or are we thinking something else? It doesn't kind of matter, it's just aesthetics, because I'm going to be using gloves, but what do we reckon? You think it's new, just like depression or autism? True. We know conservative politicians have never been caught being gay either. True. It is widely known that all fictional lore is set in stone. It's also so stupid that, like, the developers aren't allowed to change their mind. You know what I mean? Like, come on, little bro. Come on. Why does it bother you so much that you're allowed to be gay in a game that you control the buttons in?
Of the first game. Were Henry to become gay?
Frederick the Great was gay. He was known for sexting a lot of men, potentially even Voltaire. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what he was thinking. And hey, Jack Rec, I don't know if I've seen your name here in chat before. If you're a new chatter and I've forgotten to say hi to you earlier, then hi, and hello.
Gay in this world, every person in the world would comment on it. He would be outcast from society. He would probably be burned at the stake for being a degenerate, as was common at the time, etc., etc. So the fundamental difference is that a game like Mass Effect or Dragon Age or Cyberpunk are fictionalized worlds where the creators can honestly do whatever they want. Kingdom Come Deliverance is not that game. KCD1 is a historical game set in a historical place with historical locations and historical people.
And historically,
making Henry
gays
gay
did
in
not
KCD2
exist.
would be as ridiculous as Henry suddenly becoming a gay black lesbian or holding up a Black Lives Matter sign or advocating for trans rights. And that is, of course,
What a retard. No, sure, this is a real person. This has got to be a joke, right? He is farming the shit out of me right now. Oh no, pinned comment. Damn, thanks for this video, man. I was going to buy it because I like the first one so much. Glad I waited. I appreciate this. Never mind, this is not bait. He truly is this sad. He is legitimately serious.
exactly what happened. In 2019, Warhorse was purchased by Embracer Group. Embracer Group has specific diversity quotas and representation goals they have to meet. Let's read directly from their sustainability report, and huge credit to Endymion for finding this. And to be clear here, Embracer owns and controls absolutely everything that Warhorse does. Warhorse doesn't sneeze unless Embracer tells them to. The report reads, Embracer Group believes that a more diverse and inclusive workplace will create more diverse and inclusive games and entertainment. Embracer Group wants to develop games and entertainment for everyone, regardless of background, gender, age, or ability. Lately, the parent company has focused on making our products mirror their audiences even better. So, of course, Daniel Vavra, the game's creator, is running defense for his parent company and the forced DEI that they've put in the game. We see this in how Daniel is changing his story constantly on Twitter. At one point, he's saying it's not
forced DEI if the dude wants it in there, though, is it? If he's the lead developer, if he's the main dude, if he owns the IP and he wants the gayness to be a part of it, kind of not forced, is it? Like, sort of definitionally cannot be. How the fuck could it? He's really interested in gays for a straight man. True. Actually true.
Christian game. Another time, he's saying it is a Christian game. But when a corporation is controlling you like an effing hand puppet, you start acting like this. And hey, at least when he sold his soul for Embracer's cash, the payout was good. You get that money, player. When it's all said and done, he allowed his own creation to be pumped full of gay, DEI...
Hey, yo, Lua, thank you very much for gifting Ob a tier 1 subscription. You are now a subscriber, Rob. I was going to tell you how many months you subscribed for, but I don't actually know how to check for that shit. I'm not very good at, like, the technical side of streaming.
ESG, just like they're pumping American children with puberty blockers right now. He destroyed a franchise and a game that we love.
Should have made a
Another thing people are saying here is, but you don't have to be gay. Henry can be straight in your playthrough.
Yep.
And I'll go back to my statement from my last video. Is a man who's open to optionally taking a banger in the mouth straight? No. That dude is gay. The fact that they've even given Henry the option to be gay demonstrates...
yeah, the big bad gay and politically correct corporation.
First of all, true. Second of all, thank you for 100 biddies. Does he not believe in bisexual people, like, definitionally? Hold on, we need to re-listen to this. He's dropping pearls of wisdom here, chat. I have learning to do.
Optionally taking a banger in the mouth. Henry can be straight in your playthrough. And I'll go back to my statement from my last video. Is a man who's open to optionally taking a banger in the mouth straight? No. That dude is gay. The fact that they've even given Henry the option to be gay demonstrates that they caved to 2025 global homo politics. Because the developer themselves explicitly...
Oh, the global homo politics. It's over, guys. It's over. The global homo has won it all. I cannot believe my old ass knew who Andy Pants was before you. Yeah, dude, I'm very removed from a lot of this online shit. Like, I'm telling you, when my stream ends, I go back to, like, living the most fucking milquetoast trad life imaginable, okay? I don't spend any time listening to these fucking retards. It is fun, though. It is so much fun to do on stream, dude. This is like an outlet where I can let just all of my thoughts rip. And hey, Namuri, thank you very much for buying a membership on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the subscription. I think you might have done both at once. Unless my YouTube is lying to me, but I don't think it is. So thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm joining the war on global homo on the side of the global homo. What is the other side, though? Is it like the super straight people are back at it again? I feel like I can just leave this place. I can play the game and then I'll figure out the controls as I do it. New alert, please. We need this clip. Wait,
New
the global
alert,
homo?
PLS, we need this clip.
To be fair, hold on. Let me just I can leave a marker in the stream for me, and then I can remember to go back here and do the global homo. I just want to listen to it again. I'm sorry.
25 global homo politics, because the developer themselves explicitly stated he was a Christian man in the first game, and they've changed that now. What they've essentially done with KCD2 is killed off the Henry we know and love and replaced him with a skin suit 2025 Henry who wears a banana hammock.
Bro, you can just be gay in the new game. That's all it is. Nothing else has changed here. You can just, if you want to, you can take dick. That's all that's changed. It's the same developers, it's a continuation, it's like a successor game. Everything. You can play that, you control the buttons. Dude, if you are this angry about an option in a video game that you don't even intend to peruse, there is some closeted shit going on here. Right? You'd think there has to be. With this weapon combo, you will want to be the mid-range Yokai Phantom. To be fair, Jack, I don't know what half of those words mean, okay? I just plan on going in and destroying the shit out of every enemy
Pride
here.
Parades. So this studio and this game are dead to me. You can do what you want, but there's tons of good stuff to...
So too many clippable moments. Just listen to him.
This studio and this game are dead to me. You can do what you want, but there's tons of good stuff to play right now, and I will not be touching this game. One comment put it really well. This game is now Brokeback Daniel's medieval cosplay, as far as I'm concerned. Also, another thing I want to bring home here is how explicitly Christian the games have always been. In KCD1, every town and city you walk through, the standard greeting is...
Bro, the only way for the developers to have possibly made the game more Christian would have been to give you an option to be a nonce. Okay? Like, come on. Give us a break. Just because you can't diddle kids doesn't mean you can't cosplay as a fucking Christian anymore. Just gives it a break. Take deep breaths. Just enjoy it for what it is.
Jesus Christ be praised. Daniel, how can you praise Jesus Christ when you're taking it up the butt from another dude? Spoiler alert, you can't. Christianity specifically forbids homosexuality. More on that in a minute. There are a few other details in this game that YouTubers like Endymion are pointing out that state the explicitly Christian nature of the game. Henry's sword says IHS on it in KCD2. I remember seeing this on Bibles when I was growing up. I'm Protestant, not Catholic, by the way. But in Latin, it translates to Iesus hominum salvator. That means Jesus, savior of the world. So the dude's freaking sword says Jesus is the savior of the world on it. But don't worry, in a few minutes, he's going to gobble some dude's dick and completely disobey all of Jesus's commands. When asked, is Henry a Christian? I thought this comment online captured it really well.
I have no commentary. There's just nothing I can say that makes this, like, you know what I mean? How am I supposed to react to this video? What is little bro on about? This guy debated Actman and he didn't even know what the Ninth Amendment was. Hold on, can you get me a link for that debate? I would absolutely fucking love to watch it next.
Henry grew up in a time and a place where everyone in his society was a Christian. He frequently refers to both himself and his fellow Bohemians as good Christians.
That's a big boy.
The marketing in 2025 for the game says, Jesus Christ be praised. Jesus Christ be praised. Luke Dale, the actor who plays Henry, is on his Twitter saying, Jesus Christ be praised. Here's a shot of a guy from KCD2 doing the sign of the cross. So given that KCD 1 and 2 are so explicitly Christian, given that Henry has stated himself to be a Christian, given that these games are reverent of Christianity and whether Daniel likes it or not, they are Christian games. What does Christianity say about homosexuality? Well, it's not good, my dudes, and this is the icing on the cake for me and why I will not be touching this woke slop. Christianity, which this game claims to represent, has for 2,000 years said that homosexual activity is sinful. You can get mad at me, but all I'm about to do is read from the Bible, so get mad at God, not me. Leviticus 18:22, you shall not lie with a man as with a woman. It is an abomination. Leviticus 20:13, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them.
Is an abomination.
Oh, Andy Pants, that's the Old Testament. Jesus was totally fine with gay sex. Oops, not true. In Matthew 10:15, Jesus says this, truly I tell you, it will be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment than for that town. Sodom and Gomorrah were cities that were destroyed by fire from heaven for practicing homosexuality. So here you have Jesus, the creator of the world, referencing the righteous destruction of these cities. 1 Corinthians 6:9 says, men who practice homosexuality will not inherit the kingdom of heaven. 1 Timothy 1:10 says that homosexual acts are sinful. Romans 1:26 says that homosexual acts are sinful. So given that Henry is stated explicitly to be a Christian several times by the developer, and given that Henry follows the Bible and Christian doctrine, why would this developer make him gay? And the simple answer is that Warhorse caved to the woke mob.
You played the sex scene,
and
bro.
it's exclusively because of BlackRock and Embracer, and because of the influence of the noses and the influence of woke homosexuals in the game industry. Create a fictional world if you want to do this stuff. Nobody cares what you do in your fictional game. But don't try to make an explicitly Christian medieval game and push your BS 2025 politics and disgusting degeneracy in our game. I will not be playing this game because it's woke and evil, and I won't support what they've done here. As I said before, there's tons of games to play right now. This game could sell 20 million copies and it wouldn't affect me in the slightest. I also think if you're a Christian, you should very much reconsider playing this game. The creators of this game are mocking you and they're mocking your faith. The subtext around Henry and Hans is that men can't actually be friends.
Now that I've died, I can pause this for a sec and and we can spend a few minutes going over all of that. Everything about this is fucking amazing. This dude is fucking retarded.
This dude is fucking retarded. Crisp 2 party hard.
He genuinely is. Like an actual hand to God. Like a genuine fucking retard. Just truly cursed by the God himself. Like, bro, just think about it. Think of how unfortunate that is, though. Like, real talk for a sec, right? Shitposting aside, imagine that your entire existence is devoted to praising the big guy in the sky, and the big guy in the sky gave you 80 IQ to go through life with. Like, that is some depressing shit right there. He could have just a few more points, and he could have been like the rest of us. But he won't be. He won't be because this game is dead to him, and he's angry that the developer put something in his own game. Oh, the blood isn't even quoting it correctly. He's the God's most retarded soldier. Oh,
Hi is God's most retarded soldier.
He really is. I really want to watch that debate now. I don't know if anyone's linked it by chance, but I really want to watch that debate now. We've got 1 more minute. Now, to be clear, I can see a lot of you guys saying that he quoted the scripture incorrectly. Could very well be the case. I obviously don't read any of that shit. I already told you how I feel about books earlier. That applies to the Bible, okay? The big book, too. So, obviously, you know, it is what it is.
Male friendship is just a gay relationship waiting to happen. It's disgusting. They're mocking Christianity and they're mocking you. And I personally...
Bro, how sad does your religion have to be that you get this fucking fragile about 2 men fucking? Like, thinking this profoundly, this deeply and this frequently about what 2 other adults do in the bedroom has got to be some of the gayest shit you could do as a allegedly straight man. What's the point?
I wouldn't mock Christianity because it might actually turn out to be true one day. There are several anti-woke content creators who actually turned out to be not very based because they're
Wait, hold
supporting
on.
this
What did he
game.
say?
Guys like Smash, because it might be Christianity and they're mocking you. And I personally wouldn't mock Christianity because it might actually turn out to be true one day. There are several anti-woke...
This guy's got to be a fucking psyop of sorts, right? There is no shot this is an actual, real, legitimate human being. Do not mock Christianity. It could prove to be true and real. You remember that kid who goes like, I have the power of anime and Jesus on my side? You know who I'm talking about, right? That was this dude. That is how old that meme is. It was him. It was him all along. Says, I was paying attention to your message, okay, and I got fucking yoinked in the head because of you, okay, by the big bull dude. I know I don't have to fight the big bull dude, but I get like this, okay? I have to do better. Let me join, I need to vent. Soon, Monolith, soon. It's we have to get through a chunk of the stream before we can do call-ins, because this is amazing, though. This is absolute class.
Content creators who actually turned out to be not very based because they're supporting this game. Guys like Smash JT, Hypnotic, and Nure on Twitter. Nure actually called me a homophobe on Twitter, and I was thinking...
Where's that caption? People who seem to love the gays.
Nure on Twitter. Nure actually called me a homophobe on Twitter, and I was thinking, do you work for BioWare now? What's baffling to me is that they don't see the forced 2025 global homo politics that are being obviously injected into this Christian game. But I also have a suspicion that they would be totally fine with trans stuff and gay stuff in every game from here on out as long as the game had tits.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you, okay? I am probably far more politically inclined or politically active than your average person is. And I am obviously a lefty, so that influences some of my takes. Dude, if the game is bad because they focused on gay shit, that sucks, and I'm not happy about that. But if the game is good and it has gay shit, then why do I care about it having the gay shit? What is the actual issue for me from the perspective of someone who just likes the game? If it's good, no? Jesus. And the
What
game
you can
apparently
count
is
on
very
from this
good.
channel is I will always call out the wokeness and degeneracy. I'm not okay
That's
with
very
gay stuff
sad.
in a game just because it has tits in it. If you want to know my real views on this, I am for free speech in games. I think developers should make whatever game they want to make, just like I can choose to
Clearly not. The developer did decide to put the gays in the game and you're having a fucking shit fit over it.
not play their game. What my channel is about rejecting the wokeness that has infected every single game and development studio the past few years. Me not recommending this game actually has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a Christian. Had there been a based Muslim video game in which he followed his religion strictly, and then they made him gay in the second game, I would be 100% against that. But nobody seems to see the hypocrisy in their position on this, and I have a suspicion it's because of woke right content creators who, like I said, are okay with gay stuff as long as...
Woke right content creators? Is that a new breed that has been created in the outskirts of YouTube when I was not paying attention? The woke right? What's that one about? What are they politics like? 'Cause I'm curious now. Unironically, I kind of want to know, you know? Like, what's the woke right got to do with...
Reject Gein's return to Christianity.
True. Famously also Christianity known for not being even remotely gay. I dodged that fucking hit way too early and it keeps fucking me in the ass.
there's tits. But it's okay, my dudes. I leave y'all with the words of Jesus. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. I'm out.
Profound. Very, very profound. I feel closer to God by the virtue of his words. Truly. Okay, we have to watch that debate, right? We have got to. I'll try and defeat this enemy. I probably will die once again, and then we can do the debate. I feel like I shouldn't fight him yet, because I remember that you can skip past him, and then you can just come back to it later. And maybe I should do that, but I'm kind of just like too aggroed now, you know what I mean? To be fair, I'm not doing well. Like, he has a lot of health left. We can do the debate in a sec. It is a very sad state of affairs to be like this dude, though. Like, unironically, it's just so... It just feels sad, you know? It truly feels sad. I forgot I can do this. Oh, I fucking destroyed him, didn't I? Jesus, I can transform into a proper demon boy. Fucking wrecked him. Good and proper and all. Inject more wokeness, true. Like, dude, the gay mafia is clearly winning, though. Like, unironically. Can't believe I haven't heard of this guy before. Such an amazing, just such an amazing take by such an amazing dude. Okay, I feel like I dodged that one, but whatever, game. Okay, we will, okay, fuck me. I was doing well up until that point, for what it's worth. I'm still curious about the woke right, though. I do want to know what the fuck that is. Dude, there's so much shit between his ears. Yeah, I want to watch the debate now. Hold on. What is the name of the dude he debated? Andy Pants Gaming Debate Actman, is it? Debate Actman. It isn't a historical game, by the way. He also hated Baldur's Gate 3, a literal fantasy world having gay characters. You know what, Anadel? I don't even need to double check that to take your word for it. Because, like, obviously, you know, obviously. Do you think he jacks off to that furry image he keeps showing? He definitely jacks off to things he complains about. It's just, it's
What's
so
up, everybody?
Amazingly bizarre. It's absolute fucking peak content. We can do call-ins after... we will do a chunk of this debate and then we can do call-ins, because I imagine a lot of people want to rant a little bit.
This is the Act Man here, and recently I did a debate with the YouTuber Andy Pants Gaming. Now, some of you may be familiar with him, some of you won't be, but I did a debate on his channel, and because he's been deleting comments, or, sorry, disabling comments, enabling comments, disabling them again, disabling the live replay chat, unlisting the stream, republicizing it, he's just flip-flopping on all of this, and just for the sake of authenticity, transparency, I'm reposting the entire debate here. I hop on the call at about 6.5 minutes in, so 6.5 minutes after whatever this introduction ends. But that 6.5 minutes might be important context to get an idea of what his attitude and vibe was prior to the debate, and, you know, see how he's handled things after. To give you some context, this guy was the one who made a video called Woke YouTubers, in which he alleged that I was a gay communist, chilling for the woke agenda or something, with no evidence behind it. And so,
as I've watched their content on a consistent basis, I've realized these dudes are so deep in the gay communist agenda, they can't even criticize it anymore. Actman is indeed good at playing an act. He's good at appearing natural and looking like he's riffing. The reality is he's reading a careful script that has definitely been run by his handlers at Activision and Bungie and other DEI departments.
I came on to debate him about various things. Not really sure what was going to happen, but things did not go the way Andy wanted, and because he is not being transparent and he is trying to hide things from his audience and from my audience, I feel it necessary to post the stream in its entirety here. So feel free to go down to the comments and roast the fuck out of me, make fun of me. I encourage it. I always try to welcome criticism, and, you know, it helps me get better as a person and as a content creator. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I don't always handle things the best way, of course, but I'm not going to silence you down in the comments. So go talk shit about me, say whatever you want about the debate, and because Andy's not offering that on his channel. So 6.5 minutes after this is when I jump in to debate, and that runs until the very end. So watch, make up your own mind, and enjoy.
What's going on, boys? About to get Actman in here in a second.
Weirdly,
Hang on one second. Trying to figure out why my icon's not showing up.
We go on.
Oh, there it is. What's going on, boys? About to get Actman in here in a second. Looks like we're streaming.
Bellular News is gay and communist based. Dude, I don't like Bellula. I don't dislike him. I'm just not very fond of him. And now I'll have to defend him. Because I'll have to defend... I will have to defend a dude who I don't like over his very casual coverage of World of Warcraft while he pretends to be better at it than he really is, because of an allegation made by a gaming YouTuber commentary channel who called him a gay communist. That's where I'm at currently.
I'm stoked about this. So I'm going to send him the link right now. Let's see if he joins. All right, Actman has the link. Let's see if he.
I'll come back here later.
Let's see if he joins. Just waiting on him. My country is LGBT free. Good. That's a good country right there. Actman, how can I use this for content? Exactly.
A country be LGBT
Hopefully,
free,
it's
like,
mutually beneficial. He can use me for content. I can use him for content. It's fine. Do you guys want to ping him on Twitter? Maybe ping him on his server because he's not. He has the link now. I'm just sitting here waiting on him. He's not clicking on it. Wait.
Why don't you like him? I know the game and I think it's pretty good. Bellula, the only thing his overall coverage I couldn't give a fuck about. All of the World of Warcraft YouTubers and content creators feel the need to release tier lists going into every single new patch, because obviously releasing a tier list is something that you have to do in order to establish that you're good at the game. And Bellula's tier lists are notoriously dog shit inaccurate. But unfortunately, him and like-minded people influence the public perception in WoW quite a lot. So you're left in a situation where his tier list is completely fucking removed from reality, but you still have to contend with random 5-heads who think that he knows what he's talking about and he doesn't. Like that, to be blunt, that's my actual frustration with it. Like I used to, when I would play WoW, I used to raid Cutting Edge, and when somebody, like when we had a new guild member or whatever the fuck, or when we were recruiting, or when I was just reading all chat and people were bringing up Bellula and people like this, it's just like, bro, just kill me. Just kill me now. I might have been wrong. I hear the gay when he's not reading from a script. Okay, Chino, expand on that. Expand on that one.
On you, Actman. Guys, is he gonna pussy out? Is he gonna puss out because leftists are pussies? Is Actman gonna run away because leftists are cowards?
Bro. Breach, bro.
Okay,
Breach.
he's typing me a message. Let's see what he has to say. I got a cold. He got COVID. StreamYard ain't picking up my camera for some reason. Trying to fix it. Okay.
Such a fucking
all right,
retard,
dude.
Bro.
All right. If anybody,
Okay. Interesting.
All right. If anybody wants to join the stream and talk to me or ask me a question while we wait on Actman, then shoot me a message on Discord right now. Because Actman says that he's having technical difficulties, which I'm sure is 100% legit. All right. Until Actman.
I keep saying this. When you go into a debate and you have like this level of confidence, it sort of fucks you twice if you then perform really badly. You know what I mean? Because like you've just... Wait, do I not have... Did I not pick up my soul thingamajig? Hold on, I need to go and retrieve it. Because obviously the problem that you then have is that you're being very, very confident. You just performed very badly in that debate. And if you performed very badly and you were this overconfident early on, then obviously you're in a situation that is a less than ideal, isn't it?
Gets in here, I'm gonna
Hey Queen Bee, I'm gonna told you hi, but hi.
Have some random people come in here while we wait for Actman.
It does glitter, but it also just makes you look like shit.
Dude, how's it going? I'm surprised the Actman hasn't joined yet.
Yeah, dude, just sitting here waiting on him. Dude, you're the guy who was playing Fortnite yesterday. Who you sounded like a 12-year-old hopped up on high C.
No, dude, that wasn't me. I didn't have the fucking anime profile picture.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I
Dude, no, I was the one who talked about what females fucking play in the gaming industry, which is
okay.
match 3 and CS and fucking sim games.
Yeah.
Oh my. Bro, this is like a fucking content goldmine. Can I get in that community? Can I just read? I'm not going to argue. I just want to read what do the females do in gaming. I always wanted J-Tools with his $12 microphone to tell me how do the broads play games, you know? That's what I always wanted to know. Why would I talk to any women about it if I can get J-Tools to tell me? I can hear the obesity in his voice. Bad says, okay, bad, but also true.
I got to mention another one, and I think this is important to mention, is fucking mobile games. Do you know how big the mobile game market is?
Dude, it's funded by women. They're all playing Candy Crush, I think.
Dude, why do you think they bought fucking? I think you actually mentioned this in a video. Why do you think Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard? They bought it for fucking Candy Crush.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, they could give less of a shit about like the smaller games, which sucks because, like, and I saw your video.
Did you just boot him out?
There he is,
He's
boys.
just fucking mid-sentence, doesn't apologize to his own chatter, doesn't do like, hey, no, he's here, I have to go, just fucking yeets him out of there and moves on with his life. The disrespect. J-Tools was talking about the broads and he just fucking yoinked him out of there, just immediately. My boy deserved better, come on.
And himself.
Yeah.
All right, Ackman, I have one question just to start off. In the words of the African prince, why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Who says I'm gay?
You're not gay. It's just that you were supporting.
You didn't follow through with the line, bro. Come on, man.
You were supporting Leon mods that were gay, and you were anti-Ashley mods, and I was wondering why you did that.
You were supporting Leon, who was gay, and you were anti-Ashley, who was straight. Explain yourself, little bro. Explain yourself right this moment.
Based, I guess, throwing out his side piece because the main shit is here.
I mean, true, and I understand it a little bit, but at the same time, like, dude, I would feel bad if I did that to someone, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like every time, Monolith has been calling in a lot lately, and I feel like every time I want to make sure that Monolith enjoyed the call-in, you know what I mean? I want to encourage him to call in the future, and this dude just like, I don't know, maybe you get like this when you're a bigger content creators. Maybe it's just manners, I don't know what it is, but fuck me, bro.
Huh? You're wondering why I did... What are you referring to?
For Resident Evil 4, you were in support of Leon mods, in support of gay Leon mods, acting like they were no big deal, and you were again, and then you called people that were pro Ashley mods. You were like, "Oh, they're weirdos."
I don't know if I said the term weirdo. I mean, if you have the tweet, we can go over it, or whatever the tweets are.
Yeah.
Do you have that on you?
So what I have here is this is my opening. Why?
I was asking Chido to expand on his thoughts earlier, and then I didn't read through them. I want to read through them. Chido throws out bangers. Okay, Chido didn't tell me. It's kind of sad. And also, Stepan, thank you very much for another 100 biddies. Big oiling in here. Big oiling. I encourage it.
This is your project file.
This is my Google Doc. So I thought this was one interesting tweet. You said,
yeah, so I mean, we can start off with this stuff, by the way. Like,
dude,
I'm down to freeform.
Dude, I'm just going right into it, and feel free to ask me a question whenever you want. But I think a lot of people are familiar with the Nexus mods scandal. How they're banned. So people just wanted to remove LGBT trash from games, and Nexus was banning them and not allowing them to. And then the reverse was not possible. So basically, people are not allowed to remove LGBT stuff from games. And what you said here was, this is false. Nexus mods is not working to delete mods that remove pronouns from Starfield. Mm-hmm. And then there was a clarification note that said from Nexus mods that said this is actually true. If we think someone is uploading a mod on our site with intent to deliberately be against inclusivity or diversity, then we will take action against it.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you think this is some kind of like gotcha? Like, I mean, when I admit to mistakes, like,
so do you not see the double standard that people are allowed to put like gay stuff in there, but aren't allowed to remove it?
Are you talking about Nexus Mod's double standard?
Yeah.
Because, well, I mean, they're an independent company, aren't they? So they're allowed 100%. To do what they want. Of course, there might be a double standard.
Okay, first dub for the Andy Pants, okay, dude. He's doing well. We're only like a minute in, but he's solid. I can't wait for the crash out.
Standard there. But there's also the idea that no matter what they choose, they're going to piss some group of people off, right? If they allow mods like that, they're going to piss off one group. But if they take them down, they're going to piss off the other. So it's really a no-win situation for them.
Yeah.
And that's kind of up to people's own interpretations. But yeah, I believe I corrected that mistake that I made. Maybe a quote retweet or something. So if that's all that can't be all the ammo you have. Surely you've got something stronger.
Oh, no. My other question is, does the fence ever hurt? Do the splinters ever hurt from sitting on the fence so much, bud?
Oh, so is this the route you want to go down?
This is the route I want to go down. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Dude, just unload the ammo on me. Dude, I'm ready.
Are you sure about this, man? Because I don't think you're cut out for this. I don't think you know how this game is played.
Sweetie, I am. I'm so cut out for it.
Then why have me on?
Sweetie, the anti-gay dude does the sweetie. Come on.
And you have done such a terrible job of purging your digital footprint.
Go ahead. I had an old Xbox channel that was stupid. Go ahead, pull it up.
And an old Twitter account and a few old YouTube channels. And I have your permission.
Go ahead, dude. Do you want to call me homophobic now or later?
I don't care about that shit, bro. I care about you being a fake. And that when the people find out who you really are, the leopards will eat your face.
Go for it. Go for it. I've changed. I'll be super transparent on what I've changed my position on and what
people find out who you really are, the leopards will eat.
Oh, the leopards. All right. I thought he said the lepers will eat your face, and I thought we were doing like some religious shit here I didn't pick up on.
Your face.
Go for it. Go for it. I've changed. I'll be super transparent on what I've changed my position on and what I haven't changed my position on. I've always talked, even on my old Xbox channel, I talked about the woke garbage. It's just people didn't want to hear it at the time. And now my new channel, people want to hear about it. So I talk about it more.
Yeah.
But okay.
You certainly do.
So I seriously though, dude, I really do want to ask you though, before we get into like digging up junk on each other. Dude, look, I loved your videos from like 7 or 8 years ago. And do you agree that there has been a steep decline in masculinity in video games since that era of like 06, 07? Like, I know you love that era of games. Do you agree that there's been a steep decline in masculinity since then in games? Steep
decline. I mean, there's obviously still instances of games that have masculine protagonists, sure. But, you know, I would have to watch your masculinity video in its entirety. I think I watched about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
And that one hit the algorithm. I noticed a change in the type of content your channel has. But to answer your question, if there's been a steep decline, how do you quantify masculinity? I mean, like the Doom games, like 2016, Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages coming out. We just had Space Marine 2.
Oh, sure.
That's pretty fucking masculine. I mean, Leon Kennedy, Resident Evil 4 remake. I think Leon Kennedy's a fucking badass, pretty masculine. Isaac Clarke, the Dead Space remake, pretty fucking masculine.
Exactly, but which is a remake of a 2007 game.
Right, but those are still remakes released within the last couple of years, all featuring protagonists that we all consider to be fucking Giga Chads. So obviously there's some contention around your premise that masculinity has fallen off on a steep decline or something. In some ways, sure. Maybe there's more pandering. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that we had Medal of Honor, we had Sam Fisher, we had Ghost Recon, we had all of these great like masculine characters in games, and it seems like everything now is either a remake. Like what new very masculine character has come in a game recently?
New?
Yeah.
Are you talking like entirely new franchise?
Right. It's not a remake of a 2007 game because that just proves my point that games back in the day were more masculine and everything's feminine now.
I think you're just moving the goalpost because you were talking about masculinity in video games, and I gave you several examles of protagonists, but now you're saying, what about new characters? So you're kind of just moving the goalposts on this.
I don't have to move the goalposts. Dead Space is a remake of a 2007 game, so that proves my point. So, yeah. But you disagree. You disagree that games have been feminized. You disagree that masculinity is in decline in video games. Is that what you're saying?
I disagree with some parts of what you've said. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, has the check cleared for Payday 3?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. All right. Hit the bank account.
Yeah, sure did.
Okay.
It's great that someone is you can finally confront me on that, man. Oh yeah, go for it.
Good. Because it was trash. I don't see how you could justify. I mean, right now there's like 5.
Do you want an actual explanation, or are you just looking for cheap gotcha moments? Because I'm telling you, man.
No,
my closet is clean.
Dude, okay? I do want.
And I have found a lot in yours.
Oh boy. Okay. I do want.
Hey, silly. Thank you for the 50 biddies. New face. Don't trust it. Looks sus. It looks like what you see in your dreams. Come on, buddy. Just let's be honest with each other, you know? Watch this. When I do a falling attack, my guy just belly flops on his head. Look at that shit. Boink. Fucking class, bro.
I want an actual explanation.
Okay. Well, the explanation is that the version of Payday 3 that I played in New York, I was told by certain people at the company, like, you know,
Jesus, fuck.
I guess the word liaison would be the right word, like the creator liaison, the person who's talking to the content creators and telling them the plan and all that. And I had gotten back from the New York event, and I had checked the footage because they sent us all home with flash drives. And I checked the footage, and it's all corrupt. And I started talking to the other guys who were at the event. I was like, dude, do you have any working footage for this? Because mine is just totally fucked up. There's no audio. So there was technical problems at the event itself. Then when it came time for the beta, I think it was the public or the closed beta, they had 2 of them. I played that, had more technical problems with the servers. And I asked them, hey, is this what the game is going to be like when it comes out? Because like I'm having server issues. And what I was told is that the version we played in New York was a newer build. And so I went into that with the impression that, okay, you know, I'm going to put...
Guys, is there a timestamp that I should maybe skip ahead to? Or is the whole thing going to be, like, valuable? Because currently they're kind of talking about, like, Payday and shit. I don't know how much I care about that specifically. I haven't played Payday. It's been a while since I had any interest in the Payday franchise. They're kind of fun to play, but you need people to play them with. And I hate playing these kinds of games with other people because people just slow me down, broskies, okay? And I'm sorry to say, but that's just the reality. Okay, we'll keep watching then. We'll keep watching. The whole thing is valuable. Roger that.
Post this video. I'm leaving for a trip.
I will speed it up a little bit though.
And I'm going to post this video before I leave. And I hope it doesn't turn into a shit show. And I feel like if I do have serious regrets about that, because if I had just done a better job in the intro of saying like, hey, the game is not out yet, this, you know, please wait for reviews. I wish I had done that. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Repentance. We all have to repent, you know, for our mistakes and ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
You're a religious man, aren't you?
I am. And I appreciate that because several people had brought that up to me, and it's good for you to hear an explanation for it.
I mean, that's the simpler explanation is that maybe it was a miscommunication from this guy. Maybe he was told something by someone higher up and he relayed that to me like, oh yeah, don't worry. It's a newer build. And so like, you know, these people had, the event was professional, everything except like the small technical difficulty.
Well, I am curious about that one. What is that, Leonard? What is that? What am I looking at there? That can only go one of 2 ways, okay? And depending on which one it is, what Saku's getting banned.
There's no way I give these brownies to my friends and they actually start lactating, right? What happens if I give this to like a guy? Are they gonna start lactating? You know, guys should lactate. Some guys have bigger boobs than me, you know, like when they get like that crazy ass pump after the gym. Some guys have crazy pecs, so you know, it's just sort of a waste that, you know, they don't have a milk supply. But if you're telling me these brownies could fix that, then, you know, because no.
True, actually true though.
I hadn't ever really done like pre-release reviews before. Like I don't often get invited to those things. I think I've done Halo Wars 2 and Payday 3 are the only 2 events where I think I've been actually invited out to. I talk a lot of shit, so if you want to accuse me of being a shill, I don't get invited to a lot of things.
Did you? So you truly liked Black Ops 6? You truly liked the new Call of Duty game? Because that feels like we're waiting for the check to clear from Activision as well.
You're not allowed to like things without being paid.
The funny thing is that parts of your audience don't know that you're joking.
No, I'm not joking, brother. I swear to God.
I hear you laughing. Like
I'm laughing at the fact that I think you were.
I don't think you're an idiot, bro. If you're familiar with my content, you have a very good understanding of why Activision does not pay me or offer to pay me, nor would I accept offers for payment.
You're talking about their game. You're still talking about their game, and you just said, what did you say? Treyarch is cooking with this one.
Yes.
So has the check cleared? That's my only question, because the game is dog shit. I've played it. The game is dog shit.
Objectively, of course, right? Your subjective opinion. Yeah, you're fucking with me, bro. And it's like, it's so easy to sniff it out, man. If you're gonna, I thought this was satire at first. What you were doing, I thought you were making fun of video game critique. Video game. Sorry, go ahead.
Just because I'm chuckling doesn't mean this is a joke. I 100% think the game is trash, and
you honestly, legitimately think I'm being paid by Activision,
dude. I do wonder if it's secondhand.
You're a smart guy. You're not retarded. Let's not insult both of our intelligences here, okay? If you genuinely think I'm being paid by Activision, you have never watched a single Call of Duty video I've made.
You're still talking about the game though, so I'm trying to piece a lot of these things together, like why.
And you're doing a really bad job of it.
Why you don't talk about woke stuff? Why you there's certain rakes that you avoid stepping on, and I wonder if it's to be more palatable to your corporate handlers. Okay, all right. I knew you were going to deny that, so it's fine.
What?
Here's my other.
No. I'll answer that question.
Yeah.
I'll answer that. Why do I avoid? So I watched about 2 minutes of your woke YouTubers video, and I could not stop laughing. And I was like, I gotta sit down, get some popcorn, and really enjoy this. Right. I especially liked the part where you were like, why don't these YouTubers talk about racism directed towards white people?
Yes.
And you know what? You're right, bro. I started working on a new video. It's called "Why is the Great Replacement Theory So Bad?" And I think the fans are gonna love it. We're just hard pivoting to political content on my main channel. I'm all in. I'm like you, man. I'm all in.
Dude, I get it. You want to protect your money. You want to protect your cash, and the way you do that is by playing both sides.
I am true to myself, Andy.
I want to protect my money too. I get it.
I know, at the cost of your own soul, man. You are sacrificing something that when you go up to the man upstairs, he's gonna know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I've gone through your history. I have all the archives. I have the community post you deleted yesterday about us. You're so bad at deleting things and hiding things from your audience, bro. I have it all. Okay. Are you familiar with poker terminology?
And I want to see all of it. And I want to see all of the ammo that you have on me.
All right. Well, I mean, you're in a position where the leopards might come to eat your face.
Oh, I can't wait.
When your audience sees the things you've tried to hide from them,
go for it.
They will turn on you. Some of them will.
Tell us what I've hidden from my audience. Go for it.
All right. Well, we could start off light, but you're a huge fan of Starfield, aren't you?
At one point, I was a big fan of Starfield, and I have and I'm glad you brought that up, because I actually get in fights with my own audience sometimes, because sometimes there's aspects of Starfield that I will justify, and I was a big fan of Starfield at one point, and over time, as I've played the game more, I've played it more, and I've realized that, so if you're talking about my pro Starfield Xbox video that I made at one point.
Well, I'm talking about that and the hundreds of community posts sucking it off. You want to talk about corporate chilling, man? Go down to Andy's Xbox channel and look at all the undeleted community posts he has sucking off Starfield.
Dude,
go check.
No, absolutely.
If you want to accuse me of being a corporate chill, bro, we can play that game.
I just like the game. I wasn't paid off. I wasn't paid off by Activision the way you are.
They pay you $5.
Wait, so the exact thing he just accused the Actman of appears to be another thing that he does. He simply finds a game that he likes and he talks about how he likes it, and he's allowed to do this, but the Actman fella isn't. Am I getting that correctly so far?
$5 for each of those community posts, bro.
No, go for it. Everybody can go look at it.
Look, you're faking this confidence, and I've seen through it. Okay, I see through this facade.
Go for it.
Your audience might not at this point. But if they watch the video that I create, they will. Some of them will, you know.
Go for it. So one question for you. Concord had 3 black females in it and not a single white man. Did you
3 too many, isn't it?
Did you think that was strange at all? Did you think that was strange at all that it had 3 black females in it and 1 white man, or are you just going to ignore like obvious stuff?
This is the hard-hitting stuff, bro.
No, it's just a question. Can you answer
I'm just asking questions. No, I was more distracted by how unappealing all of the character designs were. Imagine, like, see, the thing about you, Andy, is that I've seen older videos of you.
Yeah.
I've seen things, and you are capable of having good, like, nuanced, well thought out takes.
Ooh,
what you're but what you're hard pivoting to right now is built on a foundation of lies and hatred. Okay? And you're pivoting to this.
Hatred towards what?
Towards anyone that's gay, all the LGBTQ community.
Did you say that you're a Christian earlier?
I would not say I am a Christian. I'm not like a practicing Christian, but I do at times talk to friends, and
that is going to be, unfortunately, that's sort of the stage at which it gets kind of boring with these kinds of people. Obviously, it's going to be good for the act, man, and it's clearly a debate that is worthwhile because, I mean, you guys recommended it for me to watch. But it's sort of, once you get with a religious person to a point where they hate LGBT because they're religious, like, where do you go from there? You know what I mean? Like, that, any conversation that could have been had can no longer be had. It's just, it's sort of, what can you do, you know? Christians shouldn't hate anyone. I mean, obviously, but if you go in that, like, I don't think that these people, religious people, generally speaking, aren't that bothered by like incongruent arguments, by hypocrisy, by things that just flatly do not make sense on their face. A lot of people are fine with hypocrisy in their like ethics. It's just, I used to assume that they're not when I just started streaming. I used to think it's like one of the most important tenets ever. But like for a lot of people, it just straight up isn't. A Polish party in the waiting room. Sheesh, okay, I did not realize there's a fucking queue. All right, first of all, Cheeto, thank you for letting me know. Second of all, well, let's do call-ins for a little bit, shall we? It's I did not realize we've got that many people waiting. I'll try and do it one at a time, so let's try and keep these reasonably short. And then, you know, if people want to jump in, then, I mean, by all means. Hey, Monolith, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, hey.
Oh, your microphone is... Something's happened to your microphone.
Yeah, like I said, my microphone is not the best of qualities, so...
It's not the best quality. It's, like, I literally cannot quite make out what you're saying because it's so robotic that it hurts to listen to. If you can say something and then listen to it on Twitch, just so you can get a vibe of what I'm saying.
Okay, what about now?
He's not any better, unfortunately.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
With this quality, if there's nothing that we can do to fix it, I don't know if call-ins are going to be possible currently. Because if you listen to it, if you listen to yourself back on stream, it's like it's very painful on the ears. You'll come across incredibly robotic right now.
No, is it better or worse?
I don't know what you said. I think, are you asking if it's worse? I kind of made that out. But it's just the same bad. Hey Wiz, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. If it's really that bad, then I think I should go.
If you manage to fix it at any point, do feel free to jump back in. It's just, it would be not possible to have a conversation currently.
How about now? Is it any better? Is it any worse?
No difference at all, I would say.
Okay, what about now?
It's all the same.
I honestly don't know what to do at this point. I'm getting a new microphone soon, so maybe it will be better, like, for the next stream.
So just see if you can plug it out and back in again. See if that helps. And then if not, then for now we will. Like I said, for now we won't be able to do call-ins. But if you all want to jump in the waiting room and just maybe try your audio a few times until someone can tell you if it's working or not, then like that would be perfectly fine too. Okay, I think maybe I shouldn't have given you that advice, because if you follow that advice, then now your microphone doesn't work at all. It's yeah, it's looking rough, buddy. Deep fried mic. Yeah, it's rough. Something, but you were calling in only just the other day and it was fine. It's just something weird's happened in that short span of time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell.
It's a little bit better right now. It's not quite. I wouldn't say it's quite call-ins ready, but it's like marginally better. But I also have no idea what happened. It's a shame that it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man.
You're back. You're normal again. I can hear you fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. This is fine now?
Yeah. Let's try and speedrun this in case your microphone fucks up again. Just fire away.
Like I was saying, listening to this dude was giving me a headache. Even though I was playing a game to chillax while listening to your stream. Like, dude was talking some of the weirdest stuff. Like, it made me like pause playing and look at the stream. Like, is this dude saying for real, or did I misheard something? But hearing him was like, dude, how is it possible to be this? Like said, he was supposed to be 40. How does he sound so fucking demented?
I truly have no idea. Like, I'm with you though. I have no idea what the fuck is happening in his head, or why it's like I don't know. Like it's sometimes it's not rare. I wouldn't say so. But bumping into like genuinely homophobic people is always like quite an experience, because of how I feel like, so I'm not gay, which means that I don't deal with these kinds of people on like a daily basis. And obviously I don't usually get to know how people feel about gay people because I'm not gay. So I don't have these kinds of conversations. But I imagine like gay people will probably like experience this more frequently. But from just the perspective of someone for whom this is quite rare, to hear a dude be like genuinely homophobic, and for no reason in particular, just like, yeah, my God up in the sky told me to be, is just so... It's just so fascinating.
Yes, especially his whole talk about the religion. Like, it made me like stop everything and just like sit in silence, like trying to process that. If he actually said those things, like...
I mean, yeah.
Like
yeah, but he actually did say those things. Like, verbatim, he actually said them.
Yeah, verbatim, which is the biggest thing. Like I can't believe dude got so tilted just because you had an option.
Yeah, like, and that's what it is, right? It's just in the Kingdom Come Deliverance, it's just one of the options for romance. If you want, you can have a homosexual character, which from like pragmatically speaking is probably a good thing to have. I want my video games to have as many options as is possible, because it's like a sign that the developers cared to include it, that they want to broaden out the audience as much as possible, which is always good, especially if it's like a franchise type of a situation, because it means that more people might buy the game, more people might play the game, and if I enjoy it, then there's a higher chance that there are going to be DLCs or content in the future. It's just like, from a purely gamer perspective, the more of an appealing a game is, the better that is for me. But not to this dude. Yeah. To this dude, it's strictly off limits if the gay mafia gets involved.
Yeah, just the whole thing like sounded way more like conspiracy, like a conspiracy theory. Like, I felt like I was watching that.
Is, right? In a way, he believes that like there's the big global homo agenda. So he probably does believe that there's like an actual conspiracy angle.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that dude Alex with his whole globalist stuff from US. Alex Jones, was it?
Oh god, yeah, Shrek. Yeah. Shrek's big on that shit.
Yeah, like, listening to that dude, like, kind of remind me of Alex Jones and his rambling about the globalists. Like, it made me, like, pause, like it's sometimes hard to believe that some people are just like that, like, when you just see the examples of people that you can be still surprised, like...
Yeah, I mean,
just
it's not normal, is it? Like that outlook on life in general is just fucking pathetic to listen to.
Yeah, it genuinely is, like... getting tilted over something so small just because it doesn't conform to your ideas and because someone decided to change something.
Yeah, I feel bad for the dude's kids, like unironically.
Yeah, kind of same, not gonna lie. Because I don't think I would be able to handle something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's I would absolutely fucking hate being around him on like a day-to-day basis. It would suck so much.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do other than laugh, though.
Yeah. Nothing else we can do but to laugh at the man. But yeah, sometimes the kind of people we meet in this world can be surprising. Like, sometimes the genuine belief in something so stupid, like, it just takes you back.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate is what it is. It's unfortunate, it's ridiculous. It's good content, but it's just sad to think that this dude has, like, those are his genuine thoughts as well. Like, it's not just a he's not like memeing or anything. This is genuinely who he is.
Yeah. Hearing people like that is just making me honestly feel like, man, we are on the highway to hell, like, since the COVID times. Just like we're sitting and watching the insanity grow.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, unfortunately, these people have always been plentiful. It's just, I mean, it's rough and it's difficult to listen to, but it's not like homophobia is nothing new, right? Especially from like this bullshit fucking religious perspective.
Yeah, like, when he mentioned just that religious point, I was like, is he on something? Like, because I don't think this kind of argument is normal. Like, it felt psychotic, to be honest.
I mean, you'd think so, but apparently for people like this, it's just his everyday life, which is somehow more depressing than all of this.
Yeah. That is a sad thing. Sad state of things.
It is. It's just unfortunate, kinda, in like a very demoralizing way. It's just unfortunate. Although I do think we're kind of looping at this point. So
yeah, I agree. Well, it's always been a pleasure, like, as always. So
yeah, I mean, and hopefully no mic issues next time. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll. Well, I should get a new mic by the Friday stream, if there will be.
There's. I'm not planning on canceling it, so something impromptu would have to happen, and
yeah, and hopefully that new mic will be better than this one, because currently the thing I'm using to talk about is the audio thing from my laptop itself.
Yeah, then there will definitely be an improvement.
Yeah, I hope so. I got a recommendation for a good mic, good headphones with mics. So yeah, like I said, it's been a pleasure, and I'll be in the stream.
Yeah, same here, buddy. And if you want to hop on in again, then by all means, just let me know.
Yeah. All right. See ya later.
Take care, buddy. Okay, chat, let's see. I'll catch up on chat real quick, because I've not been taking care of you guys as well as you deserve to be taken care of. And hey, Rezi, how you doing, buddy? Oh, if we've got Rezi here. Rezi, I've heard on the grapevine that you might want to talk to me. And I'm guessing that's also why you were messaging me earlier asking how long I'll be on. If you want to do that, I'll just finish the call-ins, and then if you want to jump in so we can have that conversation, then by all means. I'm going to call you soon. Okay, then I'll carry on with the call-ins. I'm not sure if the guys in post-stream vibes want to... Stepan, are you wanting to call in as well? Because there was another person, I think. Oh, no, I think maybe they were just in post-stream vibes. All right, Beans it is. What's up, woman?
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
question for you. I'm just doing. I have a question for you. Have you actually played Kingdom Come Deliverance?
I played the first one. I didn't get very far in it. It didn't feel like my kind of game.
Oh,
and
really?
then
Okay.
I've watched somebody else play through a good chunk of it, but I couldn't quite resonate with the combat system, and I kind of just dropped it quite early on.
Oh, that's really interesting because so Mr. Bean's like fucking and I watched Mr. Bean's play it as well, and like the combat system was quite in particular like the reason that he really got attached to the game, because it's kind of it's pretty unique, I would say, and also very unforgiving. But that being said, the reason I ask is because it's interesting that this is happening with specifically with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, because like I don't know if you know about the original like KCD and how it had like Gamergate connections.
No, I do not.
Yeah. So basically, like I think it was like the director or whoever who had supported the original Gamergate movement. And you know, and there's like, and so like some there, you know, you can still find some people who are like, ooh, yeah, that's sussy or whatever, right? But it's just interesting that this is happening with this specific game. I imagine that there's quite a few people who are reading about the gay stuff who are probably more feel more betrayed because of that Gamergate connection.
I mean, I would wager that. So obviously, this is just my like outsider's perspective, if you will. I would wager that the big problem that some of these fucking lunatics are having is rooted in the fact that it looked like, at least it seemed like the developer was sort of against the idea of the main character being homosexual in the first game, and then he changed his mind around it completely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, I guess I like for me, it doesn't. I don't really care that they change their mind. I suppose like if you want to do like a historical accuracy thing, like I don't know, I have no idea about any of that. So like I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was historically accurate or not. If the like son of a blacksmith, who eventually turns into a fucking knight at the end of the movie or the end of the game or whatever, would also like harbor, you know, homosexual thoughts, like I don't know. I don't really find that part too interesting, but I'm sure some people would be able to craft a somewhat decent argument with it. But then at the end of the day, it's very. What's more interesting to me is the fact that people are gonna cuck themselves out of like what's a really good game, just because, you know, the gays.
I mean, effectively, if people wanna, if these idiots want to deny themselves an ability to play a genuinely good game because they're somehow triggered by something that like they're in control of, then I mean, all the better as far as I'm concerned. Like if those people could have like that exact same attitude towards not eating food because they think it's somehow like cursed or some shit, I don't think the world would lose anything. Like I think at some point we can't. At some point,
Holy
you just...
shit, top 5 cheers, Crisp2 Kek.
Hey, Stepan, thank you very much for another 100 biddies. And yeah, Jesus Christ, you're already in top 5. Fucking hell. Do keep them coming, though. That is a highly encouraged behavior here in this channel. But, like, unironically, Jesus Christ. Make sure you don't overspend, my guy, okay? I don't want you to, tap into your savings. But yeah, no, to go back to the people who are upset about the gayness, like, it's stupid. I feel like, I remember, so this is a funny story. I don't think I told this on stream before. When I was, one of my, like, first RPG games that I've played when I was a kid was Dragon Age Origins. And I only played that game because, hey, Stepan, thank you for another 100 bits.
I'm good, don't worry.
I'm glad you're good. I only played Dragon Age because my brother managed to download us a copy of it. Because like back then we wouldn't buy games because buying games in Poland was a luxury at that point, and we're also not well off, so it was like a luxury that we could not afford. But my brother was kind of tech savvy, and he figured out pretty early on how to like download games and shit safely. So he got us Dragon Age Origins, and I played that game, and that was like my first time ever playing an RPG. So like even the concept of a romance in a game was something that I didn't even understand, because the only games I've played up until that point were strategy games. And I remember, I don't know if you've played Dragon Age Origins ever in the past.
Oh, yeah.
So you remember Zevran, right? The gay assassin. So
did you do that? Did you do like the gangbang thing?
I didn't. So no, the gangbang thing. I think that one comes later. What happened is I knew the game has like a reputation system, but I didn't know that reputation system is tied to like an actual romance until I figured out that it is from, I think, me romancing Morrigan. But I also, I didn't sort of like, when you're a kid, when you're a Polish kid and you're heterosexual and everyone around you is heterosexual, sometimes it's easy to forget that gayness is a thing, in fact. Like, it's just a concept that you forget when you don't have it around you. And so when I would have these like dialogue options with male characters, I would go there as well, because I was like, hell yeah, he's going to like me more. He's going to give me more approval. And the first fucking gay scene I've ever seen in my life was that moment when you're talking to Zevran and he offers to give you a massage. And I was just like, yeah, bro, I just had a really tough battle. A massage sounds really good and we'll be friends. And then like we started fucking making out and shit. And little Chris was not happy about it. My brother kept calling me gay for like 2 months at that point. It was just, but it's so weird to be upset about it. You know what I mean? Like we still laugh about it every now and then because of how fucking ridiculous it is.
That's so funny. And also, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure that was an experience for young Chris. But like, if I'm remembering correctly, the sex scenes in Dragon Age 1 are they're so goofy.
They are. It kind of fades to black after you start making out, but like even young Chris knew what's happening. No. Okay, I knew the banging's commencing.
Hold on a second. Wait. Did you? Oh no! Wait. There's. Did you really fade to black after kissing? Because
no,
there is
what
a
I
full-on
actually did
sex
is
scene.
yes, but
it's not
when we started kissing, I quickly loaded the previous save-in because I was like, no, that was not what I wanted to do. It was too late for my brother not to laugh at me, and he was, I think, I think he knew that that's what that line of dialogue does, because he was egging me on to do that. It was like, yeah, that was a difficult battle. You should tell him to give you a massage. I was like, hell yeah, bro, let's go. You know what you're doing, and he did know what he's doing. Okay, he's the gay one. But you know, he's just, you can't live past the allegations, and it becomes a part of you. You know, it was a core memory.
I mean, I think I understand. I think I understand why they're mad about it being an option, even though they're not obligated to do anything. They could like stick with the tits all they want. They could, have them be straight.
Yeah, I mean, they're mad because of it feels like it's the global homo agenda, right? They feel like every game has it and is just being forced on them. And now this game that previously told them they're not going to have it is now also having it, and they're unhappy about it. Like, I understand that. It's just what they're unhappy is fucking childish. Like when a child, a child is unhappy about something that is also stupid, like, I'll feel for you, but at the same time, like, bro, you're a little retard and you should do better, okay?
Yeah, I think that it's just to me very delicious and funny that they're going to just and not let themselves play what has been like. I mean, this has been a game that everyone's been waiting for like fucking years, and the fact that they released it, I think they even released it like early. Like they had one announcement date, and then I think I could be wrong on that, but I could check. But as I understand it, it was like it caused a lot of waves when it was announced because everyone like expected it to come later on.
I mean that could be the case. I'm not too sure about like the exact release date, but the thing that always makes me laugh about situations like this is that games can be cheapened when there is a focus on representation and not enough focus on the actual story in the game, in the actual writing. Dragon Age, the recent Dragon Age is a very good example of that. Recent Dragon Age has been made worse by the fact that they were very, very caring about making that game inclusive, and did not give a flying fuck about the actual lore of Dragon Age. Like, that shit sucked, unfortunately. It didn't suck because there's a non-binary character. It sucked because there is a non-binary character, which I like, and then every other part of the game is just missing. It's half dead. It's not as good as I was hoping it would have been. But that's not because the character is non-binary. That's because the developers didn't care about making the game good. When you have developers who care about making the game good, and they include a non-binary character, and like that shit is pure fucking fire. You want that shit, and you want as much of it as is possible. But, you know, these people, you can't talk to people like this, right? He doesn't like it because he's religious, and there's nothing that you can do to change his mind.
And it's funny. Well, it's even funny too because the whole Jesus Christ be praised thing. It just because people are saying it, and even he was citing like whatever the fucking actor or whoever saying it on his Twitter as like a apparent you know statement of his beliefs, but it's apparently not. I mean, it's just that they say it so many times in the game that even now, if you go to the like Kingdom Come Deliverance subreddits and like the meme subreddits and shit, it's all over everywhere. People will post Jesus Christ be praised, like, oh, it's our boy Henry coming around again. Like these are just things you hear over and over and over again in the game, and they've just been turned into memes. Okay,
Yeah.
so
It's,
like
yeah, but it's also like that angle on a more serious note, on a less memey note, like that whole I never understood. So religion is on a downtrend. People aren't really religious nowadays. Nobody really gives a fuck, and religious people are clearly unhappy about it. And like there is an entire demographic out there of religious people who happen to be gay, and that demographic is religious. Like these people are religious, and they could bond over that religiousness. They won't, because gay bad. Just no impact on their lives, no significance whatsoever. It's just gay bad, therefore relevance. And it's just like, it's just fucking stupid, is what it is.
I mean, it's just it is a cope. I am kind of glad that these kind of people are like more or less a dying breed. Not gonna lie. Just because it's. I mean, I actually know. You know what? I don't know now with like the whole like cultural shift towards like anti-woke, DEI, that all that shit. You know. But
the woke right apparently is a thing now. That's new.
The woke, yeah. I'm okay. No, hold on. Yeah. Okay, Chris. I'm actually serious. If you find out who these woke right people are, let me know. I want to know who they are.
Trust me, if I find out who the woke right is, you will know who they are because I'm going to make a YouTube video about it. Because I don't understand what the fuck that means.
The only person I can think of that's like a Twitch person, not a YouTube person at all, is like Gorps. If anyone knows Gorps.
I mean, sort of, yeah, I guess. But then all that boils down to is just someone who's on the right, but isn't like a homophobe or isn't bigoted. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just.
Yeah.
I don't know
well,
if I'd call that the woke
that's
right.
the woke right.
Yeah.
I mean, no, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. That sounds about. Also, you know what I wonder is that if you and this is just hypothetical, but like I wonder if people who. Because obviously you're going to have more and more minorities be like Republican and be like conservative and all that shit, right? So I wonder if like these people are going to be part of the woke right, you know? Like if you're Hispanic,
maybe, I mean, I
and
guess because you've had
and
the
you're
entire...
trying to like make things better, yeah.
Yeah, because you've had the entire MAGA MAGA commies, right? That was like a thing that kind of came out of nowhere as well. So maybe there's something. We're in for an interesting time.
Wait, MAGA
communism, yeah, MAGA communism. So the like the Trumpies that are commies, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
Have not heard of MAGA commies. I'll go look it up later. But yeah, I mean, I think just like people who are like trans, people who are LGBT, but then are also on the right, they're probably going to be labeled as woke as soon as they try to like advocate for better rights for themselves within their
very
own,
possible, yeah.
Within the Republic.
Let me just really quickly. Para's saying that if I don't acknowledge him soon, he's going to Sudoku himself. So let me just, Para, you have
just tell him
acknowledged, okay? But I'm just saying, okay, there is a TTS that would automatically acknowledge you if it came on the back of a $1 bill, all right? It's not a high price to pay for attention. Just saying, bro. Just saying.
Just tell him that you love him and also fuck him.
Fuck him as in like the sensual kind of way?
No, just like no. Just like fuck you, but also I love you.
Yeah, what she said, Jack, basically.
All right, sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna hop off so you can talk to Dad. Have a good one.
Take care, and I will hopefully talk to you quite soon.
All right, see ya.
Okay, Stepan, I saw that you want to hop on in as well. Give me 1 second because I can't pause this game and I don't want this fucking ape thing to kill me. So I'm just going to beat the shit out of it. And then as soon as that is done, we can... I will drag you in and we can do Collins, and then I think Rezi's ready for me. Is there more, or are we done? Okay, we're done. My entire chat told me they love me, fuck me before they went to bed. Why doesn't the mod drag them in? Because the mods might not know when exactly I want them in, right? Just come on, my mods do plenty for me. Hey, Stefan, how are you, buddy?
Welcome.
Hey,
I'm a bit sick, so yeah, that's new.
no worries. You've
I
already.
guess.
I dragged you into this channel and you said welcome, so I feel like you've already giga chatted enough to get away with a little bit of illness.
Yeah, I can. I will deal with it somehow. So yeah, like the fact that this dude is so fucking at the fucking end depends, going so fucking hard right into the religion point of like no gays allowed. That's crazy for me. Like even though in the church fucking children diddlers were a thing for the fucking ages, like pedophilia was everywhere, but no, gay bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not
We
to
can't
mention,
have that.
like, not to mention actual like actual homosexuality in the churches as well. Didn't we just have a situation in Poland a couple of weeks ago where police had to be called in an ambulance because a bunch of priests invited like a male prostitute that they were fucking in turns, and that male
And
prostitute...
somebody had a fucking no seizure, but a fucking heart attack.
The prostitute had a seizure, and they wouldn't call the ambulance because they didn't want people to know that they were having like wild fucking libations with a male prostitute. Yeah, like that shit is that's just religion every day.
It was a heart attack, not a seizure.
We are living
if I'm
through
correct.
messed up times.
It could be. I don't remember the details.
Shout out to me, Rootsy. I hope you are staying
think
warm.
it was a heart attack.
Ice beer,
Yeah,
one
but
love.
that is the case, and also like the fact that really fucking religious person. If you play, you can fucking rob, kill, and fuck around. But yeah, gay bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you praise God, but killing people on the one hand and stealing from everybody you can see, it's okay. But no, gay bad.
Yeah, it's just
we can have that.
Yeah, and it's so boring nowadays. You know what I mean? Like there's no originality in it. There's nothing that makes you want to listen. It's just it genuinely just is so boring to listen to someone do a whole gay bad. Yeah, it really
it's
just
is fucking
slop.
It's brain dead as hell. The point like they don't make any new points. They're just using the fucking gay bad. God say gay bad. Bible said something. We can have that. No. You're going straight to hell, or you have to be put down, basically, as the fucking Bible verses. So
yeah,
great
Jesus.
start.
It reminds me. It's always the weird religious people. I made a video a while ago on my channel where it was an impromptu video, but I found this. So I should make another video about it. I don't know how aware my like broader audience is of VTuber culture, but a lot of VTubers use something that's called an Oshi mark, and it's basically two emojis that come after each other, and it's a way to those emojis like are identified with them. And it's a way to use those emojis to talk about who your Roshi is or who the VTuber that you like is. And I found like a whole fucking bunch of religious VTubers who use the symbol of Christianity, the cross, as one of their Roshi marks. And one of them regularly plays Fortnite, and not Fortnite, sorry, Roblox, where she tries arguing with 14-year-olds that they will go to hell if they're gay. It's just such a fucking strange thing.
Crazy.
Yeah. There's a video on my channel about her though, so if you at least wanna, if any of you guys want to check that out, it's I think it's entitled something like an unhinged VTuber Bible thumper threatens people with eternal damnation or something to that extent. It's just the whole thing is fucking mental.
Yeah, but at least it's fucking interesting. Like even
it's interesting, but it's interesting in like I would hate to be you kind of a way.
Yeah, but it's original, I would say. Like, no fucking Andy puns. Gay game, it's bad. I don't want to play it. It's slop. At least it's great in the way of being unhinged. Because, yeah, that shit is fucked up, but at least it's content. At least we can fucking talk about it and make people aware of the shit that is happening right now. but not like another generic fucking
I can't talk right now. I'm
gay
making
game.
piss.
But don't buy it. Shit, because it doesn't have the fucking way of I don't how can I say it? Nie ma już takiej siły przebicia po prostu. Another fucking article about game being gay, so it's instantly
it's
bad.
just I know what you mean. I don't know what I'm trying to think of what a good way to phrase it in English would be.
Yeah, I was also trying, but I couldn't find.
Yeah, because you're talking about like the factor, right? The like the clickiness of it, the debate of it. It's just I know what you mean.
Yeah. So that's fucking not even interesting at this point. It's just how fucked in the head the fucking Andy Pans guy is, because how can you pay so much attention to the people you can fuck in with video game? Like
it's also it's someone who you also don't apparently want to have sex with. Like that's the main thing. Like when I bump into like a character I don't want to have sex with in Dragon Age or whatever, I just don't, you know? I just don't have sex with them. It's sort of very easy to do when you have full control over the buttons that you click.
Yeah, I had like fucking 5 Cyberpunk playthroughs, and in just one I went with the fucking romance option with Kerry Eurodyne, just to fucking see what's happening there. Like, and that's it. Like, wow, I have an option, so I'm gonna use it fucking once.
It's
I'm the big gay now.
The global, the homo globo.
I'm the homo globo. Yeah, I'm the fucking.
Yeah, that's how it begins. The next thing you're gonna do is denounce our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna go fucking satanic and shit like that. Yeah.
That's how the gays
big homo.
win. Yeah,
like the global homo action going on. Yeah,
I love that. I love that mafia. The global homo. I am definitely making that.
Alert.
I will. Yeah, don't worry. That one that's coming
that
home.
Shit must be. It's must have. I guess. The fucking global homo. I love that shit.
It's so slow. It's amazing because you think when somebody tells you that, like, hey, did you watch the video where like a gaming commentary channel talks about the global homo? You'd think they're fucking with you. You'd think it's like an ironic thing.
It has to be, but it's not.
Yeah, not in this case. In this case, it's very explicitly what he believes.
That's crazy. It's not even a fucking clickbait. Everybody would say that. Yeah, that has to be clickbait. That the dude has to be trolling. No, the fucking global homo.
The most dangerous of the mafias.
The most dangerous of them all. World was at peace until the global homo strike.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, that's how it starts, right? First you give them rights, and then what do they want? Be able to have sex in a video game or something.
God.
Yeah, we can't have that.
Yeah,
I mean, come
crazy.
on.
We don't. No, we can't.
You've got to draw the line somewhere, right?
Yeah,
so
because
silly. It's just so stupid.
After that they will become fucking politically correct right wings. I am the fucking positive. How did he say this? Like, what right wing? He said.
I remember he said that the game's dead to him.
No, also like in the fucking debate, he talked about the conservatives, like that the Actman is some sort of politically correct right wing or something on conservatives.
The woke right or.
The woke right, yeah.
But I don't think he was, for what it's worth, I don't think he was talking about the Actman dude. I think he was talking, because that was in a different video. That was before the Actman.
Yeah, it was about the fucking...
It might have been about him, I just don't know.
It's probably about both. I'm the fucking woke. Yeah. I am the woke.
Yeah, it's just you know, yeah. We learn something new every day. Because I didn't know that's a thing, but apparently apparently it is.
Woke right. I'm gonna be one.
No worries. I appreciate you calling it. It's just I don't blame you for wanting to, okay, with this shit. It's...
Yeah, that shit is crazy, even though my fucking head is killing me. But I'm having a lot of fun.
Hey, that's what we like to hear, okay? I hope that your
I'm
headache goes
gonna
away,
be...
and maybe
Yeah,
you'll turn in
I'm
gaming,
on
that's what it
med.
is.
Oh my god, no, 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 we can't have that because I'm gonna be politically correct right now. No, we can't.
The woke.
That's the
got to
worst.
you.
The woke got me, goddamn. So,
Yeah, I mean,
nice
as
talking
always,
to you.
I appreciate you calling in,
I'm
and if you
gonna
want to
be-
talk, then yeah, hit me up. We will carry on watching the debate until Rez
I'm
is
gonna-
ready, and then I'm gonna take a sharp content turn, and we'll see where that goes.
Okay, I'm gonna be lurking in chat, maybe dropping some beats.
I appreciate that,
Keep
buddy.
up the good work.
Thank
Keep
you.
up the good work. See you soon. Hear you
Take care.
soon. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, whenever Rez is ready, he will probably let me know. If I don't see the DMs, then maybe he will let us know in chat. And in the meantime, let us see what the Andy Pants has to say. Taking the rights word that I think they say actually exists. Classic lib-coded Chris. Nah, I know the game mafia exists, okay? I had a suspicion quite early on when I realized that like everyone in my community is 30 plus for some reason. That was back when I was a smaller content creator. Everyone in my community was like an old motherfucker because, you know, 30 plus is like geriatric. And then half of you were gay as well. It was just not very reflective of the society I was living in at the time. So I knew that the agenda is real, okay? Just like the, what's his face talks about the great replacement, okay? I knew that there is a great replacement of Twitch chatters going on. They were replacing them with the gay ones. As a 37-year-old, fuck you. Yeah, true. So fucking stupid.
What would it be like? Not necessarily practicing Christianity,
true.
But you talk to your friends and you
Integrity.
understand.
Act man, this is what people say online. You have no integrity. This is what we're talking about.
What?
You have
that
zero
I'm not
integrity.
a Christian?
You're trying to play both sides to make money on your YouTube channel. You have
Wait,
zero
hold up.
integrity.
You just asked me if I was a Christian. Where were you going
Yes,
with that?
I did.
What does that have to do with my integrity? Only people with...
Do you stand on your... Are you a Christian or not? And do you stand on those values?
He just said he's not.
No, I'm not a practicing Christian.
Okay.
No, I don't go to church.
Okay, all right.
Why do you ask? What's the purpose of that?
Well, no, you just started, you know, it's...
Do you think I'm like, you know, I'm a...
Oh no, Andy thought that he is. Andy thought he will like say, yes, I am, and then he'll be able to explore all the hypocrisy, but the dude just said no. What's he gonna do now?
Big fan of the 9th commandment. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
What is that, coveting?
No. It's funny. My other buddy said it. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. I'm a big fan of that one.
Oh, okay, did I lie somewhere?
Where you've done a lot of lying, buddy.
Or, okay, where did I lie? This should be good.
Yeah. Let's see. We have a funny quote from you. Let's see if I can. I found your old video on political bias and game journalism. And again, it's like, this is a good take. But see, like the audience you've cultivated is not going to like something that you say here.
Oh, great. I can't wait.
Yeah, these are your words. The more gay, lesbian, trans, and female characters we have in games, the better. The more diverse perspectives we have in games, the better they will always be. This isn't really lining up with the direction your channel is going in, does it?
Yeah. What I will say is that about a year ago, I was backing Xbox, and I think it's pretty commonly known that I used to have an Xbox channel. And then I think in those moments of me backing Xbox, I would say stupid stuff at some points. And, you know, if anybody wants to find that or Google that or whatever, I don't know.
Oh, is that one of those stupid things you don't think?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, so you completely 180 that?
So yes, it was stupid. And so what I think you need to understand is that I formerly had an Xbox channel. And when you're going down that logic of like, oh, I have to support everything Xbox does, you start to say stupid stuff and you grow.
Bro, come on. At what point where... Maybe this is something I've missed. Maybe those in my chat who are aware of these internet cultures will be able to tell me. Was at some point that being affiliated with Xbox to be equivalent of needing to talk about gayness and representation being good? Is that like a thing that happened and every right-wing Xbox aficionado had to just be quiet? He was literally gay for Xbox. Yes, Chino, that is what he's saying. Always these people, bro. It's every time it's these people. I don't know. He hit on a dude and the dude rejected him, and he could not fucking handle it, and now we're here. That's what this feels like to me, you know? It feels like he just... Something fucky happened here, okay? You should reevaluate certain biases.
And you become a better person and you move on from that. And so,
are you becoming a better person though?
I am.
You think so?
I am. Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and call me homophobic now or later?
You said that twice. Like, is that your?
No, go ahead. Well, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Is this your fetish? Are you into that? You into the humiliation kink?
I'm.
Yeah, you like that? You fucking homophobe.
All right. Well, just know whenever you want to be like, oh, you're homophobic. I've got a response ready for you. So whenever you want to do that. So here's my next question.
You think so little?
Dude, why am I don't get it. I need to stop being hesitant when I go into debates. Or maybe I need to just explore different circles of the internet as well. Because I swear to fucking God, talking to people like this would be so easy and so good for you. Like, what is he doing?
Given that LGBT are a tiny 3% of the population, is it strange at all to you that their depravity is being pushed in 100% of games now?
100% of games.
So let's go back.
Every single game that you will find has been taken over by the gays. What say you, Twitch chat? What say you? We start debating people on TikTok. That would require me to use TikTok though, wouldn't it? Sort of the requirement there. I don't want to do that. I'd really rather not.
I want to talk about one more thing.
Up and in, Stefan. How you doing, buddy?
So the thing he just said, like he was working with Xbox, so he was politically correct. Earlier in the fucking the previous video, he talked about the fucking developers had that they had to make fucking main character option of being him being gay. The dude is fucking projecting right now. Like he was politically correct because of Xbox. Yeah,
exactly, it's what Chido said. He went gay for Xbox. Like that appears to be what he's done. Yeah, he was really into Xbox and he figured out, you know what? If I just say no homo at the end, it should be okay.
He was the gay for Xbox, so right now everybody who changes his mind or like swaps between being full straight or we have fucking gay option. Now you are gay for the fucking new owner of the fucking studio, I guess. What the fuck? The dude is so fucking projecting right now. Like,
and it's just, remember, with these kinds of people, the thing that is always the weirdest is that he chose this crusade. He went there. It's not like there was a reason for him to start, like, attacking gays. He chose for that to be the topic. And it's always weird when these people start projecting, because he did, like, he could have gone his entire life while playing video games and just play video games the way you enjoy, however you enjoy. He had an explicit option for doing that. And what he did instead is start doing commentary wherein he appears to basically sort of very, very obviously target gay people while also saying some weirdly gay shit all the time. And it makes you wonder. Like, what's the actual reason behind this? Like, why are we here?
Even in the point, also, even if he does the fucking commentary, he don't have to talk about these kind of topics. He can just fucking avoid them or not fucking push them, because he's a fucking game journalist, if I can say so. Like, he makes fucking reviews or talks about video games. He doesn't have to fucking push the narrative about like wokeness and stuff like that. He don't like it. He do not like it. He can just fucking say it once and fucking go on, not make it a fucking whole.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, there is an appetite for this. So obviously, like the question with these kinds of people, it's always fascinating, because if he went gay for Xbox, then I'm guessing the reason for why he did that was because he saw that there are profits in there, and now he made a profitable channel where he attacks gay people. So now all of a sudden, like the big religious vibes are up and coming. It's just he finds a topic he basically finds a profitable topic and he begins exploring it. And with people like this, you can't trust the word they say because you have no point of reference for their actual thoughts. Yeah, they're literally there to make a bag.
Which is, I guess, fucking do your job, get money, but fucking hell, don't attack people about it. Like, don't go after fucking developers or fucking
Yeah, but remember,
studios
being gay is bad. Okay, it's the global
It's
homo
bad,
and all
yeah.
that shit. Yeah.
Global. Hey, fucking god. Mets are talking right now. The fucking global homo strike Poland, I guess. Fucking I
Yeah, I mean, it's getting it's getting bad here, you know? People are allowed to, like, in certain places, people are openly allowed to be gay, and you can't have that.
Yeah, we can't, literally. Going to Gdańsk, goddamn, you see gays everywhere.
Yeah, it's taking over, dude. I went to the city center the other day, and I saw one black person, and I knew that's it. Poland is no more.
Yeah,
So it was at that moment. Yeah, it was at that moment that I came to understand the leftist woke mind virus took over my beloved country.
God, we are cooked. We are cooked right now. There are more and more black people. I saw a few Asians when I was in Gdańsk.
Well,
we are fucked.
Look, I go to Asian food places as much as the next guy. Okay, they get a pass. Like, come on. There are so many good ramen places around here. You can't.
Yeah, also
that's the thing
kebab,
that fixes racism, right? It's just
the good food.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I want to say it. I want to tell so fucking joke, but it's so fucking right now.
Hey Gibbs, how are you doing?
I am going that.
Yeah, just make sure you don't break any TOS, okay? That's
yeah, that's the shit I'm worrying about. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell this joke. I'm gonna keep it in mind. But yeah, nice talking to you once again. Keep up. Have a nice time.
Yeah, plus, you know, you can always DM it to me.
Yeah, I'll probably will. Okay, see you, bye.
Take care. Hey Gibbs, living the dream. That's what we like to hear. Okay, I did just get fucking destroyed by that enemy. Just in case Rezi will be like listening or whatever, like whenever he wants to do the call, I am here and I am ready for it.
Because this is a pretty radical thing you've said. The more gay, lesbian, trans, and female characters we have in games, the better. I want to focus on this because...
Can you answer the question? Not something that
what question? There's 3% LGBTQ plus. Why is there more representation in games?
They're 3% of the population. Do you find it strange at all that they're being pushed in 100% of the games now?
100% of the games. All of them.
Yeah.
Everything's woke now?
Dude, it's
everything.
Homo flags are in everything, yes. Homo flags are in everything.
Being
Wait, Cheeto, which one is that one? Which one's the homo flag?
Pushed in every single game. Obviously, like, you're like 100% of the games that, like, you're... No, come on. Let's be real. Do I think it's strange?
I get it.
I don't necessarily...
I get it. Play both sides. You have to play both sides so that you can keep making money off both audiences. God. I just want the right-leaning audience to know that you have zero integrity and you're full of shit. That's all I want them to know.
Boy, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Yes. Okay.
You're too...
So moving on...
You're too pure for this, man.
So moving on, why do you...
Wait, I didn't answer the question.
Okay,
do I think it's strange? You want a real answer? No, I don't think it's strange. I think corporations do what thinks will make them money. And as you see with Concord, clearly didn't work out. Didn't work out. They didn't make money off of that. Do I think it's strange? No, it's a noticeable pattern you could trace at least... Well, not just back to 2020, but after the BLM protest riots, after all of that,
there is trans flag on trans character's car.
Oh, not allowed. Come on, the trans flags in places, like, there is just one flag, okay? And it's the flag of old Poland. That's the only flag that's allowed in these kinds of places.
Like, that's when a hard push began, where corporations started being like, wow, there's a lot of popularity behind this movement. Let's capitalize on that. Let's, like that famous fucking, what was it, a Pepsi ad?
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think it's strange that they're pushing it. I think it's strange that they push it as hard as they might have done in Concord, but that game failed for a variety of other reasons. Not just because it had gay people in it. And it's like, I mean, you're using all the right dog whistles to get the certain audience and crowd that you want. And And it's like, and sorry.
Manners, bro. What in the fuck? Where did that come from?
You know, I can respect the grift to a certain extent, but you have absolutely no grounds to question my integrity when you have none.
Dude,
he did the same thing that Rezi did in the past, where he just randomly shits himself on stream for no reason. You guys remember that, right? The short review that we did.
You play. I mean, I get why you play both sides, because you can grow a bigger audience.
You keep saying that. I don't play both sides. I make fun of both sides.
Not pissing off the gays.
Yes, that's how I grew my channel. But obviously
right. You have zero integrity and you play both sides. I get it. That's classic.
That's what I do, buddy. I mean, I play both sides. That's why both sides hate me at times, because I make fun of both of them, because I don't restrict myself to 50% of the material. Why would I do that?
When have you ever hated on the LGBT community in any
One of my most popular videos is feminism and SJWs versus video. What are you talking about?
Favorite pride flag is Polish flag. True, we are the minority, okay? I feel like there are more gay people now than there are Polish people in Poland. Which is predominantly because most of us have immigrated to the UK, but still, I will use that point to fuel my own biases and to make sure that they all know the real agenda, the anti-Polish agenda.
Old video.
It has 5.4 million views, bro.
I'll be honest, I played Star Wars Outlaws despite people saying it was super woke, and it was actually fairly enjoyable. Dude, I had a similar experience with the new, with the Dragon Age game, Dragon Age Veilguard. Like, I thought the game was fine, it just wasn't a good Dragon Age game. But as far as, like, the game itself goes, I had it was a fine RPG. People were making it out to be like, it's the end of the fucking world. Now, as the Dragon Age 4 that it was supposed to be, it failed, and it failed big. But on its own, as just a game that I played in my free time when I had nothing better to do and I just wanted some game to play, it was fine. There are a lot. The one bad thing that you can say about it specifically is that there are better games that you can play if you're bored and you just want to play a game. Like, you can play much better games. There is no need for you to limit yourself to a game like Dragon Age Veilguard when you've got shit like Ghost of Tsushima that you can play at any point. But it was just an okay game. That's all it was. Poor Rezi is crying, please, Chris. I don't believe you, okay? Rezi's too strong to cry.
What do you?
People are like, what happened?
You keep moving the goalposts on everything.
It's like the only good Dragon Age games. I actually enjoyed all of them. I like Dragon Age 2, even though it's definitely the weak. Well, it's not the weakest anymore. I'd say Veilguard is the weakest in the series. But I enjoyed it when it was considered the weakest. The mage gameplay in Dragon Age 2 fucking slapped, bro. And I really liked Inquisition. Obviously, Origins is the best. You will find no argument with me on that point. But I liked all of them. Veilguard was horrible as a Dragon Age game and with the writing. I don't think so, bro. Granted, I haven't completed it yet. I don't know if I will, to be fair. I haven't had a lot of time to play video games recently. But I think as far as an RPG game goes, it's okay. It's nothing to write home about, but it doesn't, let me put it that way, it does not warrant the level of criticism that it has received from people for being like the worst fucking creation in the recent memory and shit. Like, it's not great, sure. It's nowhere near that level of bad.
When have you ever made fun? The Hogwarts Legacy shit was last year. You don't know anything about my channel, bro.
People are like, what happened to that act man? That's honestly what people are saying now. What happened to that act man? Because he went away. He disappeared.
No, he didn't. I made the Hogwarts Legacy video last year. What are you talking about?
Questionable.
What? Questionable? What do you mean? That video's still on my channel. You can check it out right now.
I'm telling you what the audience is saying about you. They're saying that you fell off.
Yeah. So you're just regurgitating what your audience is saying. I don't care what your audience thinks. I care about what you.
Let's look at your Discord. I thought I did. Oh, Rezi's in my channel. Okay, that's probably thanks. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Rezi.
Oh, Hi. Hello.
Did not realize you jumped in. Yeah,
I don't care. Don't apologize. Why did you end Collins for me? That's fucking weird. Why would you do that?
I didn't end Collins. Okay, first of all, hold on.
You said
You are
on
not
stream, I'm going
clouded
to
enough
end
for
Collins.
that, okay.
No, you don't get to do this shit where you get to treat me better than like your audience. That's disgusting.
Hold
You're
on.
repulsive.
First of all, yeah, pipe down.
Yeah.
Okay, I would not end. You would have
Pipe
to have at
down.
least twice your numbers for me to end Collins for you. That was a nice way of me telling my audience that, hey, I want to talk to Rezi today because I agreed to talk to him earlier, and I don't know how long I'll be on, so let's just try and keep it at a reasonable pace. Okay.
Don't do
To say
that.
I
Don't
ended
do
the-
that. That's stupid. I will just sit around and wait until you pull me in.
won't.
It's fine. I can
won't,
make content.
Okay? Bro, it's getting late.
Why?
I have work in the morning is why.
What do you
Not all
mean
of
it's
us-
getting late?
Not
What
all of
time
us
is it
just
for
get
you?
money off of people on the internet, okay? It's 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. What time is it for you right now?
10 p.m.
It's like what? It's like midnight.
It's 10 p.m.
When do you work?
What do you mean, when do I work? Monday to Friday, dickhead.
Like 8 a.m.?
Yes.
You have 10 hours? Bro,
Hold on.
literally.
That is
Okay.
not 10 hours, okay?
All right.
First of all, I end the stream, I take a shower, I usually prepare some food. I
Yeah,
see if
so you
I
don't
can,
have to shower in the
see if-
morning.
yeah, I see if
How
I can
long does it take
debate-
you to shower?
I see if I can debate my girlfriend into having sex with me, okay? That sometimes works out.
That's
so
not something you should be
obviously gonna
doing. You should just
like-
be saying, hey, we should fuck. That's it.
Well,
All
yeah,
right,
but then,
whatever.
no,
You
I'm
shouldn't
just,
be
I'm just
debating
ready
them.
for the counter arguments is all. I'm just look. I'm a few steps ahead. It's
What's the
simple as
count?
that.
The counter argument is just like, okay, cool. There's
do a
no
helicopter, bro.
what?
Come on, you've
No,
never done the
okay, that's
helicopter.
weird.
It's in the nature.
No,
it's
I
very,
don't do
It's
that.
very, very. Women find it hot. Is all I'm gonna say.
Chris. God damn it. Okay. All right. Regardless of all that, it's 10 hours. You can do it on set. You can. I've been living on like 5 for a while. One of these days I will sleep. It'll be great. Yeah, your video on Sunday.
Yes.
How are you feeling, bud, about everything around it?
I would say overall, if I feel, let me preface it maybe like this. I have been getting sort of two waves of feedback coming my way, 3 now actually, which is because I think a few people were like just reaching out with my video to other content creators. I've gotten a feedback that is to do with sort of how attached to Kilo my video was, which obviously created certain issues with people who then used Kilo to discredit my video, and with people who just had issues with Kilo, which I think that's fair feedback. I've had people tell me, I've seen people, I think yourself, you can correct me if I'm wrong because that's secondhand information, and Queeman said that that video was better than Kilo's, that they've enjoyed it more than Kilo's. And the weirdest
I mean,
yeah, sorry, go on. No, we can do it one at a time.
Continue. No, continue.
And I was going to say the weirdest feedback that I've gotten was from, I would say to a certain extent, Beckett, which I don't mean weird in like a bad feedback or anything like that. It's just, it was a lot of feedback because me and Beckett were talking for 3 hours about my video. And it was a lot of feedback that I've received from...
I heard you...
Go on.
I heard you talk to him about technical stuff. I haven't seen your conversation with Beckett.
But that's the thing. Weirdly enough, we spent 3 hours talking about it, but Beckett has only watched the Kilo interview section of my video, and he hasn't watched anything else at the time of giving that feedback, nor, as far as I'm aware, after that feedback was given. I've seen him talk to Aiko afterwards. Well, I've seen him talk to Sunday first afterwards about my video. Which, again, without watching it, I was sort of curious as to how that will come across. When he was talking to Aiko, he did say that he was told by people that apparently the video is better than he's been given it credit for. And when you actually watch the video, which I don't know what to do with that feedback, because everything that Beckett told me about Kilo was useful to me. But I don't know how much his mind would change if he just watched the rest of the video, and he didn't. So I don't know to like what degree of that feedback is going to be applicable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's the first thing. I already yelled at Kilo about this last night. Don't do a part video, right? Like, don't have it be something that you need to attach it to someone else ever. That is the stupidest idea. That's why people think Pixie is extorting Destiny, because 100,000 plus have seen Sunday's video and 30,000 plus have seen Beckett's video. So yeah, don't ever do that. Make one full piece and stop depending on other people. It's not just you depending on Kilo with your video, right? There's like literally a section where you're like, Nick Diorio says this, Kid Notkin says this other person says this. You're talking about Nick Diorio, who constantly is leaking all sorts of shit to people in behind the scenes. He spreads out information constantly. Like, this is Diorio is mad at Sunday because Sunday upped the game. Literally in the calls, Diorio's like, yeah, I just want it to be out. Yeah, and he's like gonna act all like high and mighty now that it's out. He's got his dreams and his wishes fulfilled and whatever. No, dude, it's like he actually has some parity with reality. Diorio is a terrible example. I don't know kids stuff. I don't know the one. Willie Mack? Was it Willie Mack another one?
Yeah, but the thing is, they weren't complaining. The complaints from Willie Mack and Diorio, they weren't really to do with the.
I don't care about their
DMs.
Complaints. I care about your complaints for using. All right, you're complaining
so
about
that's where I'm
leaking this.
Well, no,
and
not
you're
Sunday
using
leaking
people
this. Sunday leaking it in a way that doesn't remotely care about like Pixie's safety or doesn't give any peace of mind to the fact that she is.
Do you think anybody cared about her safety? Do you think that she had like a literal therapist around her that watched her write the suicide letter that she wrote to Destiny, that she's just closing up shop, she's withdrawing from everything, and didn't 5150 her? Do you think anybody cared about Pixie?
When you tell me that you want to hear my reason for why I'm bringing these people up, then I'm bringing them up because I care about the way that Sunday did this. And it looks like those people do too. And if someone like Nick Diorio is known for leaking shit left, right, and center, and if someone like Willie Mack is far from a moral paragon, and it looks like all of those people are in agreement that what Sunday did regarding his treatment of Pixie is fucking unhinged, then I feel like that warrants that warrants inclusion, that warrants paying attention to, because it looks like all of those people who do bad are in very uniform opinion about the fact that the way how Sunday went about mentioning Pixie in his video and talking about her and the extortion angle is fucking mental.
Another one.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, people in the South hate black people, South Africans hate black people, and Indians hate black people.
Yes, and if Sunday hated black people, I would include that in the video too.
I mean, that's fair, yeah, if he did. But here's the thing, like you're just saying, you're leaning on all these other people when it's like, why are you doing that? Like, I hate to say it, I feel like this is just a shitty argumentation form from you. That is just you basically handing off and giving reverence to these other people rather than actually making the arguments yourself. See, and you make the arguments well. That is something I'm very frustrated with your video. Because you do this a lot, and the one time that we talked about this, what did I say with the fucking DGG shit? I'm like, hey, don't tie yourself to these people because they're not going to stick around.
See,
because that's
the thing.
How they are.
As far as I'm concerned, what you're saying makes sense to me. I have a YouTube channel. In that YouTube channel, I share my opinion on things. And when people click on my name in that YouTube channel to listen to my opinion, they're there for my opinion. All of that makes perfect sense. That exact thing when I told Beckett was very strongly disagreed with. That exact thing was seemingly very strongly disagreed with by President Sunday in Beckett's chat, which to be fair doesn't really matter what Sunday thinks of this because I'm not going to take his opinion. But the feedback that I received from Beckett, for instance, is the polar opposite. Beckett specifically recommended that I should have spoken to people like Sick Unchained, and he named a few others, and I should have included their statements in the video too. I should have had interviews with more people who have had bad interactions with President Sunday specifically, so that my video has a better chance of being viewed by streamers who are curious about the beef. My disagreement with that is that, like, look, it's my channel. I sort of give my takes, and if you come in for those takes, then that's what you're going to get. But it looks like now I sort of have two separate sets of feedback to contend with that are the polar opposites.
I guess that's fair, but they're not. This isn't different. Beckett's saying add more content if you're just doing a Sunday hit piece, which is what you did. Like, you did a Sunday hit piece, but you like hyper focused on this one thing, latched it to Kilo. Like, you did a Sunday hit piece without doing a Sunday hit piece. You didn't even go that deep.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. It's,
like, why not mention if you're gonna go against Sunday in this, when he went ahead and looked at Erudite's college stuff and posted that shit in like a whatever. There is like a mild box there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, but the issue is that nobody currently cares that he did something bad to Erudite because everyone believes
who cares? It's a repetition of action that even allows you to not talk about like well, I guess like, yeah, it's not Destiny. It's a repetition of action.
Yeah, but it can be discredited in the same way that going after Pixie is discredited because it's a story that needed to be told. Which I agree with the fact that it needed to be told, but much in the same way, if I
do you think your audience is that stupid that they're not going to be able to like separate the actions from like the people that happened to them?
My audience, I don't think so. I'm trying to be at least half cognizant of the fact that those videos might be watched by people who aren't a part of my audience, and that's why what I wanted to be specific about in my video was sort of.
Do you want stupid people in your audience?
I mean, depends if they're going to give me money or not. I'm not, I'm not opposed to their presence. It's content. But on a less shitposty note, the actual thing is I wanted to be specific in my video about the fact that President Sunday did Pixie dirty, and he did her dirty by like shitting on his own stated principles. I feel like anyone who's this is the weird part of the feedback that I sort of, I don't know if I just missed out on something important or if maybe I'm just thinking about this wrong. I was repeatedly told that a video like that makes no sense because everyone already knows that Beckett. Everyone already knows that President Sunday is a piece of shit. But like my audience currently is mostly not Twitchball. Or at least in big chunk, right? Especially since I started covering Polish politics. Beckett's audience is very strongly Artcom community driven. Those aren't Twitchball people. There are a lot of people who don't know that President Sunday is a piece of shit.
1 second, Chris. One second.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, sorry, I'm in a call with a guy. What's up?
There's a lot of pizza left for me.
Oh, I know.
You want to have some?
Yeah, I'll come up later. Yeah, I'm just in the middle of something.
Can I have some as
well?
Yep,
Mari took the basket up. Yep. No problem. Love you, Graham.
That was very cute.
Yeah, I'm great. No, my grandmother asked me if I wanted pizza.
Yeah, I'm asking if I can have a slice as well. Yeah, that was
You can't have pizza. Shut up.
Why can I not have pizza?
Okay.
What kind of pizza is
You're
it?
not allowed to have. It's just Domino's. Okay.
Yeah, but what kind?
It's like plain and pepperoni, man. I don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
that's the best.
We need to go back. We're
Come
not doing this. We're not doing this shit. Okay. We
yeah,
need to get
so-
back. I'm sorry. I don't want.
No,
to
you're
do
okay.
the
Don't
cutesy
worry
stuff.
about it. It's
Okay.
no, I know what we're talking about. So I made a video in which I specifically talk about President Sunday betraying his own principles and attacking Pixie in a way that betrays his own principles.
Grandma Pog,
And
Chris
from
too
everyone,
cool
A
and
lot of
Chris
people are
cool and Chris
saying,
too
yeah.
cool and-
Well, you're saying like Sunday's a shithead. Sunday's a loose cannon who just has a really intractable moral code. Like it's just kind of impossible to figure out exactly where he's going to be because he has really different weights.
He does. Yes,
this,
I would
right?
agree with this, but that's why. So for me, if you want to call someone a piece of shit, for instance, that can mean any of 1,000 things, right? If somebody being a piece of shit, depending on who that comes from particularly, that can mean absolutely nothing. But if somebody tells me that they believe X, Y, and Z, and then I find evidence of them not believing X, Y, and Z at all, actually, and they've attacked other people in the past for not believing in it, I feel like that's more than just being a piece of shit. Like at that point, you are fundamentally untrustworthy. You are a you are a person whose word means nothing. And this is a point that I only spoke with someone about this after my video already aired. I would have made that point way better if I had just run it by a few people. The thing with President Sunday that I think at least a part of my video should resonate to is that he's not just a loose cannon, he is a brand risk. And anyone who attaches themselves to someone like that should be aware of the fact that Sunday essentially made a video where he played coin flip with someone's suicide. And we ended up being in a good timeline where Pixie luckily decided to go public. She shared the lawsuit and nothing happened to her, thank God. But if that wasn't where we went, if she would have self-harmed, then like Sunday didn't give a shit about that at all. In his conversation with Diorio, he seems to even plan for that possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, planning is one thing. Acknowledging that it could happen is a totally separate thing. Like, so here's the thing, right? I don't actually know how to explain Sunday. I don't really want to defend Sunday because generally I would not have done the same action. If I was Beckett, I would have probably tried to stop that from happening myself as well, because I just I don't know. I feel like, again, it's one of those where you should just take time and realize, yeah, it's going to come out, almost immediately, and just get all the ducks in a row so that way whenever someone else decided to do something, you could put something out with actual, material facts rather than the whatever. I know a lot of people are mad at him about the extortion angle.
Right, Rightfully so.
Sunday always sounds judgmental, by the way. It doesn't matter if he's sick or not. He is coping. I said enough that as much, but he always sounds judgmental. Most of us do.
Yeah. Well, no.
I sound judgmental. This entire community sounds super judgmental all the time. That's how we talk.
I know what you're saying. I think that there is a world of difference between the kind of judgmental that President Sunday tends to sound like and the, let's say, for lack of a better term, the regular quote-unquote judgmental. The problem with someone like President Sunday and his entire extortion angle is that he phrases everything as a fact and then he triples down on it. And then he has people already fuel or provide him evidence for a narrative he had in his mind before he did the due diligence. Like, I've started looking even deeper into the extortion angle, and I'm finding more and more shit that points me in that direction of what Pixie did not being extortion. And it's annoying that Sunday will do this thing where he will talk to someone last year and be like, you cannot make legal prescriptions or legal arguments without doing your due diligence. You cannot use Pixie's name like this because it's bad. And then he does all of that. And I feel like there are enough people who weren't aware of the fact that this is the kind of person that he is, that my video, if watched, still stands. It just needs to be watched. And I understand why in some cases it won't be, on account of people just being able to discredit it through Kilo's work. Which I think Kilo's work is fine as well for what it's worth. There are things that are missing to it that I'm obviously not privy to because I don't sit in all this shit.
Missing, like, kind of, dumb in it, like arguing, oh, well, I made the video and we both left this out, but we left it here. And it's just like, okay, well, it's just a he said, she said thing. Like, there's no evidence. Kilo deleted the evidence on his own, right? With the DMs that he had half of. Kilo fucked up a lot of stuff. He went on vacation the day after he did this. So the only way he's able to respond is either in spicy chat or in random YouTube chats, right?
I mean, again, I acknowledge the shortcomings in his part of the on his part. I understand that. I think part of the frustration, obviously, it's not like I wasn't aware this is going to happen because Kilo, like, obviously people are going to click on the Kilo's video more. But like chronologically, which again, I understand this doesn't matter. Chronologically, you watch my video, then you go into Kilo's video. My video was released before Kilo's video, and my video, I have access to know. Well, no, you have no reason to be clear. Like, I understand why this is just something that I can't do anything about.
This is the stupidest idea ever.
No,
Don't ever do this again.
Just to be clear, it's not an idea.
To do a video that's supposed to lead into another video, never plan, plot, or think about that. Every video needs to stand on its own. I'm really sorry, but that's...
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, but that wasn't the intention. The idea wasn't that my video leads into his video because we've got like a big takedown plan. It was just from a pragmatic point of view, I'm making a video that says President Sunday bad, but I have no access to anything private. Kilo's making a video that says President Sunday bad, but he has access to private DMs and shit. So it makes sense that you would, like, if you watched his video and his video did the trick, there would be no point in watching mine. And I understand that, right? Especially since he has access to DMs that I do not have access to. But at the same time, it looks like when people do actually watch the video, I'm getting mostly positive feedback. There's remarkably little in the way of criticism that I'm getting. It's just people need to watch the video. And I mean,
you literally remarked a bunch of criticisms. You remarked a bunch of criticisms about it. I mean, if you want to go into technical stuff, you need to change your bleep thing. You need to start cropping images. You need to start getting similar quality images. You have a million things. It feels like you rushed this out more than Sunday rushed his piece out.
If we want to get technical. But sorry, I should have been specific because I was specific on this in my Discord earlier. Just for some reason, I think you're privy to all of those conversations when obviously there's no reason for you to be. When I say remarkably little criticism, I'm talking about like actual meat of the video. From a technical standpoint, there is a fucking world of improvement to be had. In terms of editing and everything, there is a metric fucking ton that I can work on. I'm saying in terms of like the actual arguments that I've made, it looks like when people listen to those arguments, I'm not getting much in a way of like critical feedback that like, no, actually, this was wrong or this was incorrect. It looks like I've done my homework on Sunday enough that the weirdest feedback that I've gotten, but one that makes sense to me, is that like, people already know that Sunday's a piece of shit. Which, I mean, I guess if you know, then you know. Then that's like my video is just.
So, what's your prescriptions for Sunday? What should people do? What should people do with Sunday?
Well, it depends if you're an audience member or if you're a content creator. Obviously, if you want to keep watching Sunday because Sunday's like a fucking, what was it that Chud called him? An autistic cruise missile or something like that. If you want to watch him because of the funny shit that he does or whatever, then you will continue doing that. If you happen to be a victim and Sunday's working on some kind of a piece that relates to you, then you should probably know that he's going to weaponize the shit out of you. So you should likely not provide him with any of your DMs about anything. And you
that he's going to leak your DMs and he's just going to say random weird shit, right?
Well, yes,
like literally what everyone online does. That's what you're basically telling people that, right?
Well, not quite. I don't know if everyone online does it in like such a remarkable.
In drama spaces, most all people leak shit. Sunday. All right. Here's the thing. Wait. What about? What about Chud and Connor leaking the Lauren Southern stuff a year ago? What about Chud leaking the shit to Diorio in the first place? What about everyone that leaked all the rest of this? All of these people. This is just simple internet etiquette to not overshare shit you don't want to get out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's with what you're talking about. It's like a. What you're talking about is a situation that is, at least it has to be tangibly different from this, because Nicholas Diorio, the person who you're saying does the leaking, had access to all of this. And he said very clearly why he's not going to leak it. He said very clearly that there is a concern with Pixie's suicidality, that like if he decided to publish his video irresponsibly, it would be seen as him adding to it, basically, to Pixie's suicidality.
Didn't Diorio say that he gave it to like Augie and stuff?
I'm not entirely sure. My understanding of the DMs were that basically, for whatever fucking reason she thought that was a good idea, Straight Raid was sending that to a lot of people. I don't know at what point other people started spreading it to like third parties and whatnot. I think that the problem that you have with Sunday specifically that you might not have with people like Beckett or people in the commentary community in some cases is that Sunday has a very rich history of levying like criticism at people from this moral superiority angle that a lot of these people don't seem to have. When you leak someone's DMs, and we have like the common etiquette that you don't do that, that's a shitty thing to do. But when you've lambasted people in the past for leaking DMs and that being a bad thing to do, and then you leak the DMs, that's worse than someone just leaking DMs. Because now you've established yourself as a person who can be trusted with these things. And then when you were trusted with them, you turned out to be exactly the same as everyone else, except at a cost of, in this case, Pixie, arguably to some extent, Straight Raid as well.
I mean, there's other links, I'm sure, of people that got that information out there because I mean, let's just be real. Straight Raid probably told some other people because why would Straight Raid ever talk to Chud?
Yeah, I think she confirmed that. She said that she told it to multiple people, which is why.
And those multiple people told it to multiple people,
yeah, which is why a lot
of people knew about this.
Yeah, and
anybody who had eyes could understand what was actually going on when Lonerbox brought it up on stream, which is what caused Bad Empanada to start talking about Pixie in Hassan's community and shit, right?
Even earlier than that, you were already able to tell what the fuck is going on the moment the leaks dropped, because it was like Pixie was identifiable in those, and it was very clear to everyone who knows what Pixie looks like. So anyone making the argument that this story shouldn't have gone public, Pixie should have retained her anonymity. Anyone making those arguments, I'll have big disagreements with, because I think that's unrealistic. I think that's stupid, and I think that the importance of this story being told outweighs the angle of like, no, we need to just make sure that no one ever knows it's Pixie. It sucks for Pixie, I understand that, but Destiny, the way how he carries himself means that there are going to be more people in his presence, there are going to be more women that he will want to have sex with, and there are going to be more women that he will do the exact same thing to. My criticism that I levy at President Sunday isn't that he made the video, it's how he went about his due diligence regarding Pixie in that video. Because if you want to get
his principles,
his principles are a big
lack of principles, I suppose. Yeah,
it's the betraying of your principles. The actual so this is the thing that a lot of people have been saying that, like, well, who gives a fuck about legal analysis? No one wants to, like, it's boring, it sucks ass, no one wants to talk about it. I couldn't agree more. But unfortunately, for some godforsaken fucking reason, President Sunday decided to do that in his video. He decided to open the avenue to legal analysis. He accused Pixie of extorting Steven, and he also told us very specifically that he said that Steven was, it wasn't ignorant, but he wasn't malicious. Like, it was the idea basically that he cannot be held legally responsible for somebody hacking into that person who was sending nudes to their account. And so he What that means, in like the most legal technical sense, as far as I understand, is that President Sunday is aware of the fact that revenge porn laws in Florida will not apply to Destiny, which means that civil case is the only option forward. But what he's also saying is that Pixie committed extortion, and extortion, depending on how big of an extortion it is, can be a felony or a misdemeanor. If you were talking $1 million, then I would wager that President Sunday would think it's a felony, not a misdemeanor. So he made a video where, from a legal perspective, he's accusing Pixie of committing a bigger crime than what Destiny did. Court of public opinion obviously is going to eat the shit out of Destiny, as they should, but I think it's fucking mental to make a video where you want to expose Destiny, and in that video you accuse one of his victims of doing something that's legally quote-unquote worse or has more realistic legal consequences, when you haven't done the bare minimum due diligence to be able to make that statement. And now we're in a position where Steven's now also claiming that Pixie's extorting him. And I would have a very easy time, everyone would have a very easy time if President Sunday just did his fucking job and actually researched this. We would have a very easy time saying, no, Destiny, you're a piece of shit, you're a retarded piece of shit, you didn't run this by any lawyers, you're just saying things on the internet because you want to discredit Pixie, and you can go and fuck yourself. But I can't have that conversation anymore because everyone on the left is accusing Pixie of extorting him.
I'm gonna be honest. I literally am trying to find people that are going along with Sunday's extortion thing outside of his community. I am legitimately, please send me something. I literally haven't seen it.
Yeah, so
I understand that the argument's there and some rubes are gonna fall for it, but like that was ill support to begin with. But
I don't think it's just rubes. So for starters, as far as actual content creators go, then Queeman is an example of someone. I don't know if you consider Queeman to be part of President Sunday's community.
Does Queeman go with the extortion angle?
Yes, he does. He was very.
He goes with the blackmail angle.
And no,
he goes with the blackmail angle. That's what he said.
It could be the case, and if I'm wrong, then I'll happily be wrong.
Nick Diorio went with the blackmail angle.
I've watched a part of his reaction to Kilo's video where Kilo was saying that Pixie's not extorting Steven, and he kept reading out the definition of extortion from the case that Sunday provides. So it seemed like he was defending that.
No, he literally spent a lot of the rest. He did a segment earlier that stream. He was like, yeah, this looks like blackmail, not extortion. Probably was reading the extortion thing because he got annoyed at chat. But like, yeah, he was talking about his blackmail. Diorio called it blackmail as well.
Could be. And hey, if people are not calling it extortion, if people are just sticking to the blackmail stuff, then I could live with that. I've been seeing people, people's reaction to me bringing up that she's not extorting him had made me under the impression that people are absolutely believing that she is extorting him.
So I agree. I don't think she's extorting him. If you're citing Queeman, I didn't know that Queeman was a lefty. That's the first thing.
I might have in a moment of frustration when I said everyone on the left. I don't think.
So you have that DGG animus. You have that DGG dog in you. That DGG animus, right? Is that it? I don't
know if it's DGG related. Okay, sometimes
it's DGG. It is. You guys, DGG has been demonizing the left because of Israel for like a year. It's been driving a lot of people crazy.
I have lefties in my community who are solely responsible sometimes for my demonization of the left. Okay, love you lots. Don't get me wrong. And there's like a DGG component. But we're like DGG brainworms, as present as they might be, do not fully explain the fact that, like, I mean, President Sunday, is he not a lefty?
He's the one that's making the claim. I'm asking you for people that are supporting President Sunday's extortion claim. And you're saying there are lefties that are picking up this claim. You can't use Sunday to validate Sunday as the claim.
I mean, well then, arguably not a lefty again. It depends on how you want to read it, I suppose. In my conversation,
I think Sunday's. I
don't mean Sunday. I meant Beckett, because Beckett's. When I was talking to Beckett,
a neo-monarchist.
Yeah, Beckett was. I said that there are a lot of people who seem to be supporting that claim without doing any due diligence into that claim. And Beckett's like part of the counter argument, not to the due diligence part, but to the like why people are taking it that way, was to say that they ran this by a lot of people, and a lot of people have basically admitted that this is extortion, or have said that this is extortion. Now, again,
okay, who are a lot of people? Like again, like this.
I don't think I'm going to get. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get names.
No, this is what I mean. Is you're trying to say you're pointing again to a genetic fallacy. You're pointing, there's all these people saying it's extortion, and I don't know where those people are. I just want to know Like that's I just want to know. This is what this argument has become, and this is like I think a rhetorical problem with how you're going about this in general. With the leaning on other people.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, and obviously in general, yeah, I can't give you names. I can't tell you who it is specifically, especially if like I said, if we don't consider women, for example, to be a leftist. I don't know what his political outlook is. It could be the case that, like you said, he's not defending the extortion part; he's defending blackmail. He's
a liberal.
I can see that I've
He's
got
just a
people
straight liberal.
I can see that I've got people in my chat saying that like blackmail is a form of extortion, but we can set that argument aside. I think that as long as President Sunday's running with it, it warrants being included in the video.
I don't disagree, but when you're supporting your arguments, you need to support your arguments rather than depending on other people to exist. That when I ask you where the ghosts are, you don't even show me your proton pack.
Well, yeah,
okay?
When you say support,
I don't
what
get
do you
to
mean
see
by that?
your.
Because like I provided the legal analysis.
Again, what did you do in the video that I started this with? You leaned on other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was an initial argument that I started this with.
Yeah, it's this now thing at the end that I said, like this person called him out, this person called him out, this person did.
As well as the entire thing being leashed to Kilo, you know, just in general. Like, again, when you did the Bungo Taiga stuff, did you lean on people? Did you lean on other people's statements to make your arguments?
I mean, with the Bungo Tiger, I had no way to lean on anyone. I don't network with people, so I rarely ever have a chance to actually interact with the content creators.
And the networking should be people arguing with you, not a panel of fucking ghosts that none of us can see. This is my issue.
Me, or what do you mean?
No, with you. You are the locus of your own experience, right? So if I'm talking to you, why... This is like when people are like, oh, well, I believe this thing. Look at this creator. You know, they kind of explain it better and shit. I don't respect those people. The reason I don't respect those people is you should be able to make the argument. That's like you're doing content creation. Like I don't understand how that's not.
There's one part to this that I then don't understand. Let's say that those people that I've latched it to are tainted. And from the perspective of someone who might be like, you might have just stumbled into my video. Yeah, but what I'm saying,
everyone's tainted.
I understand that, sure. What I'm saying is that let's say you've bumped into my video, and for whatever reason you've decided that because I'm leaning on these people and you don't like these people, then you're not going to listen to me. That's one thing, sure. But in the conversation that we're having,
I never said anything about that.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm saying that like if somebody wants to discredit my video on those grounds, I will disagree with it. But there's nothing I can do about it. No, I know that you're not.
I am going to break you of your DGG programming where you're imagining arguments. Okay, all right. Like I will break you of this programming.
That's just an everyday thing.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my train of thoughts.
No, you're okay.
Oh yeah, no. So when I'm talking to you right now, and you say that you need to stop relying on those people, I understand what you're saying. If I didn't include any of those people in my video, the actual arguments in that video itself would have remained identical to what they were. Because the reason why I included Kilo near the end, and the reason why I mentioned all of those people at the end, is because I've already crafted the entire narrative from start to finish, and then I tacked on a few people. Irrespective of whether we like me tacking them on or not, if they don't change the actual arguments that I'm making in the video, I feel like those arguments should still stand on their own. In which case, I've done what I've set out to do. It just wasn't quite as popular as I was hoping it would be.
Mm-hmm. And why wasn't it? I mean, well, do we need to go over why it wasn't as popular?
Well, no, a lot of that is
like, do you understand what do you think I'm about to say?
I mean,
I guess is what I'm asking.
But the technical stuff is super fair. The technical stuff is feedback.
It's not that. You cater to DGG audience and you attack their king. Like you did a piece that attacks around their king or references this at all. They have their heads in the sand. They don't want to hear it.
Even in my days of explicitly being a DGGer, a substantial minority of my audience has ever been DGG. one of the running jokes
Then
in
why
my
are your
community has
biggest
been
pieces about? Why are your two biggest pieces Hassan hit pieces?
because
you got 60K on the Hassan one
but why?
and 40 on the Nina
But
one.
that has nothing to do with Destiny. The reason why I have 60K on the
Yeah,
Hassan
it's to deal with the person that Destiny has been railing about for years and years.
The reason why that hit piece, look at the comments on that. Look at who got angry. Look at who was on my side in that video. That had nothing to do with Destiny. Those were Polish
I literally
people.
talked to you before this, Chris. I'm just going to be honest. You're being a little bit of... No, Chris, I'm sorry. You're being a rat. We talked about this before. You specifically said you were catering to a DGG audience when we talked about this shit.
Not with that Hassan
The
video.
last time we did.
If we can re-listen to the video right now. I mentioned things in that video that are to do with DGG. I mentioned that I hope that Dan's crusade against Hassan is going to be successful, but the actual subject matter of the video is Hassan being racist towards Polish people, and that's who I get the vast majority of feedback from in that video. Most comments are from Polish people. Most of the subs that came in were Polish people. Almost all of the feedback, the tangible feedback there were Polish people, not DGGers. DGGers didn't really give a fuck about that video because unfortunately, or fortunately, I suppose now with the new timeline, one of the running jokes in my community is that like the moment you come in and you're a DGG, that almost works against you because everyone's joking about the fact that like it's just it's a bad character trait of mine or has been historically to be a Destiny fan. So DGGs aren't particularly... I feel like even most people who have left the community on account of arguing with people have been DGGs, and that video did really well because I leaned into the Polish vibes in that video, not the DGG vibes.
So, you're saying if you bring up the analytics on that video, it's going to be the majority of the views are from Poland?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
From the Hassan 60 view thousand one?
Yeah. And most of the comments are
I actually like show me this. I am so curious.
If you can give me 2 seconds so that I finish fighting this boss in Neo.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
you need
will,
to stop playing video games when you talk to people.
I barely ever do.
I don't... Okay. Yeah, I need to see this because that sounds unbelievable to me. But
yeah, just bear with me 2 seconds and I'll be able to look into it for you.
Yeah, you're good. I'm bringing up your channel. I love ignoring my chat, by the way. It's like the best thing ever.
No, I mean, we're talking to one another, right? There's only so much attention you can pay.
Exactly. No, I literally have like chat hidden, like behind like fucking documents and stuff.
And I can see, I can sort of see
YouTube absolutely does give data for that sort of stuff because that's super interesting if you actually are just straight up doing that. Poll, like you're straight up poll posting, I guess.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like cater to your audience.
These are the demographics for that video. I will send them both to you, and I will say them out on stream. I'll show them on stream, rather, so that people can see.
Yeah,
them.
I'll just bring your stream up even. You know, if you bring it up now.
Copy link. Let me see.
I do like the new avatar. It's like less lowly than most of yours. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd used it. I don't know why the fuck it got cropped in such a dog shit quality.
I found you after the Hassan video, even though I never watched.
Yeah,
Destiny.
so in that video, 45 point that's 46. That might actually be.
No fucking shit.
46.2% is from Poland. Apologize right now. Say sorry.
I just don't. How is that possible?
Apologize
I concede. I'm just gonna be clear. Did they like release cell phones recently? Did they release cell phones recently? Like, how the hell did all of you?
Resiver.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. No shot though. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. That's why
because you don't even do Polish speaking streams or anything that much.
Well, no, but like the entirety of Poland speaks English, and I am like one of the people in Poland who speaks best English.
I mean,
so
this, of course, again, doesn't excuse the fact that you literally told me you were catering to a DGG audience in a previous conversation, so you still are ratting, and you're just doing this kind of like post hoc thing to say, well, the polls are the ones that are watching me, right? Like it is kind of still ratting. We did say you did say this shit before. So
when I made that video, I had, at the time of making that video, I would have to look through the analytics. I think I was on 200 subscribers. So at that point, when I make a video, I hope for anyone. If I know that I can say something in the video that might make DGGers more inclined to hit the
Yeah, I
subscribe
know, but
button,
like we literally
I can
taught
live
Chris.
with
I'm
that.
literally just referencing a previous conversation where you
Yeah,
literally
I
said you
I
were
understand
catering
that,
to
but
a DGG audience.
Well, yeah, but the
As
crusade
like a
from
specific
DGG
thing.
that I was catering to is a crusade that I was in agreement with, and that was
Yeah.
the Dan's attempt to get Hassan into trouble for like his anti-Semitism,
Yeah,
essentially.
but it was like this is more okay. Anyways, whatever. We'll move from there. Yeah, I don't have an issue with the extortion thing. I'm just moving on from this because like I don't think you're. Again, I feel like at this point, like one, I don't know if you were even on YouTube regularly, to the point where. I don't know if you were on YouTube at the time to begin with, right? So I don't know, like the conversation that we had where you told me this. So it's like, which kind of sucks, you know, because I absolutely know this happened. People in my audience have mentioned it.
I don't know
so
what
it's
we're talking
like,
about, though.
That's like what the DGG thing. So like, but we can't verify it. So I'm just gonna, sure, I'll take the L. I guess like at this point, it's like, yeah, this is I'm gonna be honest, like, yeah, this is I just think it's kind of ratty because I know that happened. Like I've
just told you, literally, just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. When I had
know, but
200
like, no,
subscribers and I made that video, why wouldn't I
Yeah.
cater to DGGers when I am a DGGer at the time, of course? And the crusade that DGG was in favor of is one that I agreed with. There was no reason for me not to cater to them because at that point I had no actual base that I could cater to beyond people in my like Twitch audience who already will watch the video regardless because they're simping big time.
Yeah, well, maybe one of the reasons you don't cater to them is so that way when you do a hit piece on a guy called Sunday, who you think is morally reprehensible to the point that people should stop interacting with him, if I'm reading you correctly, they'll actually pay attention to it.
Well, yeah, sure, but this time the Polish people decided they don't care because it's not about Polish things.
Yeah, because they don't know how to talk to Sunday. He's Canadian.
Well, I mean, in fairness, that's a massive W for Poland right there. But at the same time, it's just like whenever it's just when I make YouTube videos, usually the way how it goes with me is I find there are a few exceptions on my channel, like where I'm specifically making videos because I think they might like bring in a new audience or bring in some people. But usually those videos do absolutely fucking dog shit in the algorithm. Usually the videos that do well, or at the very least the ones that I'm happy with, even if they don't necessarily do that well, are the ones where I have found something that I feel genuinely really strong about, and it makes me want to record a YouTube video and basically rant my thoughts out. And this video about Sunday, obviously tactical errors were made, I acknowledge that, but this is one of those cases where even if that video doesn't do that well in the algorithm, I am still happy that I made the video. The big frustration that I had was that I was getting a lot of feedback of this video isn't bad, and I think that even though I haven't watched the video, and then when they watch the video, the feedback that I'm getting
the
is
video
far more
quality
the
is
fuck
bad.
out.
Again,
in terms
it's
of
like
editing,
compared
it's
to
so to
Kilo,
speak, yeah.
And again, here's where you did better than Kilo. You didn't go spurg out and everything like that, and like every chat and stuff, and argue with people when you couldn't.
I'm usually asleep when that happens, though. You know, it's a blessing in disguise.
Well, I don't know how, because like there is YouTube commentary. There's like Dickers. He does stuff around when you stream. He's like Londonite.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with me sleeping. It's the fact that I don't network with people. I'm like pathologically incapable.
I know.
It sucks.
That's why I'm saying I'm telling you people you can network with.
I appreciate that.
That was the point of what I just Yeah, I think you need to like broaden your horizons. I think that you make these things like honestly, my biggest issue with the video is I think you could do better. I think you can substantiate it without leaning on people. I think that doesn't interfere with Beckett saying, "Hey, you're doing a Sunday hit piece. You should talk to somebody who logs Sunday about that." Like, I don't think that interferes because Sick is going to present you information. You could look over his Twitter, find that information, and use the information. Just like Sunday, let's say Sunday uncovers a murder plot by XQC, right? Should we ignore Sunday's information that he presents then, or? And then the answer is no.
If it was just information in and of itself, then that's one thing. But Beckett was rather specific about including interviews with these people. And the one concern that I had is that I'm making a video that's pretty pointed. And again, just to be clear, I don't like Beckett wasn't giving me bad advice, even if I might disagree with some of it. Beckett wasn't intending to like give bad advice or anything like that, right? Just like extra
No, I don't think
fucking
it's.
clarity.
I don't think his advice is. I don't think his advice of reaching out to more people for interviews who think things about Sunday interferes with me saying, don't build your arguments on what other people are saying. Build it off of information.
I mean, yeah, of
that's
course.
like
That's
the difference.
that's the whole networking angle of things. Like, yeah, I mean, I agree with that, of course. It's something to work on. It's sort of like when I was talking to Beckett. Beckett was giving me a lot of technical advice as well, and like I understand that there is a lot to improve in terms of how the videos are presented. The thing that the reason why I was feeling some type of way after this video specifically is because what I usually do when I expect there to be pushback or when I expect there to be arguing with people, I will try and think of what they might say, try and think of their arguments, try and present counter arguments, try and make it make sense in my head so that at the very least I'm not tripping over my own tongue when I'm talking to them. It's why I included in that video a few segments where I'm saying like, well, you might think this, but here is why that's not the case actually. I know that's not for everyone. I know sometimes it just feels very insecure. I mean, I understand that, but I was not prepared at all for a situation where my video is fully discredited without ever being watched on account of Kilo's video, when I feel like Kilo's video is like, I don't want to say better than people are giving it credit for. It feels that way to me. I'm also not privy to 3/4 of the shit that happens behind the scenes, so maybe I'm biased. But yeah, like
I mean, all of it's like pretty public. Like he's just he freaks out in people's chats. Other people say stuff, and it's like, hey, I don't have information to point to, so nobody. It's like it just kind of falls flat.
See,
and that's
that
the issue.
part that part
Yeah.
that I understand, but that's something that I can like sort of do something about in terms of like how I network with people, how I interact, the kind of questions that I ask to suss people out when I talk to them. Those are all things that I can improve on. But for instance, when Sunday was reviewing Kilo's video, he was talking about both of our videos to his audience, both my video and Kilo's video. And the thing that bothered me a little bit, although there's no reason for that really, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, it's just annoying that there's nothing I can do about it, was when President Sunday said that Kilo's video was bad because of like missing context or cut out clips or something to do with like the clarity of the video, right? The redacted messages, that stuff. And then he followed that up by saying that my video is also really bad because it's entirely reliant on Kilo's testimony. Kilo's testimony has fuck all to do with my video. And
well, yeah, I agree. It was like kind of like you didn't even need to include it. That was like kind of a worthless conversation.
Yeah, but then like obviously it's just when you're a small content creator. Well, I say when you're a small content creator. Maybe this is just me not being sure how to go about these kinds of cases because then immediately after that stream from Sunday, I had people come into that video and leave a few comments, which they weren't even like aggressive or rude or anything like that. I'm not trying to slag off his audience, but like it was clear that those comments came from people who didn't watch even a minute of that video. And it's just like at that point, like the fuck can I do about it, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I think you took that hit. Did you mention you were in DGG in the Sunday video?
Did I mention what, sorry?
Did you mention you were in DGG in the Sunday video?
No, the Sunday video, I mentioned Destiny and DGG quite little, comparatively speaking, but that's because that video came after my other video where I specifically called Destiny.
But you mentioned that you were in DGG in the Hassan video several times too, right?
I don't know if I did it explicitly like that, but I did.
I think you explicitly did it in the Hassan video.
It's possible, yeah. It's
I don't know. I feel like I've watched like your content, and I feel like there's something like kind of like really inconsistent with what you're talking to me about. Oh yeah, I mean your hashtags are hashtag drama, hashtag Chris, hashtag Destiny, hashtag DGG, hashtag Hassan.
Wait, are those on
Hassan
all the
Piker.
videos?
No, that's on your Hassan video. You started off with hashtag Destiny and hashtag DGG before you said hashtag Hassan. And then the three that actually settled on were Hassan Piker, Poland, and DGG.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if there is a... I don't know how much I'd read into the ordering of those, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, yeah. I guess it's just like kind of
irrespectively of that ship has sailed, because any like the DGG related stuff, it's just like it's sort of, I said this on stream the other day. The big issue currently is that like it feels weird to me to it feels unsafe almost, like as silly as that sounds, for me to still interact with people who like actively still consider themselves DGG after like the not just the shit that's come out, but the shit that is still coming out every single day with Destiny losing its fucking mind.
I mean, like, well, what does that mean, interacting? Like, are you gonna not talk to Pisco because he refollowed Destiny on Twitter? Or
no, it's just like if I
are you
met,
like, are you
if I found
people,
no,
like,
no, it's more like if I
what?
found a small content creator who makes videos related to like some drama topic and they were actively describing themselves currently as DGG, I would probably be very hesitant to take them at their word, because it's just I don't mean interacting with Destiny. I mean that they use the label, the DGG, the sense of belonging to a broader group, the leader of which is someone who should be on a sex offender registry.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at something real quick.
You're all good.
Let me see. Where is this?
Or at the very, actually, maybe this might be a better way of putting it a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. In the Hassan video said, if you want more of that type of analysis, then feel free to watch the whole video. I'm currently in full DGG mode, so be advised. It's really quite a good thing. Or so be advised. Yeah, I mean, this is something that you bring up, like this associate you brought up in the Hassan thing. You know.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's like a lot of.
It's not possible. It's 544 in your Hassan video.
Well, let me rephrase
what you said.
It's it makes sense to me that I've brought it up. I'm not surprised to find out that I've brought it up, especially since like I was saying at that point, and we've had this conversation before, like we said back then, and like I was saying a moment ago, it made sense for me to have the like my biases be public, rather than try and like present myself as some objective actor, when it felt to me like
so like the bias that DGG has against Sunday, like that they've had for years against Sunday, where it's like at one point you could just fully name dox the guy and everybody laughs about it, jokes about it, and continues to call him like
which is why
things.
I'm not relying on DGG in
like
making
that bias
that video
about Sunday.
But I'm also like I said explicitly in my video that Sunday's grudge against Destiny and like his fight with Destiny, all of that is understandable. His grudge specifically, like I'm not even remotely surprised why he feels the way he does. I just think I wouldn't make this video. I wouldn't make this argument in a video because it's just us riffing, and I'm not entirely sure how I even feel about trying to go there. It's just like it looks to me like he made that video against Destiny. He wanted to be the dude to take down Destiny, and for some fucking reason he went incredibly hard on Pixie. And it's very weird to me in how he did it, and so it makes me wonder now that we're having this conversation if to any extent he did it because Pixie was DGG.
I mean, yeah, I guess like you would probably mention that. You could mention that. I guess like the thing. I'm sorry. I feel like
it's not necessary. I feel like I think if I say something like that, it feels like I'm making arguments I don't even fully believe in my own video when I already have enough from his own past clips to make a full illustration of why he's betraying his own principles.
I mean, again, like I was gonna bring up the trolley problem image and say, do you like not like murdering people, and then like put the trolley problem in front of you and just say, all right, well, do you understand how like principles are extremely malleable and most people don't actually have super consistent principles because those principles are often going to brash against one another?
Yeah, it's like the timelines argument, right? It's what Beckett brought up to me, that like obviously me bringing up a clip from President Sunday 7 years ago when he says X doesn't really matter in the current video because he might have changed in the 7 years. That's fully understandable. That's why I use clips of him from like 2 months ago in some cases. You're like, if my timeline is correctly, then from the moment he started working on the Destiny outing video, after he started working on it, which was around between 16th and 18th of December, he had a conversation with Smeth where he was very clear in his attacks against Smeth for using Pixie's name. He changed his mind on that in the course of making that video, when it's something that I can draw.
Well, yeah, but he started making the video on the 17th. He started making the video on the 17th, 18th, and it released on the 20th. It was a 2-day project.
No. He started on the 17th of December. It released on the 20th of January. He was working on it for over 50 days. It wasn't a 2-day project. That's why the argument that he was rushed feels very peculiar to me when he was being fed information for 50 days.
Chris, where is this 50-day claim? I'm sorry. I've always heard it. He talked to Diorio, wasn't going to make a video, just wanted to talk about it because he literally did a Hassan's unironically evil thing for he did a Hassan's unironically evil video, which is like a meme, whatever. He just logs Destiny generally. Like, are we just gonna say like the entire time, like I've been working on a Destiny piece because I've been looking at Destiny for like a year now?
I mean, I don't know if it counts
as far as I understand the timeline. As far as I understand the timeline, Sunday got the talk with Nick Diorio, realized a lot of people had this information, and then started working on a video. I don't think this was that's what Beckett was. That Beckett is certainly like 2 days. Like that Beckett and Max put this together, right?
When in the first messages to Straight Raid, where he starts gathering information, where he starts getting intel about what's happening.
He's just talking to Straight Raid. That's not him making a video. He's just talking to Straight Raid. That's not him making a video. He's friends with Straight Raid. He's been friends with Straight Raid for years. Previous to this.
When you feed someone, when someone like President Sunday's finding out information about the fact that Destiny, the person in the streaming world who he has an ancestral grudge with, is like doing something that should land him on a sex offender registry, at what point can I consider your information gathering phase to be something that counts as working on a video? Like he's not doing this.
We're literally always gathering information. Well, probably when you start writing the script, which they did on the 17th, and they rushed through it in 2 days to write the script.
Well, yeah, but so then,
bro, like at this point, you're basically saying, no, Sunday's made like videos on Destiny 3 or 4 years ago. Why not just say he's been making this video for 4 fucking years then?
Because he wasn't receiving information about Pixie specifically from Straight Raid for 4 years. He was receiving them from Straight Raid since, like I think you said, 17th of December, and then
well, yeah, but he knew about the Pixie stuff when the KF leaks happened.
Yes. And then when he says that he felt rushed, why did he feel rushed? Why did he want to get ahead of people like Bad Empanada? Was it he didn't let his leftist values shine through when he accused Pixie of a bunch of shit? He essentially wanted to beat Bad Empanada. The Steelman version of that argument that I have received is that he wanted to beat Bad Empanada because there was a concern that Bad Empanada might run with this in a way similar to how people were memeing about Destiny sucking off Nick Fuentes, which is going to get attention, move attention away from what Destiny actually did. But at that point, Sunday already had access to a wealth of information that he would still be able to
because Bad Empanada... Yeah, because Bad Empanada mentioned Pixie once, and then all the Hassan went ahead and brought it up on stream, and then like his chat was talking about it, so Pixie was already getting talked about a lot because there was no information cover, and Bad Empanada pulled his videos where he did talk about Pixie after everything came out, because Bad Empanada sees something and just throws it online without any sort of clerical cleaning. And just deletes it later so he doesn't look like he's a shithead.
Yeah, and the arguments for why he wanted to push ahead of Bad Empanada, they don't make sense to me in what you're telling me. So he was concerned that Bad Empanada is basically, to put it maybe simply, he wanted to make sure that Bad Empanada is not going to ruin the story in a way that will make it impossible to go against Destiny.
Yeah.
So he wanted to push a video out as soon as possible. I'm not against talking to Sunday.
All right, I'm gonna invite him to your server. Give me an invite link.
One sec. If you do ! Discord in my chat, it will pop up in there.
You're a piece of shit. It's okay. I don't know why you have invites blocked.
I don't think I do. Do I?
I couldn't make them. Discord. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I'll get you a link. Just bear with me 2 seconds and I'll get you an invite link.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll send it to you in DMs. Is that fine?
Yeah, it's fine. Oh yeah, Cheeto just sent me up.
Okay, brilliant. Because it didn't come through on my end.
Thanks, Cheeto.
Holy shit, it's getting interesting.
All right. Here you go. Okay, there we go. All right, he's gonna join. Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, I guess I can give you the W that 46% of your audience is Polish.
Well, on that specific video, to be fair, it varies from video to video. It will depend on what the subject matter is that I am covering.
Which is, fine. I'll give you that one, but yeah, the rest of this, man, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I feel like you don't really, like, if you're doing the live stream shit, you're just constantly taking notes on stuff. And then, like, sometimes you're just like, oh, I have enough notes, I can just make a video out of it. You just do that in, like, a day. Because you just kind of do the go move.
I think that's fair. I've done that before myself. It's just at that point, it feels like it's...
I just think that's, like, the really normal way that content creation works for people that actually put shit out.
Sure, but it feels like...
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to ask Sunday this directly in a moment, but it feels like if you are rushing a video to take down Destiny, it feels really weird to hone in the arguments against Pixie that he did.
Yeah. All right, well...
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sunday. Meet Chris.
Hi. I don't know if you're
Hello.
able to... There we go. I can hear you.
Hi. I was just watching Heresy Passly while I'm writing something else, and I'm a little bit fascinated about the secret history of my video's development. I was wondering if you could fill me in a little bit, Chris. 50 days. Walk me through this. When did I start, and what happened for 50 days?
Yeah, sure. So my understanding is that around the 17th of December, there are messages between you and Straighterade where she's basically telling you about Pixie, about the situation, about the fact that the... well, I mean, you knew about the leaks from before that, I imagine, because you probably read Kiwi Files.
I can't remember. Probably around then. I think it was a little bit of time. It was about... I think we would have been starting to talk about that from basically day one, when the Destiny leaks were put at Kiwi Farms.
I mean, yeah, because Pixie was one of the only few people in there that were actually, like, identifiable that we didn't expect to be in those leaks, if that makes sense.
Well, also because Straighterade's friends with Pixie, so I wanted to check in and make sure everybody was okay. Because I didn't know if Pixie, if Straighterade knew, so, it's one of those things where you kind of want, if possible, someone like, well, I mean, at the time, someone like Straighterade to break the news to her first, rather than someone like Andrew Wilson. Turns out, beat her to the punch.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the way how Pixie found out about this kind of just sucks dick. It's unfortunate, but ultimately there's one person to blame for that, and that's Destiny. But from that moment, so around when you
I
start...
don't think it's just Destiny. I think it's a few
it's
people. That's Solo person
obviously,
in particular, the
the
people on Twitter, etc. Yeah.
Well, the people on Twitter, it's... Destiny sent it to the 19-year-old Discord kitten.
No, it's Destiny's fault that stuff's floating out there. You don't need to convince me of that. It's just like a whole lot of people were assholes in this, so...
Yeah, it's just some people were more assholes than other people. And, like, in some cases, it warrants specifically saying who it was. But so around the 17th of December is when you get in touch with Straighterade to ask how Pixie's doing.
If you say so,
I
can't remember the timeline.
The first videos that I was able... I can dig them up if we care about, like, the specific day, or if you just take my word for it.
Not really. I'm just curious about this whole, like, it took me 50 days to make that video thing. It doesn't look like a video that would take 50 days to produce, personally.
When did the script writing begin?
It would have begun a couple days before it published, because Kilo helped me with the script.
Yeah, and you have it was like you did it through a
We co-wrote together. We were in a VC just
I know. I saw that.
Yeah.
But, like, I was just wondering, was it you would have the dates on the Google Doc of, like, when you started it, right?
17th, I think.
17th? Okay.
17th, 18th, one of those.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know if I still have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you started working on the script on the 17th of January, then that's an L on my part. I thought you started working on that way sooner than that. It's something that I should have...
What made you think so?
What made me think so? It was the DMs between you and Straighterade, and I assumed with your pedigree, the moment you find out that Destiny has done something like this, it would have been something that you will
prioritize. My pedigree?
Pretty early on. Yeah.
What does that mean, my pedigree? What does that refer to?
You have a history of antagonism with Destiny in a particular way where I feel like if I was in your shoes...
How does that entail I would be making a video for 50 days?
Well, because that's when you found out that Destiny's done something that should put him on a sex offender registry, and that feels like the kind of argument
It
that
doesn't put him on a
very
sex
few
offender
people-
registry. Is he on a sex offender registry?
I said it
We had no
warrants
way of
putting him on a sex offender registry.
Why? What about those leaks warrants putting Destiny on a sex offender registry?
Well, the fact that we found out that in his spare time, when he's talking to 19-year-old Discord kittens, he appears to send them sex tapes of people in his life without their consent.
Yeah, that
me,
doesn't
that
actually
feels
put you on a that actually wouldn't put you on a sex offender registry, unfortunately. Maybe it would be better if they would be, but that's not in the cards. What might put them on a registry is the illegal recording. I'm actually not sure about that either. That came out with Cherry after the video released, but,
Well, yeah, but
I don't think anything that was
blame you.
released there would put them on a sex offender registry.
I mean, from my understanding, you can be put on a sex offender registry for a lot of, let's say, dumber shit than that. Even if
Well, it's
you
not a
were
matter of how
to-
dumb the shit is. It's specific kinds of things that's how it works. It's not like it's not a scale, right? It's a matter of like,
it's-
did
it's
you do
not
this
a s-
particular thing that crosses this law?
It's sort of, I mean, everything's a scale, not with the law specifically. I know what you're saying.
No, not everything's
Let
not
me-
everything
let
not
me-
everything's a
let me
scale
rephrase that in a
unless
way that, well, no, because I'm
Okay.
not talking about law. I'm saying that everything's a scale in the sense that I would say that what he's done should warrant putting you on a sex offender
yeah, but you're saying
registry
sex offender
more
registry.
than-
Sex
yes.
offender registry is something that a judge would impose on you, right?
Yes, but when we're talking
That's-
about like the scale, for instance, you can be put on that registry for pissing in public. I feel like, and you as a content creator know that
I
you can
really
make these
is
kinds of
that true? I don't
arguments.
think
Yes,
people
yes,
get put on a
you-
sex for pissing in public.
You
Really?
can if you're like doing it within like a
Oh, like in front of children,
school ground.
maybe, or like specifically
like a
for the
school
purpose
round,
of.
and like you could have somebody that's like going to get like an actual charge off of it.
Oh,
It
sure,
is,
but
again,
that's not the issue. Isn't pissing in public. The issue there is you're exposing yourself to somebody else, right?
Yes, yeah, it's like, well, it's partially that, but sometimes they go with the assumptive that you are not practicing due diligence. It's like the definitional malice of you know that there's a chances. Like I go in front of a high school and you can see the high school thing. I piss in front of it, even if there aren't kids necessarily there.
All right, that's a confession. You all recorded that? Okay, good.
It's really weird and stupid. Yeah, it's like I don't really fully get it. I also am not a sex offender, so I don't really know enough about this. Haven't really looked into it.
I mean, it's going to be fair to
think they're
assume that
bad.
none of us are. The point that I'm making though is that when we make YouTube videos, I mean, you might be different to me on this. When we do YouTube videos, we're able to make certain claims and relate them to other things that might be bad as we consider them in a society. And I think that when you, in my opinion, when you do what Destiny did, that should warrant putting you on a sex offender registry. So that is an argument that I have, for instance, crafted in my video. So if I had a real grudge against Destiny on account of, for instance, the fact that he popularized your dogs, right? He went and spread that shit around. If I would have as many reasons as you have to hate Destiny the way that you do, I would have started
I don't hate Destiny.
compiling information.
I don't hate Destiny.
Do you want me to use a different word, or do you understand what I'm trying to say?
You detest.
No, I just think you're trying to characterize me as having a grudge against someone. I just flat out don't.
I think you do.
I
it's
really
fine.
don't.
I
Can we?
I
Maybe
think
we can
he's
just,
like one of your.
can we just
Let
allow
me
the
say
audience
this.
to decide?
Would you say
Wouldn't
that
be easier?
Destiny
'Cause-
has been a Chris, let me do this. Destiny has been a target of your ire for a very long time due to significant disagreements and differences.
Of my ire, I've historically like tried to avoid covering his content because I find it exhausting. I don't. He's not a target of my ire. He's generally a very bad person in terms of how he conducts himself. I don't think that's controversial anymore. But I do not fixate on Destiny. I find it unpleasant and boring.
I don't.
Alright,
I mean, when
I
I
don't
say
believe
that,
that,
I believe you hate someone.
Okay.
I don't think that necessarily
I
means you
think that-
fixate
I
on
think
them.
what
I
you
think that
think
I
hate
think all of
is-
this is derailing though. This, I mean, I don't know to what extent this matters. It feels like a little bit of debate bro type of shit. Like I don't truly care about any of this. Like we can let the audience decide. They know you. They can make up their own minds. It doesn't matter. The point is that if I would have been in your shoes, then the moment I would have found out he's done something like this, I would consider that to be sort of the information gathering stage, if you will. Doesn't necessarily mean you started writing the script there. I understand you started working
Wait,
on that
because of the
video way
docs?
later than I thought.
Wait, slow down. Because of the docs?
Because of the sex leaks, the sex tape leaks.
Because of the sex leaks. I was covering the Lawrence Southern leaks that were by the same person prior to that, and that was the context of the docs to begin with. So information gathering clearly began before then, if that's what you're talking about.
To my understanding, the Lauren leaks leaked slightly before all of the videos, and I think the hacker specifically said that they
Slightly,
weren't
yeah.
releasing the videos yet. So you would have no way to
I
know
can't remember.
that. Yeah, but you would have, if I'm correct, you would have no way to know at the time that Pixie's about to have basically a sex tape leaked, and it will wind its way into being.
Well, certainly not about
Destiny's
Pixie,
ultimately.
yeah.
Well, yeah, so that's
Well,
what I'm
certainly
saying.
not about
So,
Pixie, yeah,
but at
but
that
like-
point, on the 17th of December, you will have known about Pixie because you're talking to Straighterade about this. So I would have expected you at that time to already be cognizant of the fact that what is brewing might be a video where you take down Destiny.
Really? Well, here's a question for you. If if how many days passed between then and the video's release?
I want to say 52.
So many days.
I've done the maths
52
in my
doesn't
video,
seem
but
doesn't make sense to me. It's a month's difference,
Well,
right?
yeah,
it's,
it wouldn't
it's
have
the
been
7th, it's
52.
the 18th to the 20th of the next month. That's not 52 days. What's wrong with you?
Well, yeah.
That's gonna be a little over 30 days.
We can say 30. We can make it 29, even if it's less.
How
than
about
a
we
month.
just
I don't think
okay?
to an
Look,
extent it actually
we're
matters.
clearly not a bunch of math bros here. Let's just not pin too much
yourselves.
on numbers, okay?
Yeah.
Here's a question for you. From those leaks and the initial conversations with Straighterade, what new information did I get between then and when I decided to make the video?
What new information?
Like,
from the
here's
moment
a
you
question, here's a
started
question.
talking to Straighterade, what new information you received between like that date and when you released the video?
Yeah.
So that would have been the confirmation that Pixie's suicidal. It would have been the text messages between Erudite and Pixie. It would have been the Pixie asking for the $1 million, all of like the charity thing, all of that shit.
Yeah. So how much
Substack.
time between me? Yeah. So how much time between me getting that information and me making the video transpired?
I would have to double check and to find out the exact.
Let's say more than a week.
time.
More than a week.
But like I told you, I wouldn't be able to tell you right now.
More than 2 weeks. You were at 50 days before.
Yeah, but I don't
more than a
remember
week.
the
More than
exact
2
period
weeks.
of time. As far as I'm
I'm
concerned,
just
it would
asking
have
you to
landed
ballpark
an
it.
hour before the video landed. It doesn't change anything.
An hour. That would be a very fast produced video.
No, I'm saying if you would have received that information an hour before the video landed, and it changes something that you would have otherwise said in the video, then
Okay,
that
here's
is
the
already
question.
enough
Why
to
do you
make it
why do
known.
you think why do you think I only started putting together a video after I talked to Nick?
Why?
Why do you think
best
I only started
guess
putting a
would be
video
that
together
because you
after I
tried-
talked to Nick?
Yeah, I'm trying to answer. My best guess would be that it would be because you tried to pressure Nick into releasing a video on it first, and he wouldn't bite.
You cut out there for a second. You cut out there for a second. Say it again.
You tried getting Nick to release a video on this, and he wouldn't bite.
Interesting. And he would. Okay, so you think that I decided to make a video because Nick wouldn't offer to make a video in my conversation with him?
No, you asked me, why do I think that you started wanting to release a video after your conversation with Nick? In this timeline, I don't know at what point exactly you decided that, if it was before or after, but if it was after that conversation, I would wager it's because you tried to get Nick to publish that video and he wouldn't bite.
Oh, that's interesting. So you think I was going to make a video before I talked to Nick?
I don't know at what point you would have decided that this is going to be the video. I imagine you would have started gathering information.
Well, I've been
from it the
very
moment you
clear.
found
I've
out,
been
so the
I've been very
17th of
clear that
December.
I've been very clear that my motivation to make a video was after I talked to Nick, talked to Chud Logic, talked to Straighterade, da 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 da. I don't think that story's been wavered from at all. So I'm a little perplexed as to why you think I would be planning to make a video before then. If I was planning to make a video before my call with Nick, what new information did I get from Nick that would that I would be waiting for? Why wouldn't I have made it before then?
You wouldn't necessarily have to wait for new information. The way that networking works is you could have wanted to do something similar that you would have done with Beckett, which is the 1-2 punch. You could have wanted to see if you can potentially latch yourself to somebody who doesn't have your baggage and won't be
Like
discredited.
who did I try to
unfairly.
latch myself to?
So
Who
you
did I try to
could
latch
have.
myself
Do you?
to?
I don't know if we're talking past
But
each other.
where
If
is
you're
the
not
evidence of me
listening to
attempting
the,
to?
if you're not
No, but
listening,
Chris, where is the? No, but Chris, hang on. You've got a whole lot of stories here. Where is the evidence of me
Just one
trying to
story.
latch onto somebody? Where is the evidence to me trying to latch onto somebody?
you've asked me
Who
why
did I try
do
to
I
latch onto?
think you might have wanted
Give
to
me an
release a video.
the only reason
I'm
why I can
answering
imagine
that
why somebody
question.
would think somebody would. You're taking a very long time. It seems like you're actually not.
No,
confident.
no, you sort of consistently
Who did I try
interrupting
to?
my
Who did I
answer
try to
with your
latch onto,
question.
Chris? Chris, give me a name. Who did I try to latch onto?
I'm telling you that you released your video in a 1-2 punch with Beckett. I imagine
Right,
one of
okay,
the
but
reasons
why?
for why you might have
And you're
wanted
saying I
to
didn't
do
make my
that.
video before talking to Beckett because I wanted to latch onto someone else. Who was I trying to latch onto before Beckett?
I would wager anyone you would have been able to.
Really? Okay, so who? Who did I reach out to? Name somebody.
It sounds like you spoke to Nicholas Diorio before you released your video.
No,
to
Nicholas
try and get
Diorio
him
reached out to me, Chris. Your timeline's wrong. I made a video
Irrespectively
criticizing
of
Nicholas
that-
Diorio's. I made a video criticizing Nicholas
Mhm.
Diorio and Tom in their conversation with Chud, and Nick reached out to me.
And what's the
So
relevance of
that
this?
doesn't work, Chris.
Yeah, and what's the relevance of this to any of the criticism?
Well, the
that I've
relevance
levied
of
at
this
you?
is that you just floated Nick Diorio as a possible person I'd be holding out on trying to network with. That's kind of stupid if you have no evidence of me trying to network with anybody and Nick reached out to me first.
Do you acknowledge that you're asking me questions in a hypothetical for why I believe you might have wanted to do something a certain way when I've just made a video that you're a morally bankrupt piece of shit? So I probably have no way to tap into exactly why you do certain things because I've established through using past clips of your own that you go against your very stated beliefs on a very consistent basis. So when you ask me
Okay,
why would
well,
I
you
have
have me
tried
at a
to
bit
do
of a
like, well, hold on.
disadvantage here.
When you say that, when
No,
you
but
ask
I'm just,
me, well, no, hold on, just
I'm
let
just
me
going to
finish
save
my
you some
thoughts, 'cause
time,
I'm just
though.
trying to.
But I'm
No,
going to
no, I
save you
would
some
really
time,
like to
though. But
answer
I'm
the
going to save
question,
you.
though.
But
It
I'm
would
going to
have
save
been-
you some
yeah,
time.
I don't think
All right.
I don't
Okay,
think you
finish
will.
your thing.
So when you
Finish your
ask me
speech.
why do I think you would do a certain thing a certain way, I'm
Uh-huh.
trying to think of you as a reasonable actor, but I don't know how you
Great.
actually have done the things behind the
Nice.
scenes. I just disagree with the end product that has produced.
Okay, but you were talking about behind the scenes up till now. So what's the deal? Are we just backing off that then, or what's going on?
No, I will. Yeah, sure. So let me. You haven't watched my video.
We don't even
right?
seem to know how many months this took. I'm kind of.
Well, I mean, I've done the
kind of
timeline in my
baffled.
video. It's just you kind of haven't watched the video, and now you've come in here to defend yourself against.
No, I
arguments you
haven't
weren't
watched
aware
the
of, but
video. I
yeah,
think you're brain
you were-
damaged
you
and
were
you're
pretty-
boring. I
You
don't
were
know what to
pretty
tell you.
quick about discrediting that video on account of what Kilo
Yeah,
said.
because I saw a
which-
bit of
I
the
mean,
interview with
that's fine.
Kilo, because I
It's,
don't care
I
about
can-
you.
I can
You're not
live
an
with
entity
that.
in this.
I mean, do you care enough to jump in here and talk to me, dude? Like the whole.
Yeah,
like,
'cause you
don't
said I
care
worked on
about
the video
any of
for
this.
50 days,
It's
and that's
just- It's a very,
hilarious.
very weird angle of you to play. The point of my video
I-
is that you betrayed your own values in a way that throws
Okay.
Big Pixie under the bus,
Right,
in a way
cool.
that I think makes you a piece of shit. And that's what I
Uh-huh,
outlined
great.
throughout the video.
What-
But
what-
that actual
slow down, what,
conclusion, when you started
Are
working
you
on that
just going to
video,
be telling me
hardly
about your
matters.
video now, or am I just listening to you monologue
I'm
about
sorry.
your video that
I
got no
was,
views now?
I was under the impression that you've come in here specifically to talk about the criticism I levied at you in that video. So I do apologize. for
No,
bringing
I
up
didn't
the
watch
very
I didn't
video.
watch your lousy video. I came in
You
here to
do
hear the
appear to be
fantastical
asking
tale about how it
questions
took 50 days to make a
about things
20-minute long
related to
YouTube
that.
video. What?
You are asking questions about that video. You do acknowledge that. You do understand that.
I am
right?
asking questions about that video. Am I actually?
Yes.
I
yes,
don't
you
think
are.
that I am asking questions about that video, Chris.
Let me walk
I
you through
think
that.
I am
so
asking
that we can
questions
have,
about you
maybe-
saying
Well,
that my
let's
video
try
took 50
and-
days
yes.
to produce,
Let's
and
try
that I
and
was
bridge
trying
the
to reach
gap.
out to Nick
Yes, well,
because
no,
I wanted to
not that
latch
you-
on to someone bigger,
Not that
Chris.
you were trying to reach out to Nick. You asked me why you might have wanted to reach out to Nick, so I told you that one of the reasons.
No,
why
you
might
said
have
that I was
wanted
trying to
do that
latch.
is to
You said
latch-
that you thought I was going to latch on to anybody I could, and that I was waiting for someone to latch onto because I asked you, why didn't I make my video before then, since I had no new information from Nick except for the bare fact of the fact that all this information was proliferate.
Well, you also, hold on, in your conversation with Nick, you very specifically seem to present to him a course of action wherein if he doesn't cover this and Pixie does decide to kill herself, then he will be blamed for that. Are you trying to tell me that you decided to go down that route without at all trying to pressure him to talk about it? You just floated the idea of him being blamed for someone's suicide because that's just what you do on a Thursday afternoon when you talk to random content creators?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. That made no sense to me.
When you spoke to Nicholas Diorio, you told him that if he doesn't make a video about this and Pixie kills herself, people will blame him for not talking about it and will blame him for Pixie's death. Are you
Well, not him
telling me
personally.
that,
What would
no,
happen?
you told
What
me,
would
you
happen?
said that they will blame
Excuse
him.
me?
In that conversation, you said that they would blame him.
No, they'll blame anybody who had the information and didn't come out about it and was sweeping for destiny leading up to that point.
So would that be Diorio, for instance? Yes or no?
Nick didn't actually overtly sweep in the same way that someone like Tom did. Tom was a lot more serious.
Sure, that might be the case. Doesn't
Possibly,
change
it's
the
a
fact that you-
possibility.
Yeah,
It's
so
a possibility.
If it's a possibility and you floated that in
Although it
front of
does,
Nick,
there is a
and
bit
it
of a
does
there is a
sound
bit
like
of a
you said that to
contradiction
Nick,
you've
no?
introduced here, Chris. But you've introduced a bit of a contradiction here, Chris. I don't know
Sure
if you
I
caught
have.
it. You have though. It's a pretty big one. You seem to be saying that I was trying to latch onto somebody else to make my video, but now I'm trying to convince Nick to make a video. You kind of have to pick one.
You
am
think
I
that's
am
a- you
I
think that's a
holding out hope, waiting for
contradiction?
some bigger person to latch onto, or was I trying to encourage somebody else to make a video of their own? Because one of those things doesn't profit me personally, right? Yeah.
That is one and the same thing. If you try and get Diorio to release this video and you find out when Diorio is releasing his video, then you can follow up with that video before or after. What your plan would have been at that point is something I can't tap into. I don't know why you would. The thing is, I don't quite know the relevance of... I mean, you just accused someone who's suicidal of committing a felony for no other reason than just to get it out there in the video after you've done no due diligence to make that claim. So I don't know if you want to say devious.
I don't think Kilo accused Pixie of oh Jesus Christ, my brain's not working. I don't think Kilo accused Pixie of extortion just to hurt her. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the bit in your video.
Are you telling me that you think Kilo? Are you telling me, Chris? Are you telling me that you think Kilo accused Pixie of extortion just to hurt Pixie? Just because he hates Pixie.
It's not as simple as just to hate Pixie. I also don't know why you're trying to do a cheeky of, well, did Kilo do this? You worked on that video just as much as Kilo did.
Did Kilo do that?
So try and not escape responsibility there just by trying to push a wedge.
No, but did Kilo do that? Seriously.
Just for the sake of blaming her, no. To have a
really what were Kilo's other motives?
Well, who was the voice in that video, out of curiosity? Because I spoke to Kilo a few
times. Who wrote the
script
and who edited the video, Chris?
To my understanding, the writing of the script was done by both you and Kilo. The editing
of the video was
done by Kilo. Yes,
it was a joint effort.
That's why
we both went over the same lines.
To blame Kilo for this specifically. And
I'm not trying to blame Kilo at all. I am noticing, however. I am noticing, however, Chris,
you are, however,
that your description of what took place suddenly changes based on whether or not your star witness is being referenced or whether it's me. It's almost like there's an inconsistency being applied here.
But the only reason why you think that's an inconsistency is because you're too much of a pussy to actually watch the video. Because you see, Kilo isn't even remotely a star witness.
How long is your video?
And I disagree with Kilo.
How long is your, hang on, how long is your video?
And I disagree.
40 minutes.
How long is the video?
Yeah, 39 minutes.
Chris,
39 minutes,
please.
40. Chris, shut up. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Chris,
how long is it?
40 minutes. It is 40.
Nobody cares, Chris. I'm talking to the grown-up right now.
Yeah, real quick. It's
40 grown up. What am I talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really a grown up, but
I do like
so
it.
It's a very strange vibe. 40 minutes. Like
if you wanna keep that
okay,
going.
Shut up. I'm trying. I can't hear what Rezi's saying, Chris. Just be quiet for one gosh darn minute. Thank you.
Minutes.
The video is 40 minutes. I'll send you it. It's
40 minutes.
I think it's a good video.
That's way too long. I'm not watching that.
40.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, of course you're not watching that thing. It's
no,
you're
not watching that.
You're not going to respond to any cliff notes because the reality.
Why would I?
Well, no, of course you wouldn't.
You're a random glub shitto. I don't care about you.
Then why did you jump in here to try and incompetently defend yourself?
Because you said I spent 50 days making a video and it was funny. Because you said I spent 50 days making the video and it's funny.
I'm sure it's very funny. I'm sure the entire process was absolutely hilarious to you, especially the bit where you consistently trampled on every value that you pretend to have whilst you bash other people for doing the same thing.
Really? Oh, yes. Okay. Walk me through this. Walk me through this. Every value, okay?
Yeah.
So alphabetically,
what we can start off with, for instance, is the fact that you seem to have had an argument with Smeth where he is attacking you for using Pixie's name, where you are talking to him about the importance of keeping victims safe, essentially, in a situation like this. And you are attacking him for weaponizing Pixie in a way that benefits him whilst also hurting Pixie. And then you proceed to do the exact same thing in a video you released less than a month later.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, at the point where that information was swirling around everywhere, it was only a matter of time until somebody else brought it out. Every single person, including people who criticized the video, have knowledge of this.
Yeah, which is why no one's making the point that Pixie would have remained anonymous. Otherwise, the point that is being made is that you were.
But a lot of them were. What are you talking about, Chris?
Well, then you can talk to
a lot of people did make that
point. You can go ahead and you can talk to someone who's making that point. I'm not going to let you weasel out of this just because you want to try and talk to someone who's not here in shadow.
I don't have to weasel out of it. No one's watching this conversation.
You are trying to weasel out of it right now. The reality is that a lot of people who had the information
hang on. Sorry, I've lost the plot. What am I weaseling out of?
You're weaseling out of.
What drug are you on that keeps you just rolling on and on without breathing? That's impressive.
Your mum's pussy juice. It is consistently fueling
my mom's
me
pussy
as I go through.
Pardon me? I don't know what that means. What is a pussy Jew?
You've been watching Hassan a lot lately.
It is what it is. Yeah. Are you going to try and
Who,
engage,
me?
or are you going to keep trying to be a major pussy about this?
Beg your pardon?
I'm trying to ask you if you're going to engage after asking me a question about something where you betray your own values, or if
Well,
you're
it's
going
kind
to
of hard to because your audio keeps cutting out, and
I have a feeling that my
your audio
isn't
keeps
cutting
cutting out, and you
you
don't
keep interrupting me. You do understand that there's a difference between those
your
two
audio
things.
is literally cutting out. Notice how you just called my mother a pussy Jew a second ago. I'm very confused.
That's usually when people's audio cuts out, that's what happens. They say pussy Jew, and then that's how you get that inference. Rizzy, am I cutting out on your end as well?
Yeah, that does happen pretty right. It's like
all
every,
right.
like,
Look, I got to get back to work. If we want to pick this up later, I'll be live. At some
real
point.
quick, I got one thing.
I have a feeling you're not going to want to pick this up later. I mean, we could pick this up right now.
I wasn't really talking to you. I was talking to Rezi. Sorry, Rezi, what?
You can talk to Rezi somewhere else.
Okay, shut up for a second. Rezi?
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, so one thing you really shouldn't...
I've booted him out, Rezi. I can only apologize. I mean, to be in
no, I don't care. You're fine.
My
you argued with him. What do you want? Is this not this? You made a video. You got to talk to him.
I mean, I would have preferred if he was able to engage with anything, but it's sort of no.
I mean, I think that I think what you do next is you just say, okay, well, I want to bring up the Smith thing. Bring up the fucking clip on your video. Stop playing fucking video games and actually bring up the clip so that way you can reference it. You have the video. The video is something you can clip from. That's what a clip note is.
Sure,
you could literally just do that. I was literally sitting here trying to do that before you kick the guy.
Sure, and look, if that's what you were trying to do there at the end, I should have let him stay.
No, I was trying to actually yell at him about Ico. I was going to yell at him about Ico because he, jumped on a fucking change the thing.
Before you yell at him about Ico, I feel like
I'm not going to.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying. If that's how the conversation's going, it's pretty clear that he's very unwilling to engage. There's been a few instances where President Sunday seems to be skeptical over the fact that I'm using his own clips. Now he had a chance to see that I'm using his own clips, and he seems to not be interested. Because, I mean, why wouldn't
maybe you should just, maybe what you should do, Chris, all right, is just keep doing stuff about Sunday then. Obviously, you're mad about this. You can make content about this. You can actually do what Beckett said, talk to other people, get a hate boner for Sunday. Fuck it. Why not?
Maybe. I have a different idea, though, actually, because you are correct. The playing the game right now doesn't help. What I'm going to do is I'm literally going to play the bit from my video where I point out that is exactly what
it's
Sunday
great
did.
Now.
Well, no, hold on. He can be gone from here. That is not that important to me. The reason why I'm going to play it is so that the audience that is present here is aware of the fact that that is explicitly what he did. He did the exact thing he's being accused of. He's just not willing to have that conversation because no one wants to be witness to how they trampled on their own values.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring up your stream real quick. And if you want to play that, I mean, he's still, I think, watching me. So you can actually show the thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ready when you are.
Go ahead.
I'm going to click the play button and I'm going to go for a piss real quick. Please do not yell any weird slurs when I'm gone. Peace.
I would say the Anna one is a fairly clear-cut case. However, how you acquired that information meant that it behooved you more than anything else to separate it from your person as soon as possible. And I certainly would not have... I would not have condoned acquiring that information without her consent in the first place. Once it's out there, somebody else can make use of it because now it's in the public and the cat's out of the bag. But you in particular, I think that was a bad move. And I think continuing to do the circuit on streams defending it is a bad move.
The clip I just played for you is from around 2 years ago when Destiny was accused of sexual impropriety regarding the women in his life by a content creator known as Mr. Girl. I won't bore you with the irrelevant details, but that monologue from President Sunday directed at Mr. Girl was relating to how Mr. Girl's own personal biases made him either not aware or outright disregard that him leaking private messages from the victim without her consent exposed her to bad actors. It's almost remarkable how much what Sunday said back then applies to this situation. It was a direct parallel, if you will, to the situation we're dealing with right now. The one accused of abuse back then was Destiny, just like this time around. The victim did not give consent to have her messages used, just like this time around. So what changed? Maybe President Sunday changed his opinion in the 2 years that have passed. It is not uncommon, and 2 years is not an insignificant period of time. If you believe that that might have been the case, then here is a clip from Sunday's recent debate where he was fighting with Smek, a different content creator, where Sunday had a principled position of caring for Pixie's anonymity because not doing so would make him an abuser too. It's important to remember that the reason why those leaks are now widely known about is because of President Sunday's video on the topic. He was attacking Smek for not caring about Pixie's anonymity, and then he released a video where he doesn't remotely care about Pixie's anonymity. Rules for thee, but not for me.
But here's the thing though, Smith. If you do psychic damage or social damage, whatever you like, to a victim of abuse by publishing their accounts that they ask you not to, you're also victimizing that person as well. You're also abusing them. What is to be done about you in that case?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I do, as a matter of fact. So if somebody does that, and you have the ability to address that, you address that. And then whatever they put out there, that does what it does.
President Sunday, and let me tell you that you are now victimizing Pixie by talking about her being a video about her sucking Destiny's dick that she did not consent to. And she does not agree with her.
Smith. I didn't mention Pixie in any of my videos. What are you talking about?
That's what we're talking about.
But I didn't mention Pixie in any of my videos.
I remember, maybe I'm wrong, but I remember hearing that.
I think you're quite wrong. I didn't mention Pixie in any of my videos. I was actually very particular about that. I had a super chat that did mention her name, and I told her not to mention names.
So the situation we're dealing with is the same. President Sunday's morals seemingly haven't recently changed, so what might have? The answer, in my opinion, is rather simple. President Sunday saw the opportunity to be the first to break the story to a wider audience. You see, the test of one's mettle doesn't happen when you're an outside party giving your take with the benefit of hindsight. In this case, it happens when you are in charge of the narrative.
I'll wait for him to come back. Yeah, I have to pee.
I'm here. Yeah, no, Resi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Back
Yeah,
for like a minute-ish.
I just ran upstairs to pee. All right.
Oh, sorry. Are we? I was playing the video in the background.
Yeah, I know. I watched I played it on my stream.
Yeah, you've watched it in full.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's probably left at this point. If he hasn't yet, so it's probably where we're at. I guess
it's sort of no. It's not much different to what I expected, to be quite honest. I can see that we've added the term Resi Grape to Dolphin to the auto mod in my chat, so that is certainly going to be.
I don't know why. I don't care about that.
I kind of want to know.
Chris, I think this conversation is over.
Yeah. Great. I mean, I appreciate you jumping in.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Be good.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Right, I am back with you, chat. What did I miss on? Jesus, my DMs are blowing up. Okay, chat, how we doing? God, this has worked, Cheeto. Yeah, true. Gotta get the auto mod sorted out. It's weird that it's sort of weird that my mic apparently started cutting out the moment Sunday was in here. It seemed not to have been a problem for the entire conversation I've had with Resi. Not that I doubt my mic was cutting out. It's just, you know, a bit annoying. But it's okay. Yeah, I can play the game again. And also, yes, I know, playing a video game while debating is not a good idea. However, until Sunday joined, it wasn't a debate, okay? It was a conversation with a friend of the stream. Resi's friend-shaped, and there is no need for me to be in full debate mode where I'm talking to him. Sunday, on the other hand, is a whole different animal. I don't expect President Sunday in here. I mean, I'm glad that he jumped in. At the very least, I sort of had it confirmed to me that here's sort of the thing that I've picked up on a little bit. Now, do keep in mind I'm a small content creator, so there's obviously quite a lot I don't yet understand about this vast world I decided to be a part of. But generally speaking, hey, Jesus Sunday, Stepan, thank you very much for the 100 biddies.
Sunday is a runner who would have thought also top 4. Let's go.
To be fair to Sunday, I kicked him out. It's not that he ran away. It's just that if you're going to be in my Discord and you're going to do the whole like I'm talking to Resi right now, then I mean you can talk to Resi in any of the mutual places that you have with him. But when you're in here, it's sort of my place to be in, you know? So yeah, one of the things that I've picked up on already in my somewhat limited journey as a content creator is that, generally speaking, when someone actually gives a fuck and you want to tell them that they've somehow betrayed their own values, it's clear that they actually care. It's clear that they want you to tell them how they've done it, because if they haven't, it's very easy to defend against. And I mean, if they have, then why would they want to listen, right? It's obviously not going to be good for them. So if somebody comes in with the energy that Sunday did, and I tell him that he's betrayed his own values, and then the moment I try and expand to him on how he did it precisely, he starts getting pissy. I mean, he knows, right? We knew that he knows, but he knows. When you can debate is when you throw insults and don't answer everything. True. I mean, I'm still definitely going to rewatch it and see where I could have done better. You know, a big part of this is to improve. But at the same time, you can only work with what people give you. And Beckett, Jesus. I've done Beckett so dirty today twice for no reason. I do apologize, Beckett. And unfortunately, the thing with Sunday is that he doesn't give you very much in terms of, like, being able to have an actual conversation. We can all see through it. I mean, I'm glad that you can. I don't know if that's universally true. Obviously, it's a complicated equation when it comes to content creators. He obviously has a large audience who do not. It's sort of interesting. Hey, Boris, how are you doing? It's sort of interesting that he started pussing out the moment I told him that Kilo isn't my star witness and that me and Kilo diverge in our analysis. But, you know, it's just something to be mindful of. Although I am a little bit excited, because the last time somebody told me that I'm a small content creator and that my opinion doesn't matter, it was Nina, and then very shortly after, I had a pretty significant boom for my size in subscriber count, so I can only hope that this is going to happen once again. Moral flags like crazy, but rarely lives up to his own standard. That's sort of the big point of my video, right? It's the fact that he doesn't live up to the standard that he's set out for himself. Chris Stevens Reddit response says Pixie made no explicit or specific request of financial compensation. No demand for compensation equals no extortion. You'd have to link for me the Reddit post for me to look at. Sunday has no influence. I mean, he has he has a lot more influence than I do. Overall, pretty good though. I unfortunately will have to end it relatively soon because it's getting quite late over here. And as I said, I have work in the morning. Not only do I have work in the morning, but I've just reminded myself that I start early tomorrow. It's a bit rough. Not ideal. It's, you know, you live and you learn. All of the extortion analysis should be considered meaningless coming from chat, by the way, without credentials. I'm inclined to agree. It's just the problem is that it didn't come from chat, right? It came from President Sunday. I am your strongest testicle. Don't worry about it all, horse. Although you did miss a good one. So usually you miss a good stream, but not quite, you know. You've missed a big one today. The only people who should speak on that subject are people who have passed the bar. I mean, pragmatically, you're not going to be able to stop people from talking about it. It would be nice if people did their due diligence, though. How are you doing, Chris? Hey, Shadow. How are you, buddy? I am doing quite well. Better than I would have expected, to be quite honest with you. I'm usually wary because I don't debate too much, so I'm usually very wary of the fact that I might be like completely outclassed by people who have been doing this for years. But apparently, some people who have been doing this for years don't have that much to show for it. Which, you know, a bit rough, but, you know, it's just, it is what it is for Sunday, isn't it? What are you playing? This is Neo 2.
How did we went from unhinged anti-gay video games guy into a debate with President Sunday?
Well, this is how. There is an actual answer to this. I knew that I'll be talking to Rezi today because Rezi reached out to me and told me that we'll be talking. I didn't think that President Sunday is going to jump in. However, obviously, why not? So that would kind of be how. The unhinged anti-gay content that we were watching and laughing at was sort of just an introduction into the stream, if you will. Let me see. How long have I been on? 4 hours, 20 minutes. I do apologize. You guys know how I get around this time. Because I did send this out to a bunch of content creators and they watched it on stream and they liked it. When you say this, what does that entail? The video. Oh, hey, I appreciate that you did that. Yeah, I mean, all in all, a lot of the feedback that I got for the video is quite positive. There are obviously bits and bobs that in terms of editing, there's a ton to improve. In terms of, I don't know, I need to seriously sit down. I'll maybe reach out to Beckett if he'll be willing to talk, because Beckett's good at this. I'll probably reach out to Rezi again once I've made up my mind. I need to work out which one of the two feedbacks I want to follow and maybe how I want to go about leaning into certain things. Because on one hand, I'm being told to include more people, and on the other hand, being told to rely more on my own word. And both of those have pros and both of those have consequences. And I want to figure out what's the better way of going about videos so that obviously they're more enjoyable for you to watch. Because stuff like editing better is something that is entirely on my shoulders, if you will, but I can handle that. In terms of like the actual way how I... on Paul Violence. Oh, hey, Rezi raided us. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I would introduce myself to you, but I do believe that you are already aware of who I am, so...
Next month might go for the top 3 just for fun, but I need to go to sleep because I'm dying right now. Keep up good work, funny streamer man.
Hey, Stepan, I appreciate 100 bits. I appreciate you, and I am happy that you've managed to find a little bit of solace away from your headache in my stream. I will talk to you very soon, buddy, and in the meantime, good night, take care, sleep tight, and make sure you drink plenty of water so you're feeling better as soon as possible. He posted for that fucking emoji. Bro, that emote is just... I don't know why. I don't know at what point it became just like such a Resiver thing, but it really did. You know, it really just did. I heard President Rande. In my... Okay, hold on. I don't know why I feel inclined to run defense for Sunday. He didn't run away. He was unwilling to deal with any of my arguments and then tried to get me to be quiet so he can talk to Rezi, and I just booted him out. He didn't run away. He was... I mean, he ran away from the actual conversation, if you want to phrase it like that. He was a ginormous fucking pussy. But, you know, he didn't do what he did with Smuggy Boy, right? It's... I can't quite get... I don't get those props, you know what I mean? He was about to dip. Yeah, but you know, that's like having my cake and eating it too, right? I'm not allowed to do the, like, he was about to run away anyway argument. That's cowardly, you know? That's cowardly, and cowardice is for President Sunday, okay? Hey, Lisa is a blogger. How are you doing, love? I don't want you to get too aggro in chat because I don't want to be too harsh with you. Just try and be mindful of the fact that people care more about your well-being than you maybe give them credit. Yeah. How are you doing, Lisa? How was your day? How was life? How was everything? The Beatus Interruptus was his dramatic persona during that call. Yeah, I mean, overall, it's sort of like I said this the other day. So someone was asking me if I'd be willing to talk to President Sunday directly. And I said the same thing that I always say. I'm willing to talk to anyone directly. The problem that I have is that the way I talk to people is very sincere, it's very genuine. And even if you want to consider me to be wrong, I don't really obfuscate. I don't really dodge. I'm trying to have actual conversations, and I'm not very good at talking to people who aren't trying to do that. So if somebody comes in and does like the very textbook debate bro shit of like, I'm too tired to be here, but let's do this. Like, what you know, like, what are we doing here, Chief? What are we doing here, buddy boy? I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're well. I am, Lisa. Yes, thank you. Renzi chatters, how are you all doing? I'll stay with you guys for as long as I can, but fuck, you know. If anyone wants to call in, let me know, because bro is falling asleep here. When I say bro, I mean me. I'm the one falling asleep. And hey, Brett. Welcome, welcome. Just as a fuck, I forgot to do that. I didn't do it a single time in the entire stream. That's how good at this I am. Just a quick reminder to everyone who might not be following already to go ahead and click that follow button. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. If you do !Discord, unless my bot is still broken, then it should link you with my Discord link. And of course, if you so desire, you can support me on my Patreon too. Patreon's very cool. Patreon gives me most of the money that you guys put in there, so it's a very, very good offer for the ego boost. What game is this? This is Neo 2. Yes, Monolith, you can call in. Let's see if your microphone works, buddy. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. To be honest, I did not expect President Sunday to arrive out of the blue.
I sort of, the moment that I found out that Rezi wants to talk, and the moment somebody told me he's just gone live, Rezi Ver that is, I had a suspicion that President Sunday will show up. Because the thing with, obviously there are two angles to this. There's the good faith approach and then there's the bad faith approach, which, to be clear, the bad faith approach isn't even false. In terms of good faith, President Sunday is a fellow content creator, and he obviously gets told by people in his community when when somebody's talking about him, right? Of course he does. I get told when someone's talking about me, and I'm a fraction of his size. On the other side as well, well, not even on the other side, just to further that a little bit, President Sunday is unfortunately a known name surfer. That usually applies only to Discords that he's in, so this is an exception, but President Sunday will go into spaces that he is in, and he will search by his name to see what people are saying about him, and then if people are saying something he doesn't like, he will jump into a fight. So Sunday is kind of known for joining conversations out of the fucking blue, and I had expected a possibility of him doing the same here.
Yeah, but to be honest, well, his arguments were, well, it felt like a child trying to be the bigger person in the picture, I think it was childish of him to just join and trying to ignore you and just constantly talking about the same points, like it's 50
not
days.
Just, I mean, childish is one way to put it. It's an actual, like, it's a debate strategy. Sunday does this a lot. To his credit, he's become sort of known for this, and he is, like, you will find a lot of instances of him doing this if you look for him. The reason why he does it is sort of twofold. For starters, it makes you look like when you do the whole disinterested thing when you come in, like, I'm too tired to be here, but I've heard you want to talk. It makes it sound like you don't even, like, you are so above and this is so beneath you that it's not worth engaging with genuinely. And the second thing is the thing specifically that he's done with the 52 days thing. He hasn't watched my video, nor is he going to. I don't know what kind of person he is privately, so I can't accuse him of watching it in his own time and then just not telling anyone. But when he jumps on my argument that is to do with the amount of days that he spent working on the video, he basically, that allows him to discredit the stronger arguments by taking a dub on a weaker argument and then moving on basically by pretending that everything else is just as crap as that one argument that he found me being correct on. So in case of the 52 days, if I say that he's worked on it for 52 days and he's actually worked on it for 35 days, let's say, then I am wrong on that. He is correct. And then he can use that in order to discredit the other argument where I accuse him of betraying his own principles. And then he no longer has to contend with that argument seriously because he's already discredited the other argument, right? That's also why he constantly has to talk about Kilo being my star witness, even though he isn't. It's a debate strategy. He's kind of known for doing that.
To be honest, this debate strategy feels kind of weak, to be honest, because...
Yeah, it's not the best one. It's just one of them.
Yeah, one of them, but it feels like not like a pretty petty strategy, to be honest.
Yeah, petty is petty is what he is.
I mean, being petty enough to, as he was calling you a smaller content creator, even though
he does that. Yeah, he's done that to people like Kid Not Kin in the past. So he will, when you're a smaller content creator, he uses that angle against you. If you happen to be a bigger content creator, then he talks to you very differently. It's like, again, I understand to some extent why he has to be this way. This is a full-time job for him, right? It's not like a part-time thing. It's not just like I do this in my spare time. This is like an actual business venture, if you will. So I understand why he has to behave in a certain way. It just doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of other people who do this for a living and who have nowhere near that level of problem with being like genuinely able to engage.
Yeah, it kind of felt like he was trying. Yeah, even though it speaks volumes, even though you, as he says, you're a smaller content creator, he came to you to debate you. Like, it feels like he's insecure enough to try to engage and try to debunk you and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just interesting to try and do that without actually, you know, watching the video.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that he didn't watch it at all, because this feels like Connor type of unprepared.
I mean, when you, in some cases, obviously this isn't like universally applicable, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but sometimes if he can discredit my video without ever having watched it, then that makes more sense if you don't care about the actual engagement. From like me in this case, which admittedly has no reason to care. But yeah, okay. Leonard wants to jump in, and then Barack wants to jump in. Let's see.
All right. Well, then I'll leave you for now, since I'm pretty sure I don't want to be here any longer and keep you here any longer, since it is already midnight.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Monolith. I will.
Yeah, right.
I'll try and go for as long as I can, and then, you know, bedtime.
Yeah, been.
How are you doing,
Yo.
Leonard? Hi.
I think that your issue isn't the way that you're framing your issue with having a conversation with Sunday, to me feels a little copy. And I'm saying that not because I think that he won the conversation or something. I didn't even hear the whole thing, but I listened to like the last 10 minutes. And that's where it starts to fall apart, which I think is like the most important part of the conversation to analyze. I don't think your issue is that he's not engaging. I think the issue is that there's a lack of, well, I mean, this is a bigger frame issue. There's a lack of mutual respect between the two of you, but your biggest issue is the lack of respect that he shows towards you in the conversation and through the structure of the conversation, the way he interrupts you, the way he often treats you like you're not there at the end, but then also, which is ultimately the reason that you kick in, but then also just the fact that it feels like in that conversation, you are unwilling to give him any kind of a dominant position for a temporary period. So like the part where it falls apart at the very end, he tries to walk you through like a Socratic hypothetical. He asks you questions and then wants to get you to give answers so he can ask more questions to walk you through to the end. And that is his idea of engagement, right? The ultimate point at the end of the chain is responsive to what your point is. But it feels like you're unwilling to give him the ability to walk you there at the end of the conversation, and that's happening because of the lack of respect that he's showing you in the conversation.
It's possible. I always review these conversations after I've had them to try and figure out exactly what kind of exactly what went wrong. Could you, if you will have the spare time, of course, could you do me a favor and watch the conversation from the start and see if you still arrive at that
Yeah, I will.
Because my major issue early on is that when he asks me a question, I don't get a chance to answer that question. I am midway through
He does
the
that
sentence
sometimes,
and he jumps in immediately with like when I'm still like I haven't answered the question yet and I would like to be able to answer the question I'm being asked. And you can only do that so many times before I get to a point where like I'm sort of just not going to engage with that anymore.
No, it's one of the things I think he's weak at in conversations. He understands what questions to ask, but he doesn't understand how to follow through the Socratic method. He's like pretty bad at it. He interrupts a lot. He doesn't know how to deal with deviating answers. Like it's a different thing. But I think that the reliance on being like he's engaging in a debate strategy is a little bit disingenuous, because I don't think that's what's really happening here, and I don't think that's really like why you two are missing each other at the end of the conversation and why it breaks down. I don't think it's because he's like employing a debate strategy to try to trick you. I think it's because like he's making an argument that you don't like, but simultaneously he's doing it in a very distasteful way in the context of the conversation. And he's been like being disrespectful throughout the conversation for a while. So like you're not willing to tolerate the antics
I
is what it is.
I understand what you're saying. I think my problem goes a little bit deeper than that. I think the problem that I had is that it felt to me like Sunday was very, very interested in talking about the timeline of how long exactly he had from the moment he started asking straight raid questions, which is something I go over in my video but don't remember off the top of my head. And then when I got the amount of days incorrectly, he was very happy to latch onto that like a motherfucker. And then a moment later, when I tried to get him to actually engage with the subject matter of my video, which is him not living up to the standards that he set out for himself, which is something that's an argument that you can't make of someone like Nicholas Diorio, for instance, because he tried to do the whole like, well, why?
Yeah, but what was his response at the end of the conversation, though, when you started pointing out things that you thought were contradictions? He said he doesn't think they are, right? So, like, there are two possibilities here, if we're going to consider this from your perspective. One, he's lying. He does think it's a contradiction, but he's just trying to game it against you. Or two, he doesn't believe it's a contradiction. And then you have to try to understand from his perspective why it is that those two things don't contradict, which is more likely.
Sorry, I'm not ignoring you. No internet disconnection or anything. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, no, go for it.
No, sorry. I'm just thinking because I was just, the thing that I was wondering about specifically is when I haven't actually had, I've just realized maybe Rezi has done it and I missed it, and if so, then that's on me. I don't think I've actually had anyone engage with the argument that he has betrayed his principles in a way that the video demonstrates, and Sunday seemed unwilling to do that too. Obviously, I'm going to rewatch the conversation to see if there was a moment where I could have had given him an opportunity to answer and expand. But I don't know. It felt from
I'll rewatch the whole thing and give you an
it felt like from the moment he jumped in, he wasn't exactly very happy to go there.
Yeah, I didn't see the beginning at all. I had jumped over to Red's stream because he was doing the PlayStation Game Expo thing, so I missed like the first part of it. But I came in for the last little tail end, like the last 10 minutes or so. So, I mean, maybe he started the conversation in a way that totally poisons the well. Like, maybe I'm missing something, but I'll give you a more full review if you want. Like, I'll watch it like a debate judge and tell you who won.
There's never going to be a time where I don't want. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to agree with the conclusion you arrive at, but I do definitely want to hear your thoughts.
Sure. I mean,
I do want to. There is one thing that I want to talk about, which is, it was just raised in my YouTube chat. I don't know if the person who raised that point is still here, if they've left. If they've left, then I mean, it is what it is. I think it's Peeper. Is that the person in my YouTube chat who's saying that this entire conversation detracts from the actual story? Peeper, the reason why it does is because Sunday has tripled down on the extortion angle. The moment he drops that angle, that story drops.
Wait, hold on. Thing. Yeah, but like, what you remember what his argument for why he said that and included that in the video is originally, right? I don't know how much of the stuff around this you've seen. I've been watching a lot of Rezi recently. I've seen a lot of coverage of this particular video series. So, I mean, and I know you're involved in the production of the video series. You surely know more about the discussions behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell me what you'll think on that. We'll go from there.
Yeah, Sunday's argument for this originally. Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, I spaced out for a second.
You're all good.
What was I just saying? What were we just talking about?
You were telling me why Sunday had to include the extortion angle in his
original video. So his original claim was that he had spoken to somebody who was a Bard lawyer and asked them in vague terms, without including any names, if something like this happened, would it be considered extortion? And that person said, yeah, obviously. So like, that's his reason for, but like, he's not including this because he thinks that it's like just something to slam her for. He thinks it's a legitimate concern, right? That's why it's being included.
On its face, the problem that you have is that when he got pressed by different people, he gave different answers. That's the actual problem that you have there. The answer.
Well, sure, he's probably.
I was raised by.
We can explain that pretty easy with. Yeah, with psychology, we can explain that.
Well, no, that one we can't explain with psychology. The problem is that, like, it stays around a similar theme. But the answer changes. I was raised by lawyers. I spoke to a lawyer. I spoke
No,
to
no, no,
lawyers.
yeah. All of that is
lawyers.
yeah, exactly. All of that is explainable by psychology. So we're following a timeline here, right? He speaks to somebody who's a barred lawyer. He gets an opinion from them. That's probably about the extent of the confirmation that he gets. He makes a claim. He's then publicly pressed on it and has to reverse construct a justification for why he did that.
Yeah, but when you're reverse
So that's what he's doing, obviously.
Yeah, but hold on.
But like the initial justification is probably reasonable.
Yeah, but the initial
speaking to a barred
isn't
lawyer who
why-
tells you
the
that, like,
initial
yes, this is
justification
probably
isn't
extortion.
why- yeah, but initial justification isn't why I jumped on that point. The actual reason why I jumped on that point is because his answer changed multiple times, and it changed multiple times in a way that aren't compatible with each other. You can't go from
Yeah.
I
Well, then
spoke to
focus
a
on that.
barred lawyer to I spoke
Right, but focus
to-
on that then. Like that needs to be the focus. If that's
In my-
that's going to be your argument.
In my, did you watch my video?
No.
That's sort of going to be a problem though, because like in my
I'm
video,
evaluating the end of the
I
conversation that I
understand that.
heard
I
between
understand
you
why you
and him.
jumped in.
Not
I think-
anything else right now. Yeah.
But the problem is that, like, in my video, I talk about the extortion angle, and I specifically say that I don't believe that Sunday has done his due diligence, and I outline why I don't believe
Sure.
that he has.
The details of it are not important though to what I'm saying. Like
Well, the
you
details
could
don't
be
change what he's saying, though, right?
they don't change the way that somebody viewing your conversation with him will interpret it.
Well, no,
You're a
yes, that is true.
content creator.
Yes, that
You
is-
have to always be putting and this is something that Rezi would probably agree with me on. You need to think about the audience more. Right now, you're very concerned with like right and wrong.
It's not even
And
that,
you need to
it's
be
just-
thinking about the viewer.
I get that, but I am not prepared to be in that mindset 24/7, and for instance, just
That's
now when
the
you were-
content creator mindset.
I get that,
So,
but the problem
like-
that I'm having specifically is that President Sunday was refusing to engage with the subject matter of the video, which showcases his hypocrisy. And so I did a bad job.
Content creators are
outlining-
hypocrites.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I did a bad job of outlining that in a conversation to him. But you also didn't watch the video, so of course I would have done a bad job. Like, I am more than happy to try and learn to do that better. But at some point, I need people to engage with the actual video that all of this is rooted around.
Well, what is it that you want people to take away as a main conclusion from your video? If you had to give me like a 2-sentence thesis summary of what the viewer should take away from your video, what is it?
The viewer should take from my video, in how I've constructed it, that President Sunday is fundamentally untrustworthy. He has no morals that he will actually stick by, and he will attack other people on the grounds of principles that he doesn't hold, which puts him in a position where anytime he can use something to his own advantage, he will, irrespective of how that might violate his principles, because he doesn't have his principles.
Well,
and he decided
yeah.
to play, but
Who didn't know that already?
well, that's the thing. Hold on. The people have
His
told me
public
that everyone
reputation
knows-
is being
yes,
the
I know.
autistic cruise missile.
But
Yeah.
this isn't playing a coin flip with a person who's stated to be suicidal when you're a lefty isn't just being an asshole or being a piece of shit or being a wanker.
Right.
It's so much worse than all of
this is
those
about
things.
this is about the moral judgment. Just make it about that. You don't have to make it about the other stuff. It's not about like demonstrating the factual record is one thing, but like the important part for you here is like the judgment of him as a person. Right? That seems to be the crux. Is
Well,
that like
yeah, but
your point and the thing you want the viewer to take away is like a moral judgment of Sunday.
Well, yeah,
But who doesn't have that already?
It's not. Hold on. There is a difference between this person is a piece of shit and this person betrays values that they claim to stand for. Those are two different points.
No, they're not. We view hypocrites as pieces of. No, we view
Not in
hypocrites as pieces of shit. One's a subsection of the other.
Not in the same way.
All hypocrites are pieces of shit.
Yes, but a piece of shit and another piece of shit aren't the same thing just because we use the same word to describe them. You can be a piece of shit for a whole variety
it was
of
your
things,
category.
where some
You
of them are
invoked
going to
it.
be yes, but I'm trying to explain the reason for why. President Sunday isn't just a piece of shit. President Sunday betrayed his own values and he played a coin flip with the life of a suicidal person in order to make a big YouTube video that will get him a lot of credit and a lot of subs and a lot of the good shit that he wants as a content creator, when he has previously attacked people for similar behavior in the past. That makes him, depending on whether you're a regular viewer or a content creator, it makes him a variety of things. For regular viewers, it means that he cannot be trusted. For content creators, it means that he's a brand risk, because eventually he might try and pull shit like this and it won't
in the
work
drama.
out in
Hold
his
on,
favor.
brand risk in the drama space is like not a thing. What brands are interested in Nicholas
Do you
DiOrio?
think, just out of curiosity, hold on, a brand risk doesn't just mean that you don't get advertisers. What do you think public perception of Beckett right now would be like if Pixie would have actually harmed us as a result of Sunday's video?
Public perception
Yes,
of
of
Beckett?
Beckett.
He's like barely perceived, but I mean, by whom? Which community? No, I don't. That's my entire point. We're talking about sub-communities that consume particular niches of content. We're not talking about a stream that enters the public consciousness. We're talking about the consuming habits of particular groups of viewers. These people's viewing habits are cultivated themselves by the environments they exist in. We're not, look, the public perception of Beckett is pre-formulated by the communities people come from.
Ryan, just listen to me for a good minute. When you are a content creator, you are constantly aware of the fact that you are trying to expand your brand and you're trying to broaden out your popularity in a way that will get more people attracted to your channel, giving you the sub, giving you the memberships, spending time around you, essentially. You build up.
Yeah. No, I understand the general theory.
And you build
We're
up
talking about
and
particulars.
you build up a certain reputation when you do that, right? And then you obviously you can be stuck with a really bad reputation, like you could maybe point to someone like Food Shops being stuck with for a while after a number of like unfortunate debates.
Or morale, or
yes. When your reputation is that you attached yourself to a content creator who caused a suicide, that's a pretty bad baggage to have.
Yeah, it's like Jake Paul going to the suicide forest. It's pretty bad.
It's worse than that. It's significantly worse than that.
Well, it is, but like I'm sure there are content creators who are much larger than people who exist in the poll space who have exactly that kind of baggage.
I'm sure there
probably
are.
million sub plus YouTube channels.
Yes,
with
but
that
the reason
kind of
why
baggage,
in many cases you can't levy the same criticism at them as you can on President Sunday is because they don't have a history of using their morality as a cudgel against those that they consider to be less morally virtuous than they are.
Yeah, that's kind of my point, is that like you're caring about the hypocrisy part so much more than I feel like most people do.
And
hypocrisy is something everybody does, by the way.
Yeah, but this isn't just hypocrisy, right? This is more. This is about fundamental values. And I feel like
that's what I mean. No, that's what I mean. I mean everybody betrays their own fundamental values. I don't mean little basic hypocrisy. I mean everybody is a traitor to themselves.
I don't think anyone's anywhere near a traitor to themselves in the way that President Sunday has demonstrated himself to be in history of Pixie throughout all of this.
You want to do the vegan argument first, or do you want to start somewhere else?
It has nothing to do with veganism.
Oh, it does. It does. It's gonna connect there, you know.
It's not gonna. When you put certain labels on yourself, those labels come with certain expectations of behavior. When you describe yourself as a leftist, that carries a connotation. A conservative carries a connotation. A gamer carries a certain connotation.
Yeah, a meat eater does too.
Yes, and when you use that to attack other people, then that you breaking that value is worse than if you were to break it without using it to attack other people, because you forced your own moral judgment that you aren't even holding yourself up to attack other people with, and that in and of itself
right. Morality is a weapon. Yeah, morality is a weapon.
So if you're a vegan who attacks all meat eaters, and then in your spare time you eat a lot of meat, that makes
no. You're missing the connection. My point is that everyone who eats meat is a hypocrite.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about that conversation.
I know you don't, and that's my whole point. And it fucks your entire argument, by the way, because you would lose that argument, by the way. You would, right?
Part of my frustration.
Yeah, I know. Is that it undermines your entire position. You're a hypocrite.
I'm sure it does. My problem, Leonard, is that...
But you're engaging in the same thing Sunday is, right?
No, not even remotely close to engaging in the same thing.
Well, why is it not hypocrisy?
Because I do not attack other people for eating meat, and I am not playing...
No, but you attack other people for, like, abusing other humans.
Yes, which is something that I don't do.
Yeah, right. But you do abuse animals.
And how does that have anything to do with leftists weaponizing victims in order to launch a crusade for the sake of making a bag? Like, come on,
No,
so
the
many layers
point is the commonality of we're not that deep. The point is the commonality of hypocrisy, right? That your values of kindness and avoiding cruelty only extend to those who look like you in the basic animal form,
my
right?
values, it's his values. He is the one who makes
Well, it's yours too.
arguments.
That's why I'm bringing the hypocrisy angle with veganism in, right?
Yeah, but
that if you want to get mad about hypocrisy, it has to extend ultimately. You have to be mad about all hypocrisy.
No,
you
you
can't just be mad
don't.
about the hypocrisies that are convenient for you.
The idea that you...
Otherwise,
when
then we have
somebody
to discuss
betrays
the
their
frame
own
of convenience.
principles, that bothers me. Irrespectively of what those principles are.
Right,
that
but
will
it doesn't
me
bother
because
you
they're
when
betraying
we
their
do
own
it.
principles.
Like
If
when you and
betray
I
your
do
own
it, it doesn't bother
principles,
you.
It will bother me. When you betray your own principles, it will bother me. Unless your principle is to not
what
eat
does it
animals and then
mean?
you eat animals, then
But
that's
what
gonna be
does
a
it mean to
problem.
betray a principle? If
It
your
means that you
principle
have
is
a
I should
stated
be
value that you are open
right,
about, that you
and
are betraying the fundamental
and what if
idea
that
behind.
value is I should not be cruel to others, but you are cruel to others, you just don't consider them others.
Then I could ask you if you are telling me that the reason why President Sunday made a video attacking Pixie is because he doesn't consider her human. And if your answer to that is anything other than yes, then that is a non-argument.
No, of course not, but you're missing the point of my argument. That's why you think it's a non-argument. My point is to reveal to you that the hypocrisy angle is meaningless. That like to get mad about hypocrisy is itself hypocritical. Right? You're drawing an arbitrary line for yourself that excludes you and the behaviors that you engage in.
To that. It's
no, it
actually
is.
the polar
It absolutely
opposite.
is.
If I have values that I feel incredibly strongly against and I betray those values, I want people to bring that to my attention because
well, I
people
am with
alone-
veganism, but you
You're
said you don't
not,
care.
Because I'm not a vegan, so I'm not betraying any values.
No, I know you're not. Well,
Then
you
what
have the
values am
value
I
of
betraying?
you have the value of avoiding cruelty towards others. Do you not?
No, not even remotely
don't.
close.
Not at all.
No.
How about towards the innocent?
Depends on what kind of innocent we're talking about. By and large, yeah. You're
well, go on. Go on. Yeah. What do you mean by that? What kinds of innocent would you be okay with being cruel to?
I don't know. You'd have to. I don't know if any.
You're the one who added the nuance.
Yes, but you'd have to present me with the kind of innocence you're talking about. Like if you're innocently hurting other people because you can't like measure your strength properly, then you probably should be institutionalized in some kind of a way that might trample your own values because you can't be trusted around other people. But that in and of itself doesn't mean anything.
Okay, how about like a 2-year-old child?
I don't think 2-year-old children should be institutionalized.
Right, but do you consider them innocent?
Broadly speaking, I'd say so, yes. I think kids can be dickheads to one another, but by and large...
And you're against cruelty towards children, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not against cruelty towards animals, though. You're okay with concentrated animal feeding operations and consuming the products that they produce. You're okay with that.
Am I okay with that, or am I okay with consuming the products? Sort of two different questions.
Well, no, they're the same question, right?
No, because I wouldn't fight you if you told me that I'm being hypocritical. President Sunday is fighting me.
Oh, okay. So you are a hypocrite. Well, then my entire point, that's the whole thing that we're getting towards. So if you're willing to meet me all the way at the end, that's fine. Yeah. So you're a hypocrite, right? And then you're getting mad at other hypocrites. Do you see the hypocrisy?
Do you like painting?
Yeah.
Then you're just like Hitler. At the end of the day, fundamentally, you're just like Hitler. He liked painting, you like painting, everyone's Hitler. You are Hitler, Leonard. So if I tell you that you're Hitler, as long as you agree with me on the end, then that's all it is.
Well, I mean, I didn't jump to the end and say I was Hitler. You did. So do you want to walk that back and try again?
No, I'm asking you.
Because what you just said is retarded,
yes,
by the way.
Makes you Hitler.
The analogy you're trying to draw here is absolutely retarded.
I'm sure
it doesn't make any sense. I can walk you through it if you want.
Yes, I would rather you not.
I know you
Leonard,
would. Because
my
you'd be wrong again.
Is that I have made a video on President Sunday that roots some very specific criticism that you have a lot of feedback for that I appreciate, but I haven't given any
feedback towards any of that criticism yet.
Well, no, hold on.
I'm giving you feedback on the last 10 minutes of your conversation with Sunday that I watched. I haven't given you feedback on your video yet. So don't try to misconstrue it like that's what's happening right now. What I'm giving you feedback on is the 10 minutes of conversation I watched you have with him.
So
is that clear?
When you say
How long
it's
has
very
Len
clear.
been defending rape apologists?
When you say
okay, good.
When you say, you know what? It's perfectly clear, Leonard. I will appreciate your feedback once you've watched the actual full exchange, because I don't know where we can go from here, because I think this is completely pointless.
Awesome. Anything else?
No, I'm pretty good, mate.
Good.
Oh, Beans, you wanted in? I think Chin wants in. Guys, it's getting late. Okay? It's getting late. Hold on, I'm going to drag... can one of the moderators drag Chin in if you guys are still here? I can't be fucked to alt-tab right now.
Yeah, I can join myself.
Okay. It's good to know that you can do that.
Yeah, yeah, I muted the stream for a second. That being said, like, I have a different kind of question, because before you had your conversation with President Sunday, you had the whole Resi conversation. Like, how do you know that you can value somebody when it comes to input for your YouTube videos?
For Resiverse specifically, Resi has...
No, just in general, because I don't want to... it's not a knock on Resi. It's just in general.
So in general, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to answer. Like Resiver, whether I agree with him or not, has always given me feedback that like he genuinely... Like Resi has always been good faith.
Yeah.
I might disagree with him, but his feedback has never come from like the perspective of like, I just want to, I want to give you bad advice and fuck you. Beckett hasn't done that either, to be clear, right? Because those are the two people who have given me feedback. I don't want to make it sound like I'm saying that Beckett did that. He did not. So with Beckett, you can value that feedback. With broader feedback, it kind of just depends, right? It depends on who's given it, why they're giving it, what it is that they want to change, how strongly you feel about it. It's like I do opinion pieces that are rooted around my own sense of, well, myself, if you will. So if somebody's given me advice that is very like focused, that is very like cloud focused, if you will, then I'll have to weigh that against like how much do I want to do videos that are just cloud focused.
Yeah, that was kind of an issue, because you have like, obviously you have like types of different like content creators, and not always like the right feedback. You don't always get the right feedback from certain people because they are slightly different than you are, right? Which is like kind of the problem, because I hear like a lot of like, even from Leonard and from Resi, I hear like a lot of different like kind of feedback for how you need to operate as a content creator. And I'm thinking by myself, well, they are all like small content creators, right? It's not like somebody has figured out the algorithm or something. And even if they do, then in 4 months' time, the algorithm changes. So
if you're talking about, well, so I mean, but that then depends if they're giving you like objective feedback, or if they're being very clear about the fact that like this is just subjectively how they would have enjoyed the video more. Because I mean, those are two different things. Generally speaking, what I do is after I've been given like a set of feedback, I will usually bounce it off of a few people. I will bounce it off of my partner. I will think about it, and then I will decide on what is ultimately the best course of action. And I will know that irrespectively of what I decide, the only person that will be to blame should it not work out is going to be myself, because I've done my thinking, and whoever's advice I decided to go with was still my decision to do.
Have you ever had that like moment that you got somebody's advice and you were like, oh, I'm on the way to the wrong track when it comes to this video. I shouldn't have done that at all. I need to go back to redraw my video or something.
Like one where where I've realized that I was fundamentally incorrect on something.
Yeah, they thought like, oh, this is like wrong, not
as of yet. There was one video that I've done that I was not happy at the end with my way of arriving at conclusions at. But it wasn't that big of a deal because it was like a very low stakes video. It was to do with it was one of my early ones where it did like atrociously in the algorithm and it didn't matter at all. But it was to do with the, you remember Dignif AI? It was like this AI that would take pictures of half naked women, like bikini shots and whatnot, and it would put more clothing on them. And Like incels were fucking around with that by basically taking all the chicks that post on social media and they were reposting their pictures, but like with clothes. I made a video about that, and I feel like I could have done so much better by like being so much more critical specifically of that tool and how it was used. But it was a throwaway video, so I don't care. I haven't yet had a moment where I'm just like, yeah, that was fundamentally wrong of me. That was fundamentally bad. I've had people tell me that I should have, for instance, not tied myself to Kilo with how my video was made. And obviously, like President Sunday wouldn't then be able to use the excuse of, well, Kilo was his star witness and he was wrong, which he wasn't even remotely close to being a star witness. But I think that President Sunday's general dismissiveness of my argument made it very clear that if he couldn't use that one, he would have simply used a different one. There is no way when you're a small content creator, there is no way to make a video where if somebody wants to do what Sunday's doing right now, then they cannot.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? The criticism that you get a lot of the times, I can understand them, but it's like when it comes to editing, you're never gonna produce an edited video like Kilo because he is an editor, right? So
yeah, but there is the idea when Rezi tells me that I need to work on the technical side of things, I don't think he's expecting me to do Kilo-esque video. I think he just wants to see a trajectory where I improve with each passing video, which is a thing that I don't necessarily always do.
Yeah, but yeah, you can have like different types of videos as well, right? Not every video needs to be high stakes, right? You can have like some more slop videos.
To be clear though, this one was high stakes. I wanted you guys to have my Discord link so you can jump in there, but it looks like the bot took a shit. Let me see if I can restart the bot, see if I can get it to actually link my Discord. Do everyone new, do jump in there. Fun place, fun people, all the good shit.
So I do think that the criticism that you get might be valid, but at the same time, it's also be like, yeah, sure, if I had like the skills to edit like a god, or to basically like do content for the algorithm and also enjoy that, I would do that, right? It's a bit like weighted, and then on top of that, the advice. If it's like from a 1 million subscriber YouTuber or something along those lines, that would carry more weight, if you understand what I mean.
I mean,
that being said, they are good kind of friends, depends, right?
Because it's not just that they're good friends or not. I don't just take feedback on the basis of someone being a friend. It's more like Rezi gives me feedback. Yeah, but Rezi gives me feedback based on like how he feels the video would have been better. For Beckett, for example, Beckett's in a very good position where Beckett has had a very, very consistent growth of his channel and his videos get consistent views. So Beckett clearly knows how to get there, and he is getting there. He's doing an amazing job networking with people. The question now is whether I want to pay the same price that Beckett paid for that, or if that is something that I don't want to, or if that's something that I basically don't want to do.
Yeah. I would say you shouldn't be doing that. Honestly, that wouldn't be your style, I think. If I take a guess.
We live and we learn, right? It's sometimes it's about compromise. I can do videos that are more directed towards the reactability, and then I can do videos that I still care about, like the fundamental subject matter. I don't think it's as simple as like I should take one advice and shouldn't take any other advice.
Yeah.
I should. There is no reason for me not to experiment at my current size. Not to mention that there are things that like do actually make sense to me. Even like there are things that I kind of know to be true. Like one thing that I like, editing is a good example of that. Again, I know I'm harping on the same point, but obviously the videos could look better. They could look kinder on the eye, if you will.
Yeah, because I talked with some people, and you actually upgraded your avatar. And I talked with one person, and they were like, "Oh, but he got a really shit avatar." That was like the thing that came back.
I was quite unhappy with my VTuber for quite a while. I just wanted to. I was thinking about doing like a proper re-debut, quote unquote. It's just that shit's expensive, so I just got a model that was already made. There might be other people who are using it, but I think it suits me just fine.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, it's hard to hear the critique from my, because I thought it was a fine video, and I definitely thought that the points.
Part of the thing that is frustrating as fuck, there is value in there. It just annoys the shit out of me, and I hate it. I'm not ignorant enough to pretend like there's nothing there. But getting feedback from people who haven't watched the video does my fucking tits
Yeah.
in. Like, it's just so annoying to deal with. And I'm not talking about Leonard here, to be clear, because I'm talking about, like, well, actually, I kind of am talking about Leonard as well. I'll be honest. Leonard's chill enough that I don't think I need to be a pussy about, like, my frustrations right now. I've had a long stream. It is what it is. Leonard can handle it. He's a big boy. But, like, yeah, obviously, like, all of this is rooted around my video. However, no matter how annoying what Leonard might have done is to me, feedback of people who have jumped in here and haven't seen that video is still valuable, because there are going to be a lot of people in here who are in the same boat. There's going to be a number of people in my YouTube right now who might be here as a result of the Resi Raid, who have certain thoughts and feelings and who haven't watched the video. So obviously, listening to any kind of feedback that might make it easier for me to be able to find a common tongue with those people is still valuable. It's just at some point, we are going to have to be honest about the fact that, hey, I've listened to you, I've taken what you're saying on board, and I appreciate that you have taken your time to tell me what you think, but now I need you to watch the actual video. And now I need you to tell me what you think about the video itself. And I can take any feedback regarding the editing itself, but I would actually like to have some criticism to do with the actual meat of the argument. I haven't received I haven't received any criticism about, like, for instance, me using clips from Sunday's past to showcase why he's a hypocrite. It looks like that point no one has any contention with at all. So there is something solid there. It's just maybe there are bits that people don't like, and I don't know because they haven't watched the video.
Chris, it seems like a deliberate tactic from certain people. Like, what was the Hassan Piker nuke with Eating Klein? Yeah, Hassan said,
Yes,
like,
but
I'm not
that's-
going to watch this. And I feel it's deliberate in the sense that they say, like, oh, I didn't watch the actual video, and can you explain me what the video is about?
I agree with you.
And therefore you are on the back foot.
Yeah, but so that part is specifically to do with, obviously that will depend on the individual person and the chatter, if you will. If somebody wants to come in and make comments based on what, for instance, President Sunday might have said without actually watching the video, then there's very little I can do about it. But if it's somebody who's like an actual good faith actor, and they believe President Sunday, then if they care to listen to me, I can still talk to them. I can still explain my thoughts, my feelings. I can tell them to, like, hey, this is what I said in the video. This is why I feel like it's important. This is why I feel like it warranted 40 minutes, for example, because it's a pretty fucking serious subject matter. Then, I mean, I'll try, and whether it will work out is just...
What I'm talking about, Chris, is like basically like with like there is like a connection with the Hassan nuke in the sense that Hassan says, like, I'm not gonna watch like a video on that and this blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, Jesus, I didn't actually answer that, did I? I'm sorry.
And that's basically like it's the same connection there that Sunday say, like, I'm not gonna watch that video, and then makes up an excuse, and then he says, like, I want to debate you, right? So he comes to you to debate you, and now you're on the back foot. And that's basically what Hassan was like going for. Like, basically,
yeah, sorry, I was going to answer that, and then it's late, right? You know how my brain goes. And the actual thing that I wanted to say is that, like, there's nothing you can do about content creators doing that. But when you talk to people, you sort of have the awareness of talking to the audience that's behind them as well. So, for instance, if President Sunday wants to jump in, for instance, and do what he did today, I can't really have a common line of dialogue with President Sunday, but I can at the very least see if I can post that conversation, try and see if I can get someone in chat who might be a President Sunday fan to at the very least see if they understand what I'm trying to say. Not to agree with me, but if they understand why that video needed to be made, if they understand why I said the things I said, if they understand why I used President Sunday's own words to paint a picture. It's just all of those things that they're possible to do. It's just takes time, right? It's difficult, and people have no inclination to even believe that you're being good faith when you've just criticized who might be, for instance, their favorite streamer.
Yeah, I understand that you're trying to convince. You're trying to convince the audience and all that stuff. I understand where you're coming from, but I personally, I didn't. If I would make a video and President Sunday was coming up to me, I didn't watch it, but I still want to debate you basically on your video, I would be like, no, fuck off. But it's your prerogative to say like you want to have the people behind President Sunday that he looks like an idiot.
It's not even that necessarily. There are no consequences to me talking to President Sunday. If I Yeah, there are just no consequences from me talking to him. Not really.
Oh,
Like I haven't, unless I've like fucking sleepwalked through a part of that conversation. There was nothing in my exchange with him that could indicate that like there's nothing shameful about that on my side of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but that means that you kind of already, that means that you're going to be good in that conversation, and not everybody's sure about that. And yeah, he deployed some tactics, and sometimes it's like even like the mocking of you or of your voice and that kind of stuff. Like you don't get angry like pretty quickly, but
yeah, it's frustrating, but it is what it is.
It was pretty clear that he was trying to rile you up to have you say like things out of context, or even the things that you say, like you said something about the sex offender registry, and that basically that derailed that whole conversation into a nothing burger.
Sure. But here's the thing. So it wasn't a nothing burger. I'll give you an example.
Well,
I will use someone from my chat as an example of this. I apologize for putting you on the spot. Loki Coco. I don't know if that's how I read your name in YouTube chat. But so Loki in YouTube chat saying you're not untangling this by saying plan the hit piece for 50 days. Indicates your cognitive bias at play to perceive/believe Sunday did that. Loki, that is a hardly relevant part of the broader criticism when Sunday says that he felt stressed and pressured, and then none of the reasons for why he did that, first of all, makes sense fundamentally, and second of all, would excuse that type of behavior coming from somebody who's like a self-proclaimed leftist who was attacking people for the treatment of Pixie in a very recent past. Sunday, I have no doubts whatsoever that Sunday was collecting shit from the first day he started talking about this. But even if we want to agree to disagree on this, because that's perfectly fine. The problem that you have is that usually when you try and get ahead of a bad actor, then you try and get ahead of a bad actor for some kind of a reason. And other than what not President Sunday, this is what Beckett said actually, that the reason why Sunday wanted to get ahead of Bad Empanada is because Bad Empanada would have covered this in a way that basically doesn't get the point across and helps Destiny and makes it look like what you did isn't quite as bad. But you have to remember that at that time already, both President Sunday and Beckett and like half of the commentary apparently had copies of Pixie both stating explicitly that she's suicidal over this and copies of her mock-up writing of the fact that she's suing Stephen. There is no version of events where Bad Empanada makes a video about Destiny and then someone like President Sunday can't make a video saying that like, well, hold on, you're focused on like this stupid shit that doesn't matter, whilst in reality, this is the really bad thing. And if you wanted to point to the really bad thing, then I imagine you wouldn't have done it by attacking the actual victim the way that he has.
It doesn't make sense that he said in your call that
Loki, just one sec. Loki, I'm not saying that he said that he was rushed from the beginning of December. No, I'm saying he said that he was rushed. He felt pressured. Irrespectively of what the timeline is, he started talking to Straighter Raid around 16th to 18th of December. Actually, hold on, it might be earlier than that. See, but that's the thing. That's the thing, Loki. I go over that timeline in my video, and as possible as it might be to poke holes in that, there's no reason for me to specifically need to remember the number of days off the top of my head in a conversation that I didn't expect to have quite to this at least level when I've made a video talking about it. Do you see the slight frustration on my side of things? I've never heard Sunday saying he was rushed since November. That's not what I'm saying either. Loki, just listen to me. He said that he felt pressured and that he was rushed. So I pose the question for why. It's not that he was rushed since November. He didn't tell us when he felt rushed. If he worked on this video for 3 days and then put it out, then that would explain the rushed. But why is he feeling rushed? He did Pixie no favors by the coverage. He actually explicitly went against his own stated principles in the way how he covered this. There was nothing that Bad Empanada could have done that would have stopped that video from coming through unless you want to engage in like certain hypotheticals. There is nothing in his coverage that would have been impossible to do if he spent an extra 1, 2, 3, however many long days to make sure that he's done the bare minimum due diligence on, for instance, something like accusing her of an extortion.
You good?
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, also, he made a video in 2 days, he says, right? Sounds like he kind of rushed it.
Well, no.
If he actually made it in 2 days.
The rushed in 2 days, that is, I think what Loki's saying is Loki seems to have understood me saying that like he was rushed and he had 52 days, but that's not quite the point. He was in the information gathering stage for a very long time. And then he might have felt rushed in why he made the video, but then the reasons for why he might have felt rushed make no sense.
Like if you're just basically a drama YouTuber or somebody that is in community like a commentary like YouTube space, those people just over time like gather a lot of information on people before they actually produce a video. So that doesn't mean that they outright make a video if they found somebody that does something crazy that first time, but they record that and then over time that stacks up and then they make a video and a hit piece or something, or just a video, right? So it's not like people go about this like just never compiling and never. It's a silly way of like how people construct that, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you're just waking up suddenly one day and you're thinking about like, where do I need to make a video over, and then you just type in somehow the magic words on your keyboard, and then you find this content creator, and then you do this research over like 3 or 4 years about them, right? You already kind of know that stuff. So
yeah. It's I am listening to you, Chin. I do apologize. It sounds dismissive as fuck for me to keep talking to chat. I am listening to you, Loki. But that's the thing. What you just said, that means that you agree with the point of my video, at least to some extent. Obviously, you might disagree with the fact that President Sunday trampled on his own morals, which, I mean, I use clips to specifically showcase why, but that's my problem, Loki. My problem is that he came across insanely hostile to Pixie, not just ungenerous. He accused her of essentially, as far as the legalities go, committing a worse crime than what Destiny did. He attacked her for going about this in the worst way possible. He tripled down on it, and he essentially decided to include that in a hit piece against Destiny that could have just been a hit piece against Destiny without Pixie needing to eat shit over something that she didn't do. Because that's the whole point of my video, Loki. My video isn't that President Sunday shouldn't have called out Destiny. Of course he should have.
And you made another video calling out Destiny, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. That was for multiple reasons. Peace of mind was one of those reasons. Like I treat my YouTube channel a little bit like a way to catalog a little bit of my internet journey. And making videos to describe why I feel a certain way is obviously pretty good, and it's like a human experience thing, which I quite like.
Yeah,
and so
and
was that.
That's before I go, I just want to say, like, I think that's the mindset that you need to keep on holding, because that's how you be a content creator, and you can stay out there because you enjoy it, right? And that should have your priorities. What kind of content you like, with a little bit clout, but not the other way around. I think that's the best way to go about it.
I mean, I feel like I've got enough people who are genuinely good faith and interested within these spaces that if I wanted to go in that direction, I feel like that should absolutely be possible for me to do. And I feel like there's a reason why that's a good idea to do, and I'll probably try and explore that angle. Because when you become a bigger content creator, it's harder to discredit you in a way that makes no sense.
Yeah, true. So become a big content creator. Good luck, Chris. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care, buddy. Shaiholod, first of all, fucking Shaiholod. Did someone make someone change their name? I'll explain that to you, actually, Shaiholod. It's because this you won't find in my video, because this only dawned on me. Like, I was already thinking about that. It didn't click in my head until after I uploaded my video. He did do that explicitly. So the problem that you have is that what Destiny did, technically, doesn't constitute a crime. From a legal perspective, because Sunday brought legality into it, right? We're not talking public opinion, we're talking just legality. What Destiny did isn't a crime. You need to meet specific criteria for what he's done to be considered revenge porn, and he doesn't meet those criteria. That's why Sunday says that he was reckless, not malicious, and why he says that Steven's also a victim. What Sunday is accusing Pixie of, which is extortion, can either, legally speaking, be a misdemeanor or it can be a felony. It depends on what kind of an extortion we're talking about. If Pixie's trying to extort $1 million off of Steven, then I would wager that that's a sum big enough for it to be considered a felony and not a misdemeanor. Even if it was a misdemeanor, that would already make my argument true, but felony seems more likely here, which means that he is accusing Pixie of committing a felony. In the same video, he's saying that Destiny hasn't committed any crimes. Do you see my problem? He introduced legality into that conversation for no fucking reason, and it does nothing for us other than attack Pixie. Literally nothing. There is not a single utility from that angle, and that is my problem with his video. LawTube says it's not clear if Pixie stuff is a crime or not. Yeah, essentially, everything I've seen, I've gathered, I've researched into indicates, like, I'm erring on it's not. But part of, like, I outlined this in the video, and I understand you guys haven't watched the video, and I can only say you should watch the video so many times. I understand you don't want it, 40 minutes, VTuber, not good editing, all of that shit. I understand that, I feel you. But truly, from the fucking bottom of my heart, a lot of the concerns that you're bringing up to me in chat will be addressed if you just watch the video. This. Sorry, I've got my cat jumped in my lap. I've got some of her hairs in my fucking mouth. Jesus. Fucking living with animals. You would have thought that would be the past after I moved out from the family house, but no. It's not. It's not actually baffling, Shy. Not only do I have a video on my channel that is more popular than my take on Sunday that is specifically attacking Destiny for what he's done, which means that I'm not detracting from this, I'm actually being rather specific in my arguments. Not only did I specifically cover Destiny again today, being fucking unhinged on Twitter in order to further load my arguments against him, but at the same time, when you say that harping on that instead of Destiny dodging is a problem, I will tell you exactly why I harp on that. When Destiny goes on Twitter and he quote tweets Kanye West and Kanye West saying that he's been extorted, and Destiny says that's so me on God for real, I feel very comfortable then saying, well, no, hold on, he's not extorting you, you dumb cunt. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're too retarded to listen to your lawyers. You're a genuine piece of shit, and you will do anything to discredit her. And here is why, here is why, and here is why. I feel incredibly comfortable doing that. However, if I do that, I don't just have to contend with people who don't like Destiny who will disagree. I have to contend with people on the left who might have believed Sunday when he says it's extortion or when he's trying to be cheeky and phrase it as blackmail, which is more or less the same thing. So it is a problem. It's a problem because I can't just focus on Destiny. I have to deal with retarded fucking lefties on my side as well, who decided to take the word of someone who was being very shaky on who he actually spoke to. You're saying, Chris, I haven't watched the video yet, but I've got a couple points of criticism. Mind if I hop on? Fuck you. I love you, but fuck you. Hey, Count, how are you doing? Look, I will show you what I mean, okay? And for what it's worth, this is in the video as well, okay? I'm just saying, I'm not doing, if I'm at all changing your mind, that's one thing. But if I am at the very least explaining to you in a way that you understand why I felt like this was the correct way of going about things, then I want you to know that I have done next to nothing that wouldn't have been included in my video already. Look. If we want to be a little bit more memey about it, this right here is the problem, okay? This can fuck off. This is some nasty shit. I don't like this shit. I don't think this helps us. I don't understand why we're attacking Pixie. I don't understand why no one's taken the fact that she said explicitly that she's suicidal seriously. I don't understand why people are believing Straight Raid's word when she's not to be trusted on this. This shit bothers the fuck out of me. And at the end of the day, these are just my thoughts and feelings. You have absolutely no reason to listen to them beyond maybe just being interested in what I have to say. But that's what I do with opinion pieces. I feel strongly about something and then I yap about it. Sometimes it works to a good end, sometimes not so much. It actually hasn't worked to a bad end yet, so maybe I should stop saying that. I want to sort of not come across very pig-headed. How much more content can be made on a regular basis about Destiny's actions? The only way to keep this alive are the side dramas. There is some truth to that. Although, to be fair, with Destiny doing this shit on a daily basis, where is it? This fucking absolute, just... Imagine being this dumb. Just... Bro. I mean, as long as Destiny keeps doing this, which is basically, I don't know what this is, to be quite honest with you. I expected him to go the Me Too route at some point, maybe not quite this quickly. This is some curious shit. Yeah, but that tweet is just 2 minutes of content. That is true, Queen Bee. That is true. Do you like Queen Bee, or do you prefer QQ, or is there some other thing that you prefer to be referred to as? Because Destiny had a long history of skating consequences through its heavy utilization of narrative control, consistently manipulating both individuals and larger groups' perception of events. That is true, Loki. That's why I also reiterate in my video twice over that this story needed to have been told. This should not have stayed private. This should not have been dealt with behind the scenes. This should have gone public. I feel for Pixie, and I'm really fucking sorry. I really feel for her. But the odds of Destiny doing this to another chick down the line are 100% if this gets dealt with quietly. There is no version of events where this doesn't leak and Destiny then actually changes his behavior. None at all. So that video by Sunday needed to be made. There is not a single problem with that. And the fact that Sunday wants the video to do well monetarily isn't even remotely a surprise. He does this for a living. It's the fact that that seemed to have been at the forefront and Pixie got the brunt of it is the stuff that actually bothers me. Are we forgetting proper attribution of meme creators? Yes, that meme was made by our very own Amper. And it was Chino's words. So he gets credit. Hey Marak, thank you for being here. Good night and take care, buddy. Don't worry, I'll be ending the stream in just a moment anyway, because I am getting, like, I've got work in 6 hours, okay? And I haven't showered yet, so I need to do that. And my girlfriend's asleep by now, so I can't even try and see if I can get lucky tonight. And that's because of all of you. How do you feel about depriving me of getting laid? Oh, stinky, yeah. I mean, I'll take a quick shower and then I'll just crash in bed. I work from home tomorrow, so it's not going to be a big deal regardless. If I was working from the office, I would not turn up. We are the anti-wingman, true. I appreciate that, F-Bumps, I truly do. Do you know what? We're going to raid into Radius. Red Radius. There we go. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream, the conversations, the debates, the new VTuber avatar. I hope that I will see you here again the next time I stream. In the meantime, jump in my Discord, jump in my Patreon, make sure you're up to date with all of my online shenanigans. I appreciate you being here. Good night, take care, and I will talk to you again Friday. Bye-bye now. And as always, YouTube chat, you guys are my favorite. The Twitch people have now raided out. You and me, we're going to take like 3 or 4 seconds longer, just so you know how much more I like you and all of the Twitch people. Well, maybe not right now, okay? We've got a lot of President Sunday folks in here, but you know, I'm warming up to you guys, so we'll see how that goes. Let me know if that doesn't work, Peeper, because it should. It could be that the bot took a shit again. I apologize. I'll get you a manual invite link. Bear with me just 1 second. On the off chance that ever in the future these links stop working, if you head on over to my Twitch channel and you go into the invite links there, then there is a permanent invite link in there. Jesus, I'm having a fucking moment here. Bear with me. Geriatric, man. Hold on. I need to disable streamer mode. I don't even know why the fuck I have it on. Like, I'm not streaming. I'm not streaming my Discord. I mean, I don't make content on Discord that way. Okay, another server invite. Custom invite link. Let's go. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. You know what? I'll be smarter than that. I'll head on over to my own Twitch. I'll just get a link for you from there. How does that sound? Linktree. Yeah, I know, Quill. I know. And you're a gem for reminding me, but I am Look, it's 1 a.m. here, okay? My brain. It ain't. It just ain't. It's cool. Yeah, it's going to bother me now if I don't give it to you, though, people. You know how it is. It's, yes, actually, there should be a link in the description as well. I just want to make sure that I'm not abandoning my YouTube peeps. And I'm glad you like the new avatar, by the way, Loki. Okay, Discord. Let's go. There we go. I've got it. I've got it. There you go. That's the Discord link. If you just paste that in your browser, it will add you in. Anywho, good night, guys. Take care, and I'll be back on Friday. Peace.